Coming up on 3 minutes until airtime, Mark. 3 minutes until airtime on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield for our football game broadcast. Your next time cue will be with 2 minutes until airtime. This is Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Coming up on 2 minutes until airtime, Mark. 2 minutes until airtime on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield for our football game broadcast. Your next time cue will be with 1 minute until airtime. This is Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Coming up on 1 minute until airtime, Mark. Network stations, we are 1 minute until airtime on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield for our football game broadcast. Studios, please start your archive recording. Stations, if you encounter technical issues during the broadcast, please call the Michigan Studio Hotline at 336-464-1791. Coming up on 30 seconds until airtime, Mark. 30 seconds until airtime. Once again, stations, if you encounter technical issues during the broadcast, please call the Michigan Studio Hotline at 336-464-1791. Stations, your final time cue will be with 15 seconds until airtime. Mark. 15 seconds until airtime.
Over the middle, inside the 5, touchdown.
Catch and shoot 3, yes, sir!
They scramble around in there and score!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
Normally a 51-7 victory wouldn't veer the conversation around a program to make a change at a high-profile position, but this was never going to be a typical stretch for Michigan football. We knew going into this season that Michigan's quarterback competition would extend into, at the very least, the season's first 2 weeks. Cade McNamara started last week, and now J.J. McCarthy is 3 hours away from his first collegiate start. McNamara didn't have his best performance last week against Colorado State, 9 of 18 for 136 yards and a touchdown. Michigan, with 5 first-half scoring drives, only 2 were for touchdowns. McCarthy, as he did most of last season, sprinkled in, completing all 4 of his passes and adding a rushing score. Tonight, Michigan switches things up. The 5-star sophomore McCarthy will make his first collegiate start under the lights at the Big House. Head coach Jim Harbaugh has said that ideally he'd like to have one true QB1. He said ideally he'd like to have that solidified after this game. However, the only true determining factor is what's best for the 2022 Michigan football team. Will tonight's game make that ideal circumstance a reality, or will this quarterback conundrum march on? It has certainly added a ton of intrigue to a game where the Wolverines are a 50-plus point favorite. Michigan, Hawaii. Let's get you ready for it on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from north, east, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the players, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium, as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football season.
Kickoff is 3 hours away for your Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Alongside former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
It is indeed a night game at the Big House, 12th ever, and 12th out of 12 in terms of intrigue of opponent. But Jack Miller, it still is a day at the Big House and a night at the Big House. It adds a little extra oomph no matter what with those lights on here.
Yeah, it's rare, right? We only started doing this about 10, 12 years ago, I think, 11, maybe to the date yesterday, I think, or tonight. So it's a newer experience in the total history of Michigan football, being under the lights like this. And no matter who you're playing, it's a pretty spectacular event that people shouldn't take for granted.
So off the top, we talk about the quarterback situation. You've had a week to marinate on it. Your thoughts on what you saw from Cade last week?
You know, I think to put it in the words of Doug Karsh, it was good-ish. I think there were a lot of good things out there over time. Underwhelming at first, right? I think given the quarterback controversy and everything that's going on, difficult for those to be your first impressions on the season, thrown behind a couple of receivers, but then got into a little bit of a rhythm and played better, commanded the offense. So definitely opened the door for what we're going to see tonight. I know we'll get into that plenty as the broadcast goes on here, but good-ish. Maybe not good enough, but there were some good things in there, and there were some things that you scratch your head a little bit at.
I think the phrase you used there is good because the door is open. By no means is this solidified. This will be JJ's first start. What do you think he has to show in this game to become that QB1?
I think he's got to live up to his capabilities, right? I mean, you're playing a Hawaii team. We'll just call it for what it is. That is very underwhelming and is just not that talented. They're reconfiguring a program. Michigan should have their way tonight. And top 10 programs, they don't falter no matter who they're playing. And if you're playing somebody who's an inferior opponent, you need to feel that the entire length of the game. You just do. So live up to the hype, live up to the potential. You finally get your first collegiate start. It's time to show that you belong in that role as QB1 at Michigan.
The question's been asked all week. How would J.J. McCarthy handle the lead-up to his first career start? As he explains, this week has been similar to every game week in his college career.
It's the same approach, same feeling that I've had going into every other week, but it's just I'm going to be in there snap one, and knowing that is just kind of a comfort-building kind of feeling, but it's just a confidence is at an all-time high.
Jack, can the team sense that? Can they see that from him, that this week isn't a whole lot different from weeks past?
Hard to know, but the impression that I've always gotten is that JJ, for being a younger guy, handles his business like a guy who's been there before. And they always say it's kind of coaches speak, but the number 2 at any position, always you're one snap away, and you have to prepare like that. You always have to be thinking that way. So I think it's fair to assume that he has been preparing that way. He has been acting like a starter and treating it like that. So because he actually is tonight, I wouldn't think that it would be a whole lot different. Now's the opportunity to shine. And I think the team probably senses that more than him doing anything different, feeling different, performing different. Just now it's your time. Now it's your show to go perform and earn what you want.
Of course, the quarterback conversation will dominate the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show, the pregame show, a lot of the conversation that Doug and John and Jason will have during the broadcast. If the quarterback situation were solidified, the main topic going into this game would be what we saw from Michigan defensively last week against Colorado State. For a team that lost Aiden Hutchinson, David Ojabo, several others, but those were the two main. I mean, Michigan had single-digit sacks from anyone not named Ojabo or Hutchinson last season. It was a heck of an effort. Underwhelming opponent, but boy, that's a heck of a job to show what they showed defensively in week 1.
Yeah, exactly. Didn't seem to be much of a drop-off. Obviously, there's some veteran guys out there, the Mozzie Smiths of the world, Junior Colsons, that I think had good games, and we probably could have assumed that that would be the case. The question mark going into last week was, who else is going to show up? Who else is going to step in and fill some of those roles? We saw a lot of guys, younger guys in particular, or maybe just newer to the program, that all of a sudden you go, boy, who's that? That's a guy we got to watch all year. That's a guy, more importantly, that opponents are going to have to watch and prepare for all year. I think schematically the defense looked good. There were guys getting sacks and coming from exotic looks, linebackers, corners, safeties, what they're doing with Mike Sanchez still and moving him around on the field. There's a lot to feel good about, a lot of potential on both sides of the ball, but particularly with the defense, some guys who maybe are a bit more unproven that seem to rise to the occasion for week 1.
Sanders was someone who earned high marks around the building from the fan base in his first game transitioning into a defensive role. Did you run into any raindrops on the way in?
I did not. Good. I did not. There are some clouds out there, but we cannot see them at the moment. But it looked okay as I was walking into the building.
Yeah, there are some kind of popcorn showers in and around the area, hoping to dodge that as we lead you up to a kickoff set for shortly after 8 o'clock under the lights here at the Big House. So much to do on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. We will chat even more about that quarterback situation. You'll hear from Rod Moore, who had an interception last week. John Jansen's along at 6 o'clock. Doug Karsh at 6:40 as we lead you into the pregame show at 7. And, of course, here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, we always bring you traffic and weather on the 8s.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan and Hawaii getting set. We're right around 3 hours away from kickoff here at the Big House. We'll delve deeper into the quarterback situation with the week that was when we return. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Hey Ann Arbor, football is here, and we know you're thirsty. Whether you're tailgating on the golf course, Hoover Avenue, or the parking lot, make sure you grab a case of Miller Lite. It's Miller time for those who hold true and bleed blue. Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. Celebrate responsibly. 2022 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Are you a Wolverine for life? Do you have the guts to get recruited to a team that will beat Ohio State? When you choose to become an organ, blood, or bone marrow donor, you're choosing to help save a life and to be someone's hero. Join us Sunday, October 9th, and be a hero at the Big House by donating blood or registering as an organ or bone marrow donor at Michigan Stadium. Sign up now at wolverinesforlife.org and help us beat Ohio State in the annual battle for life-saving donations. Visit wolverinesforlife.org and register today.
A whole lot of loot could be yours at Saganing Eagles Landing. Every Saturday in September, you can win a share of $15,000 cash. Whole lot of loot drawings are every hour from noon till 10 p.m. And the day's final winner will take home $5,000. That's a whole lot of loot, and it's only at Saganing Eagles Landing Casino and Hotel. Real fun, real friendly. Visit saganing-eagleslanding.com for complete rules and details.
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
Honestly, it's been how I approach every single camp, every single day, just trying to be the best version of myself. You know, like, try to make the competition an illusion, because if you ever compare yourself to, it doesn't matter if it's Tom Brady or Cade or anybody, you're always setting a limit on what your potential is and what you can achieve. So I've just been trying to get better every single day, 1%, 2%, 5%, and the rest will take care of itself.
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Jack Miller.
That the voice of J.J. McCarthy, the Wolverines starting quarterback, here tonight as Michigan hosts Hawaii. He was on In the Trenches this week. We'll have plenty more from J.J. here as the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show rolls along. But when you're the starting quarterback, you kind of go through that car wash media-wise, podcast, press conference, etc. And like Cade, I mean, these two, they handle this stuff really well.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, at the quarterback position, you're looked to as the A1 leader of the team, and you have to handle yourself with class and poise. It's a difficult position. It's a lot of pressure. Sometimes things aren't fair. We'll probably get into that a little bit later with Cade. You know, but from JJ's perspective, he has said all the right things. He's doing the right things. At least it certainly seems so. And he's handling this thing with a lot of class for a young guy. But that's the expectation at Michigan. That's the expectation for a quarterback of a big-time program to just do their part the best that they can. You can't control all the outside noise, and for a young guy to recognize that, that's impressive. We'll see tonight if he can put that into action, and it affects how he plays on the field.
It was interesting. Cade McNamara after the game Saturday, again, as is pretty common, starting quarterback talks to the media after the game. And this clip and exchange made its rounds. Here's the full exchange, including the question.
This question is for Cade. Cade, how did you sort of feel about the decision to alternate starts this week and next week with JJ, and where do you think the competition kind of stands, or what are your emotions like given sort of the unusual nature of the next couple of weeks here?
Yeah, I would definitely say it's pretty unusual. It was kind of a thing that I wasn't expecting by the end of camp. I thought I had my best camp. I thought I put myself in a good position, and that was just a decision that coach went with.
Curious your thoughts, because, again, that quote got out there. I think it was important to include the question because Cade kind of took that unusual word and used it. Yeah. That was the big word that people took and ran with it. Your perspective, your thoughts on that?
Well, I think people like to make a bigger deal out of things sometimes, particularly in a quarterback controversy. But permission to be candid, I think this whole thing really kind of sucks for Cade McNamara, right? I really do believe that. I mean, you look at a guy last year who does something the Michigan quarterback has not done in a while. You go on the road and win big games. You beat Ohio State at home. You win the Big Ten. You go to the Final Four. You have a great offseason by all accounts. You get voted captain. Yes. And the truth is you might not be the guy this year. And that's a really, really unfortunate situation for Cade. That being said, like we were kind of talking about with JJ earlier, you can't ever give the illusion that you're not taking the high road when it comes to that type of stuff, right? And I'm not saying that he wasn't in that instance, but rightfully so. I can understand his frustration, but you always have to conduct yourself as a starting quarterback at a place like Michigan, at the highest level possible, because otherwise people are going to use that to fuel doubt for you and to maybe use that against you a little bit. So you have to be able to control your emotions, control the frustration that I'm sure both of those guys feel in this entire thing. And that being said, Cade has done a remarkably good job throughout. Both guys have, I think, throughout this entire thing of doing that. You just don't have the luxury, being the number one quarterback at Michigan, to do anything but that. And it doesn't mean it's fair. Sometimes it's not, but that's just the reality of the situation we're in right now.
100%. Head coach Jim Harbaugh was asked plenty, of course, about the timeline for the quarterback decision. And the coach was asked if the goal is to have a firm starting quarterback heading into the UConn game next week.
Yeah, I'm hopeful for that. It's we have the time to look at it. We had last week, this week, and see where we're at. But you kind of know where you're going to be at. Where you got two really good guys. Yeah. Same thing we've been saying now for weeks.
I don't think it's definite because you never know how this game is going to go. And,
right.
Well, the rain's really starting to come down here at the Big House right now. Thoughts to all those tailgating in and around Ann Arbor. But, who knows how it's all going to break down. But it does feel like that's where this is trending, to having this solved maybe as early as Coach Harbaugh's press conference on Monday.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to know. You don't know how tonight is exactly going to shape out. But if you had to make a prediction, or try to see the future, it does seem to be setting itself up for, if JJ plays well tonight, how could you maybe deny him the opportunity? Now, a lot goes into that decision. Health goes into that decision. How well is subject to what the coaches think, not necessarily what you or I or the fans think. So there's plenty of factors that will go into that. It does have that sense right now, and I think, everybody probably thinks it'd be nice to have a definitive starter. Maybe that'll happen. Maybe it won't. I know all those guys can control is how they play, their attitude about it, and the preparation that goes into when they get their opportunities, what they do with them. That's all they can do.
Do you think it's feasible to have Cade shuffle in like the reverse happened last season? Cade doesn't quite have that running element. I think that was a big reason why JJ was able to do that pretty seamlessly last year. I don't know if the reverse can work as well.
I would agree. I don't think it does work as well unless there are certain – I'm having a hard time thinking of even certain types of formations or plays or concepts that they would think if they went with JJ as one, that Cade could then somehow come in and substitute. On the other side of it, it makes more sense. Cade and then JJ coming in for something a bit more exotic or outside the box. It probably would be difficult to do it the other way. But never say never. There's unorthodox things happening more and more in college football. You never do quite know.
No, that's very, very true. I mean, Michigan's got a few different, cooks in the kitchen from a play calling standpoint.
Yeah,
We've seen the quarterbacks kind of shuffle in and out. It's going to be a fascinating storyline to watch. By the way, that quick little shower is almost completely subsided. So it's kind of what we're looking at, but we'll give you more of that along with the traffic here now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines getting set to face off with the Rainbow Warriors of Hawaii, and Michigan football is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. We'll come back and go through the Michigan side outside the quarterback. What Jack Miller liked in the Wolverines' thumping of Colorado State. You're locked into Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Our firm has helped recover over $3.5 billion by fighting and winning one case at a time for over 50 years. We listen, fight for what you deserve, and you don't pay until we win, because nobody fights harder. There are over 3.5 billion reasons to get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
He's going MIA. Touchdown! Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance are teaming up to build effective insurance solutions for you, your family, and your business. And to predict today's big win, Auto Owners and Meadowbrook offer more than 65 years experience in home, auto, life, business solutions, and more. Score an insurance quote at meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Our agency offices are located in Ann Arbor, Jackson, Southfield, and Saginaw.
Rave Associates, distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer in conjunction with Founders Brewing Company, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Founders Brewing Company produces some of Michigan's most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers. Ask for these great Michigan craft beers at restaurants and retail stores here in Washtenaw County and throughout Michigan.
It's a Michigan game day.
Yeah, I like the sound of that. I like the sound of that a lot. That it could come from anywhere, and all options are open. And I think when you have guys that can really run, and you have a creative coordinator like Jesse Minter and Klink, all options are available. And second level type of blitzing, Junior Colson gives you that. I mean, he's got the speed. Mike Barrett gives you that. So does Khalil Mullins, and Mike Sammer's still coming off the edge.
Yeah, it was a whale of a performance by the Wolverines. Just a late garbage time touchdown for Colorado State. As PFF, Pro Football Focus, had Michigan's defense as the second best in college football in Week 1. Call it the Jack Miller effect. But the only one that was better was Toledo. And
the Rockets.
They beat Long Island a week ago Thursday. But, we talked about the sacks. Michigan had just one in the opener last year against Western Michigan. And it's so easy to think through, hey, Hutchinson, Ojabo, they're gone. But if you go back exactly a year, we all knew Aiden Hutchinson was going to be a key. But David Ojabo had not established himself. He was still considered to be raw. And, hey, there's a lot of talent there, but is it going to actually produce? And I think there's a lot of candidates on this team like that, too.
There's a lot. And I think the encouraging part, when you look at last year, you take a guy like Ojabo, unproven, don't know, very raw, a lot of talent. What's going to happen? How does he perform, right? He ends up being a first-round pick from a talent standpoint, obviously, with his injury and everything. That's promising coming into this season, because what that means is that you got a good program going, right? They're building guys in the offseason. They're building guys who you're not going to see for a couple years, and then when they get their chance to shine, they do. And there were a number of guys that we saw last week like that, a Braden McGregor, Yami Anoma, right? Derek Moore, guys who all of a sudden you go, who is that running around out there? And we know we have, a Mike Morris, a Junior Colson, guys that you knew you're going to get a great performance out of them. They've proven it. There's a lot of guys sitting, waiting in the wings that are now starting to come into the fold that you go, you feel really good about, and Coach talked about that.
Yeah, and that's, when you talk about trying to be a sustainable program, you're trying to contend and compete for the Big Ten, for the college football playoff, which now, going to 12 teams here at some point in the next 2 to 4 years, you have to be able to do this. The best programs are able to just kind of shuffle in and out. Now, replacing the number 2 overall pick and the heartbeat of the program like Aiden Hutchinson, that's difficult to do. Right. And that's difficult to do for anyone and any program in college football. But those first-round talents, those guys who can jump out of nowhere, that has to be an every-year thing, not necessarily in every position group, but in a lot of them.
No, you look at the great programs over the last decade, 15 years, they just reload, right? One guy's gone, the next one moves in. How many running backs do we have to see from Alabama show up and be the same exact type of player, right? Because they know how to recruit and they know how to develop, and those guys are being built, and then when it's their turn, they show up and they're that all-star type of performer. That's what it feels like Michigan has done a really good job of the past few years. It's fun to watch that come to life in Week 1.
Offensive line-wise, Michigan was without Ryan Hayes last week, so we saw Carson Barnhart, who kind of got that label as a 6th starter, as a guy who could rotate pretty much anywhere but center. Then Barnhart with that ankle injury. So we saw Giovanni El Hadi, some when the game was still kind of sort of at least in question. It wasn't ever really in question, but still second quarter, you can't assume anything at that point. Depth there was already tested, but it seems like Michigan is confident there. What did you see from the shuffling on that offensive line?
Yeah, good to see the depth, right? That's promising. Again, like we talked about with the defense, same thing with the offensive line. When you have that type of depth and you get guys who you haven't heard of before, they've been developing, waiting for their return, and when they show up and they get their opportunity, they perform well. That's a good sign. Overall, I get to say this because I was a former offensive lineman, a little underwhelming at first. I think that there were maybe some jitters, some first game, trying to figure it out, the speed of it, the intensity of the crowd. As the game went on, they all kind of settled down, settled in, and then you started to really see the holes open up. I think Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards did a really good job making people miss early and just, outperforming the defense of Colorado State. As the game went on, the offensive line settled in, played better. There's a lot of promise there. And I think this is a big challenge tonight. I shouldn't say challenge, big opportunity tonight for that offensive line to get get their mojo back, right? Get their group solidified, hopefully, and perform at the level they should. That's what great teams do. They don't fall off because the competition does. If you're expected to win and you're expected to dominate the game, then that's what you do. And the offense line has an opportunity to maybe rectify that the way they started last week.
Maybe the most bonkers stat from last week, 15 different receivers of the football. No one had more than 2 catches, but 15 Wolverines had at least one. And I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to say Michigan betters that tonight. I think there's a chance Michigan can get into the triple digits in terms of participation like they did last year in week 3 against Northern Illinois. But, man, it was great. It was great to see Ronnie Bell get out there for the first time since last year's opener. We know about guys like Henning, Anthony. Cornelius Jansen was kind of Michigan's wide receiver 1 last year when Ronnie Bell went down. They're loaded there, and this is important opportunities for some of the younger guys. Who would have ever thunken that Andrew Anthony would emerge like he did against Michigan State? This is a chance for some other guys, and I think we're going north of 15 today. I
wouldn't doubt it. The way the game should go, you would hope that that's the case. I think it's an incredible luxury that they have, that there are so many weapons running around out there that, I think maybe in some ways they don't know exactly who to get the ball to quite yet in what circumstances, because there's so much talent running around on the field. And, again, that's a luxury to have. Building a good team, building a sustainable program, those are the types of things that need to happen. And when you're playing Colorado State and when you're playing Hawaii, you get the opportunity to showcase that. Hopefully they'll have that same opportunity this evening.
John Jansen says it against teams like this, you can't get an A, but you can get a B. And I think there were some foundational elements. Only 1 penalty, the quick shuffling of the offensive line despite injury, spreading the football around. There's things to work off. There's a background. There's a foundation set that, it's going to be tested a heck of a lot more than it was last week, but there's some things to work with.
There's a template. There's a template that works out there for sure. I think the team, via last year and rolling into this year, has found an identity defensively, has found an identity offensively, and is rolling with that. Again, so many pieces that you can get the ball to, so many guys that you want to spread love to, you want to get involved, but then you go, we haven't talked about that guy, right? We haven't gotten that guy the ball, so what do you do there? Again, that's a luxury. That's a good problem to have. Good teams do that. Good programs do that. You recruit for it. You build to it. And, it's a case for those guys to showcase. Like last year, Andrell Anthony against Michigan State. Yeah. Who's it going to be this year? Yeah. We might see that tonight.
So we will preview Hawaii when we come back on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. First, though, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Rainbow Warriors coming up here tonight shortly after 8 o'clock from Michigan Stadium. We will talk about the opposition. They came from a long way away. That's next. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
It's a fact. Some vehicles just work harder than others. That's why Dorman offers not 1, not 2, but 3 lines of chassis parts designed specifically for your situation. From control arms to bushings, from sway bars to tie rods, Dorman chassis parts are high performance, corrosion resistant, and guaranteed to provide long service life. That's Dorman chassis parts. Available at your neighborhood Auto Value Auto Parts stores. Thanks again for shopping locally. Auto Value, where service is the difference. We get it.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long, in the stands or on the go, with AbsoPure natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with AbsoPure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4ABSOPURE to learn more.
What's up, fans? This is Roddy Jones, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country weekly during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way to the national championship game in January, from the East Coast to the West Coast. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you love to get your podcast. And while you're at it, be sure to give us a follow along on Twitter @CSNowTweets.
Brian and Jack are previewing today's Michigan game right here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
We got to understand that we got to be better in everything we do. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. What are we doing to get better? And once these guys start to do it, as coaches, we got to try to put them in better position, and that falls on me. And so over and over and over, we got to understand everything that we do matters.
That is the head coach of Hawaii football, Timmy Chang. And listen, Hawaii is in a really tough spot program-wise, but this is a program that has had some tradition, and Chang was a part of it. All-time FBS leader in total plays, passes attempted. He's second in career passing yards, 11th in touchdown passes with 117. Part of what was a stretch of 4 consecutive 8-win seasons. They were 10-4 in 2002 when they finished number 24 in the nation. And then the next quarterback, who unfortunately passed away last year, Colt Brennan. Remember that 2007 season? There was so much wildness to 2007. But Hawaii went undefeated. They got trounced by Georgia in the Sugar Bowl, but they got there. This program has tradition, and from a recruiting standpoint, Jack Miller, I mean, it's a heck of a place to recruit to, no?
Yeah, I would think so. I think there is a rule. I don't know. I heard this, that you can't take an official visit there until your senior year if you're committed, because I think everybody who had ever played high school football and got recruited to play collegiately would want to take an official visit to Hawaii. Why wouldn't you? To your point, though, a program that has had some flashes that they've been able to play. And it's unfortunate, that it's gone downhill the last few years for them, to see where the program is. I feel maybe they don't get the support out there from the university that they feel like they deserve. But they're trying to come back, and Tommy Chang being probably the guy to do it, given his pedigree and given his past there.
This team will not go to the Sugar Bowl. They have been outscored 112-27. 63-10 loss to Vanderbilt, and then that was week 0, and week 1 it was 49-17. They've combined to be outscored 70-7 after halftime. It's just year 1 of a long rebuild.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. That's not a great place to be as a player or a coach when you know that you're going into most contests overmatched and just not having the skill to compete. I think, for these players and coaches today, it's the opportunity to get better. I'm sure that's what they're preaching to their guys, opportunity to show up and play in a historic place that is the Big House and try to improve their game. I'm sure that's what they're focused on.
And an unfortunate situation for them. Todd Graham was the head coach. Reports came out that he was mistreating players, fostered an unsafe environment. He stepped away in January. There was a push to bring back June Jones, who was the head coach when Chang was the quarterback. He was the head coach when Colt Brennan and the Warriors went to the Sugar Bowl. He was also on Nevada staff, was Chang, under Jay Norvell, so a lot of connection points. But it was really an interesting storyline during the offseason when June Jones tweeted, quote, "There is no way I could accept the conditions offered me. No coach in their right mind would accept," end quote. It got ugly, and that's why I do think them going in-house was probably, with a beloved figure, was probably a good play.
Somebody who is loved by the fans, by the university, and has that same sort of appreciation for them. Probably the right move for them to make. I mean, it just highlights the disparity in some college football programs where, most of the big boys can get whatever they need and whatever they ask for to try to be successful. Other places just don't have that, and that's been the reality of the situation for a long time. Hopefully Coach Chang can turn that around for Hawaii.
Michigan, a heavy favorite in this one. It opened at -46. It has climbed into the low 50s. Jim Harbaugh all week has said you take nothing for granted. You very much respect every opponent, but he also coined that and said, hey, we got to get better for us. It's not about Hawaii. It's about watching Georgia and Ohio State and Alabama, though, as we'll talk about here shortly. It was a heck of a battle they had today. Michigan, really for the first month of the season, Michigan's playing Michigan.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And I think the message tonight is just to always execute at this level. You brought up those teams in Alabama, Georgia, and Ohio State. No matter who they're playing, the other team feels their presence, and there's really not a drop-off. And there's always an execution at an unbelievable level, no matter who the opponent is. And I really believe that a game like tonight can test the mental toughness of this Michigan team, right? When, it's not all that exciting to maybe play Hawaii. There's not that much on the line. You're a huge favorite. You know that if you take care of business, you should be able to roll in here and roll out with a win pretty easily. You can't take anything for granted. You don't know that. And if you get a few plays into this game, you get halfway through the first quarter, and you're not already imposing your will and dictating how this game's going to go, that's going to leave a really bad taste in your mouth. So can you have the mental toughness to come in, to lock in, and make sure that you're executing as if you were playing whomever? That's what's on the line tonight for Michigan, is just trying to be their very best no matter who they're lined up against.
Hawaii's had two different quarterbacks play, Braden Shager and Joey Yellen. They combined for 5 interceptions last week in the loss to Western Kentucky. Dedrick Parson, he's put up some decent numbers as a running back, and we talked about the defense. Again, 112 points. It's not been a stellar start for Hawaii at 0-2. We will talk about what has been, at least from a Big Ten standpoint, a pretty ho-hum day, but nationally, one heck of a game to talk about down in Austin. But first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines setting up to take on Hawaii. Coming up, kickoff a little bit after 8 o'clock. We'll come back and we'll talk about the rest of the college football landscape, including a potential upset brewing in South Bend. That comes up next as you listen to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3 and outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Michigan men's soccer is hosting nationally ranked Maryland this coming Friday night, September the 16th at 6:30. Not only is it a marquee matchup, but it's Ted Lasso night. The first 500 fans in attendance will receive a Michigan Believe medal sign. The Wolverines need your help to create the best atmosphere in college soccer. Tickets start at just $6, so head to mgoblue.com/tickets to secure yours today. That's mgoblue.com/tickets. Michigan and Maryland in men's soccer, plus Ted Lasso night on Friday, September 16th.
Michigan football season is here, and the MDN, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics, is ready to help you suit up in officially licensed gear from brands like Nike, Jordan, and Lululemon. We have everything you need to rep the maize and blue. Shop the largest selection of Michigan gear online at mdn.com or visit the MDN location nearest you today. The MDN on State Street, on Main Street, or at Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor. The MDN at 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, or the MDN in Detroit on Columbia Street. Get your game on with gear at the MDN. Go Blue.
Before you get in, get going. Get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. We suggest a Cooper tire. After all, Cooper engineers its tires not just for performance, but real-life performance. Cooper tires. Go with the Coopers. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires and get a $50 gift card to the M-Den, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics. During the Buy 4 and Score event this fall, visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper tire retailers for more information.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jansen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
And we start in South Bend. Rob Joyce, we welcome him into the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. And I probably didn't go strong enough in the tease. I don't know if the upset's brewing. I think the upset's done.
Oh, yeah. Good evening, gentlemen. Notre Dame entered the day against Marshall, having won 42 consecutive games against unranked opponents, the longest active streak in FBS. Yeah, that's going to go down.
3rd down 3 for Notre Dame on the Irish's 32-yard line. 2 receivers each way. Now Mayer goes in motion for trips to the wide side right. Long count for Buckner against the 4-man front. Marshall on the blitz. Buckner gets rid of it to the left sideline, and it is intercepted by Gilmore. 30, 25, 20, right sideline, Stephen Gilmore. Gilmore into the south end zone at Notre Dame Stadium, and Marshall leads it 25-15.
Read it beautifully.
Steve Cotton from Learfield. Marshall leads at Notre Dame 26-15, under 3 minutes to go. And since that pick six that happened a few minutes ago, Notre Dame just threw another interception. 3 turnovers today for the Irish, under 3 minutes to go. Marshall with the ball, up 11, likely going to win. And guys, I mean, it's going to be game 2 of the Marcus Freeman era, and we heard a lot in the offseason. He won the press conferences. He won this. He won that. Again, it's different between winning the press conference and winning the game, and he's finding it out the hard way. Not to say, I mean, he's one of the youngest coaches in the country. To second game, that's not to say he's going to be a failure, but big difference between the offseason and playing the real thing.
Rob, that's really shocking to me, too, watching them play Ohio State last week. I was really impressed with Notre Dame. I thought they looked fast, keeping up with Ohio State the whole time. I figured the Buckeyes would run by them a whole lot. But to me, the Irish looked fast. They looked like they had a lot of grit. They were playing hard. And to see them go home, I guess just a hangover game, and give it up to Marshall, shocking, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, this is wild. And hey, they can put out a bunch of trailers for games and uniform reveals and stuff like that, but ultimately you have to win. And I mean, there was a lot of fire and substance, or there's a lot of fire and excitement, but there wasn't a whole lot of substance really either way. We didn't know about Marcus Freeman. He coached the bowl game, but that was about it. It's a huge risk when you hire a first-time head coach at a program like that, and 2 or 3 games, if you count last year's bowl game, does not make a career. But, I mean, this has got to be big-time concerning.
Yeah, the offense sputtered out last week against the Buckeyes, and then only 15 points, I believe, so far today with multiple interceptions and stuff like that. Obviously, the offense has taken a hit. They got some things to figure out in South Bend, certainly starting 0-2 after what looked like, at least in the first half, a really promising start against the Buckeyes. To be 0-2 and losing to Marshall like that at home, that's not a great way for the Freeman era to begin.
Yeah, again, Marshall up 26-15, 2.5 minutes to play in South Bend. All right, Rob, I'm curious. Did you at any point actually think that Texas was going to finish it off at home against number 1 Alabama?
It sure looked like it, didn't it? And that's even after Quinn Ewers left in the first quarter, the Ohio State transfer with that injury. Hudson Card played admirably. Alabama, they had a very un-Alabama-like game. They had, 15 penalties.
It was amazing.
They had a couple of drops on 3rd down. Some of the penalties were just, mental errors, hitting guys when they're already on the ground. False starts, defensive offsides, things that Alabama just doesn't do. But then again, those teams have games like that on the road in front of a packed DKR, and they won.
To me, and Jack, I don't know if you were able to watch or listen to this game live. Texas kicked that field goal when I think they had 4th and 2 or 4th and 3 to go up by 6. I'd have liked to have seen him just go for it there, because the difference was so small at that point, and you had a chance right there to probably end it, and it was fourth and pretty short in a manageable spot.
I think unless you're a Crimson Tide fan, probably everybody else was rooting for Texas to pull that off, right? I think everyone has said Alabama's had long enough atop the college football throne. It would have been nice to have seen something like that happen. I don't think Alabama deserved to win that game, quite honestly. They let Texas hang around. They played sloppy. They did not play well. I think Texas played really, really hard, had some good things in there. Again, I don't know if they necessarily deserved to win it either, because they had their opportunities that they missed left and right. A really, really good game, I thought, at halftime. Credit to the Longhorns, an unranked team that did not back away from Alabama, didn't do enough and execute down the stretch to win, but they didn't flinch, they weren't afraid, and they battled with them all day.
Coming into this week, Alabama was like plus 150 in some spots to win the national championship, to win it. It was basically an Alabama or the field situation. We'll see if that changes after what happened in Austin. Rob, before we get to traffic and weather, Big Ten games in progress. If you could update fans and just a few others. Not a whole lot of intrigue from the Big Ten standpoint on the Week 2 slate.
No, not particularly. Wisconsin's beating Washington State right now at 14-10 midway through the third quarter. That's the real only game that's in doubt. Actually, I lied. Take that back. Iowa.
Now, so we will keep it here with a few other scores. Michigan State will go into the half up 24-0 on Akron. Iowa with a 7-3 lead, just about to start the second half at home against rival Iowa State. Illinois a 21-3 thumping so far of Virginia. That game is at the break. And an interesting one at Camp Randall, number 19, Wisconsin, a 14-10 victory, 14-10 lead, I should say, on Washington State. That game is about 6 minutes into the third quarter. But we are getting set for Michigan and Hawaii from the Big House. Kickoff a little bit after 8 o'clock. For now, let's head it back to traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Had some technical issues there. My sincerest condolences for not giving you Purdue 35, Indiana State nothing, and Rutgers 38, Wagner 7. My broadcaster card has been revoked. So we will continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show with an interview with Rod Moore from the Michigan defensive back group. You're listening to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Are you a Wolverine for life? Do you have the guts to get recruited to a team that will beat Ohio State? When you choose to become an organ, blood, or bone marrow donor, you're choosing to help save a life and to be someone's hero. Join us Sunday, October 9th, and be a hero at the Big House by donating blood or registering as an organ or bone marrow donor at Michigan Stadium. Sign up now at wolverinesforlife.org and help us beat Ohio State in the annual battle for life-saving donations. Visit wolverinesforlife.org and register today.
you can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $65,000 with $50,000 or less in assets, and tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily. But first, a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Hi, everybody. Brian Bush here at the Big House as we get ready for another Michigan football Saturday. I'm joined by a weekly visitor to the Tailgate Show, Andy Hetzel of Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Thanks, as always, for joining us, Andy.
Thank you, Brian. It's a pleasure to talk with you about the things that matter most when it comes to our health, both physical and mental.
Andy, for 83 years, Blue Cross has taken care of the health of everyone in Michigan, and that includes our mental health, which is fitting given how much mental health conditions like anxiety, depression, and substance use disorders are affecting so many people now. September is National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, so let's talk about what Blue Cross is doing to meet the mental health needs of your millions of members across Michigan.
Brian, suicide is indeed heartbreaking. It's touched my life, and I'm sure many Michigan fans have known a friend or family member who has taken their own life. And beyond the devastating personal impact, suicide and suicidal behavior are also major public health concerns, and it's a critical need for all of us in healthcare to come together to address the issue.
Andy, I've read on mibluesperspectives.com that Blue Cross is leading those efforts. Blue Cross and the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Foundation have partnered with several organizations to provide major grant funding that supports suicide prevention programming across the state.
That's right, Brian, and now we're also partnering with Henry Ford Health on an initiative we believe will help psychiatrists, psychologists, and primary care doctors work better together to improve suicide prevention efforts all across Michigan.
And Andy, that's something that's always impressed me is how Blue Cross brings hospitals and doctors together to address many of the most critical health concerns we face. That's great work.
Well, thank you for that. These programs championed by Blue Cross are driven by data that's collected and shared, and that allows Michigan's healthcare professionals to do work that transforms care delivery and leads to the best possible outcomes for patients. And this new program, focused on suicide prevention, will provide a statewide platform for Henry Ford's suicide prevention model, which has been adopted both nationally and internationally.
Sounds like it will make suicide prevention a team effort. That's outstanding. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you, Brian. Go Blue.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
Let's catch up with sophomore Rod Moore, who had an interception last week against Colorado State. And Rod, first, just tell us what you saw on that play.
Just watching them during film, I knew if they went empty or something like that, if there was trips to the field and it was stacking the boundary, I knew they were running ND7 or something like that. But they didn't end up running ND7, and the three didn't come vertical, so I knew a vertical was coming from the boundary. I just saw the quarterback read back that way, so I went that way, and he threw it. And the ball fell straight in my arms, and I was just like, run, like go, 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 go. And then I just ran. And I thought I was going to score, but then happened, I got tackled.
Something to improve on, right? You are someone who everyone talks about just how much film you watch. How much is it a balance of film and then sometimes just the instincts of the game, maybe when you do actually intercept it? How do you balance all that?
I mean, just coming out of high school, I had the instincts. I did the same thing in high school, so I think that helped me coming through college. Like, watching film in high school gave me the instincts, and just putting it all together coming into college, like, not thinking too much, and then just letting the ability I have to play football do the things that I do on the field, as long with just putting the tendencies and everything from the film, putting that together and just going to do what I do.
Have you always been kind of a film junkie? Has this always been a big part of your game? Where did that develop for you?
It probably developed my sophomore year because I was the only sophomore in my school to start as a sophomore, and what helped me do that was when I got the playbook, I studied that, and then I started watching old tapes of our defense from like people who graduated the years before me at the same position, and so that just helped me like just see how I wanted to play, and then I turned that into just studying opponents and learning how football works, and it just made me be better.
How quickly from the end of a game do you start to dig in on the film? Do you give yourself some time on Saturday night, or are you already begging for something to watch?
It all depends on how I do in the game. So like, if I do good or I had a couple good plays, I'll go and try to find those plays and just watch those. But if I'm chilling on Saturday night, then I'm just going to watch it Saturday night. But a Sunday morning, I'm watching the whole game on my iPad.
We all knew that there was going to be some turnover on the defensive line because of Aiden Hutchinson and David Ojabo heading to the NFL. What did you see from those guys up front? A lot of pressure, 7 sacks. How did they help the rest of you guys perform on Saturday?
They helped a lot. It was an all-around thing, that game. We had pressure from all 3 levels, from the D-line to the linebackers to the DBs. All of us had somebody in the room had a sack or at least a pressure, but that helps a lot, especially the secondary not covering as long, but it flips. Like, if we cover good, then they get a chance to make a sack. So, I mean, especially from last year, we had 2 edge rushers, but, like, now I feel like the whole entire D-line is able to get pressure from the edge and the interior. So I think that's going to be a good addition.
Lastly, Hawaii, another chance at the Big House, a night game. Do you like the night atmospheres at the Big House? Is that your preferred start time?
So I like the night atmosphere, but I just don't like how long the game takes. Like, we just don't get home till 1 in the morning. But the night games is crazy, especially because my freshman year last year, the Washington game was something unreal. Like, I've never, especially not being ever being in a game in a Big House, like just the maze out and how loud the fans were. Like, I played and I couldn't even hear myself talking to my teammates on the field, and it was just crazy. So I hope it's the same this year, even though we play Hawaii, but I hope they're just loud and just bring the same energy.
Great stuff, Rod. We appreciate the time. Good luck today.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
There's Rod Moore from that Michigan secondary. Really insightful interview. Excited to see him continue to grow after that interception last week. Time now for the Tailgate Tip, brought to you by Meyer. Spend less time playing bartender and more time with your friends and family by making your go-to craft cocktails in single-serve mason jars the night before. Today's Tailgate Tip brought to you by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. John Jansen joins us on the other side, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Hawaii. Kickoff a little bit after 8 o'clock. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds. Let our stations identify themselves. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Bring in John Jansen when we come back. You're listening to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Lee Bryce, October 8th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Tickets start at $44, on sale now at the box offices or online at etix.com. Kicking it country style with Lee Bryce. Saturday night, October 8th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. All the hits all night long with Lee Bryce.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
From Ann Arbor to Ellen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. We know that when you're hurt, hiring a law firm with the most experience can mean the difference between getting everything you deserve or walking away empty-handed. We're Michigan's most experienced personal injury law firm. Our lawyers have over 600 years of collective experience. 600 years. And that matters because more experience means more money and more wins for our clients. Our experience pays. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
It's time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, the Michigan Sports Hall of Famer.
You come out here, and if they have the audacity to catch a pass, you make them pay for it.
John Jansen is here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
And John, today they might not have the audacity to catch a pass.
No, they might not. It's going to be interesting. Not what you might mention, a top opponent. In fact, I think they are in the bottom 5. But, hey, they're on the schedule, and Michigan gets to play them. It's another tune-up for the regular season.
For those who are enjoying this on our Behind the Mic stream on Michigan Athletics YouTube and Facebook feeds, you can see John Jansen's attire. If you don't mind, I'd love to get the description. No, I don't.
Okay. I don't want to rip my shirt.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you for saving my attire.
That was the easiest question you've ever asked me.
Yes.
I'd like you to describe it for it. It's certainly it's a look.
It's a look. That's a great description. This
of all the looks, it's one of them.
Well, I will make sure. I do believe Lisa and Teddy are listening because this was their Christmas present to me.
Oh.
Because we were playing the University of Hawaii, and this is a Hawaiian Michigan shirt. So it is appropriate for tonight when I'm also fulfilling a responsibility as husband and dad that when you get a Christmas present like this, you must wear it. Here it is.
And that wasn't coming out for the Michigan State game.
No. If it's 75 and sunny for the Michigan State game, I might wear shorts and my Hawaiian shirt. Just because.
So you chatted with head coach Jim Harbaugh a ton this week. He said, ideally we'd like to have this all sorted out. We'd ideally like to have a quarterback by the UConn game. Do you think that'll happen?
I do. And simply because what we saw from Cade last week, it wasn't bad, it wasn't good, it was just Cade. That's who he is, and that's what he was last year. And I think we forget sometimes because of the last time that we were in the stadium last year at Ohio State and the feelings that we had as fans and as former players. Sometimes we get caught up in those feelings, and we forget that there were times at the beginning of the year where we were in the same position as we were this week, frustrated that we were missing open receivers and weren't as explosive as an offense as we could be. And the explosive play to Roman Wilson was downfield blocking. It was a wide receiver screen. So Cade only threw it, 2 yards downfield. And it's nothing against Cade, but I think for JJ, what we're going to see tonight and the multi-dimensional offense that he provides in terms of the read option, explosive downfield, I think we're going to also see that he's much more accurate than we saw last year in those mid to short-range passes. It's going to be very obvious, I think.
Yeah, John, when we talked about a little bit earlier on the broadcast, it's unfortunate the situation Cade's in, right? The way they finished the year, you win some games on the road, you beat Ohio State, win the Big Ten, go to a Final Four, get voted captain, and the truth is, to your point, you can't let emotions come into it. You have to play the best guy who gets the most out of the team and lives up to potential, right? And that seems like, we'll see how tonight goes, that seems like it's JJ's game tonight to prove that he's the guy with the highest ceiling that can take this team to a different height.
Yeah, and I think we got to, it's really hard for us to take emotion out of this.
Yeah.
But, for Cade, he's in a bad spot, right?
Yeah.
And he's in a bad spot being captain of the University of Michigan football team. That's not a bad spot to be in. A defending Big Ten champ quarterback. He's got a Big Ten championship on his ring. Not a bad spot to be in.
Yeah.
Now, when you come out and if if you lose your job to somebody that's simply better, I mean, this is why you continue to recruit. And everybody has been slamming Michigan or Jim Harbaugh for, hey, there's not enough stars on these recruits. All of a sudden you get one, and it pays off, and we'll find out tonight and this year. Like, that's what's supposed to happen. The competition at positions. I mean, and again, hey, you can be happy for JJ and feel bad for Cade at the same time, and both emotions are justified.
It's what Coach Harbaugh said leading into this. This was not a demotion for Cade. It was a promotion from JJ, and we'll see what happens. What do you need to see from JJ McCarthy for him to be that QB1?
150 yards rushing on the ground in the first half, 300 through the air.
All righty. Well, that'll do it for today.
Yes. I do believe that, and I say those numbers, those are actually realistic numbers against this defense today. But you need to see a quarterback that has everything that we've talked about. We've seen in practice. We've seen at times, and we saw it last week for JJ. You need to see it on a regular basis. What does he add to this offense in being able to hand the ball off, being able to keep it and run it, but also throw the ball downfield, make every throw on the field, hit some of the speedy receivers, and also if the pocket breaks down, still be able to get out and gain yards. If he can be that quarterback, I mean, you look at the Big Ten. He could, with him at the helm, you're probably the favorite going into every game except one, but I think we'll learn a little bit more about that one as we keep going.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, I think it's probably fair to assume, we know what he can do with his arm. We know what he can do with his legs. I think it's some of the other things, right? The decision-making, not making mistakes, controlling the offense, being in command and feeling like, okay, that's the guy behind center. That's the guy leading this team that everyone feels comfortable about and can rally around. Not just because he's got this incredible potential, he can do all these explosive things, but because he's the guy who's going to make the best decisions back there. And you can feel that you can trust him, right? It's a good opportunity tonight in a really lackluster Hawaii team to go prove that and build on that as the season goes.
And here's what we learned about Cade last year. Can you be down in Lincoln and find a way for your team to come back and win? Can you be down at Penn State, sack, fumble, they kick a field goal to take the lead with, 2 or 3 minutes left on the clock, bring them back and win? Like, we know that about Cade. Like, he stepped up in those big moments. Can you go on the field against Ohio State and get a win? Yes. Can JJ do that? We don't know, and we won't know the answers to those questions until he's faced with those situations.
It'll be fun to watch. We'll get more of Jack's thoughts on the pregame show coming up. That one starts at 7 o'clock. John Jansen and I go in the trenches in a bit. First, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
As you'd expect, it was a loaded week on MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen. We will go in the trenches on the football side of things when we come back. Counting you down to Michigan and Hawaii kickoff in just about 2 hours. You're listening to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Drinking ice-cold Miller Lite this summer on the lakes may be coming to an end, but don't be sad. The best season is here. Football season. Grab Ann Arbor's favorite light beer for all of your tailgating, football watching, and touchdown celebrating. Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. Celebrate responsibly. 2022 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Host your next event before a Michigan football game this season with Revel XP. Whether you're entertaining clients, employees, or just looking for a fun day with family and friends, Revel XP has you covered. Turnkey tailgate packages include everything you need to host your event, including a private space just minutes from the stadium, tents, chairs, and a variety of catering options. To reserve your event or for more information, visit revelxp.com.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our Varsity Burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
College sports fans now have access to hundreds of weekly podcasts that zero in on the college sports world. Now available in the Varsity Podcast Network and part of the new Varsity app. The app is free and available from wherever you get your favorite apps. Download the Varsity app today to have access to hundreds of national podcasts as well as your favorite team-focused podcasts. The Varsity Podcast Network, now available for free on the Varsity app. Download from the App Store and listen today.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 20 minutes, we'll update the out-of-town scoreboard. The voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh, will join the broadcast in 30 minutes. But right now, let's go in the trenches.
And there was a lot of fun stuff on In the Trenches this week during the football season. Jam-packed Monday nights, the radio replay of the Inside Michigan Football radio show. Tuesdays, Defend the Block, all things Michigan basketball. Wednesday, In the Trenches. Thursday, Conquering Heroes, all things Michigan athletics. Friday, John's Keys of the Game, locker room speech. And then, of course, Saturday, and, well, in the night game's case, Sunday morning, we will have for you the post-game In the Trenches reaction to this one.
I got to add one more. Sunday morning, after you listen to the post-game edition, turn it on at 10:30, your TV set, Inside Michigan Football, Doug Karsh, John Jansen. Get a chance to review, and there's also a telestrator involved, and I'm having a ball with that.
There we go. That is not on the podcast feed.
No, it is not.
It is indeed available, mgoblue.com, several different TV affiliates. You can get all that info on mgoblue.com. And, yeah, John Jansen with the telestrator. That's a pretty good sales pitch, I'm not going to lie. So let's get into some clips from this week. And from Monday's radio show, we all heard last week about Eric All becoming a dad the morning of the opener. Here was what Coach Harbaugh said as an update on Monday night.
Port's good. They're leaving the hospital today, and you're right. It was a great weekend. Team got better, and the team got bigger with Eric's son Houston joining the world. How about that? 7:45. His son was born, and then got in a car, drove over. Hadn't slept much. I can't imagine if he got much sleep in the last 36 hours before that game, and did some pretty good things.
Pretty wild, John. Incredible. And that's going to be a heck of a story for the youngster one day.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a great moment, obviously, in Eric All's life, his son's life, his significant other. It's a great family moment. And then to come out and get a win like that, not a huge win because of the opponent, but a win in the big house that he contributed to on the same day his son was born. Yes, it's going to be a great story.
No doubt. Also on Monday night's radio show, Junior Colson was our player guest. And, John, you and Junior talked about the debut of Yabi Anoma.
Yabi Anoma comes in middle of camp. What's it been like, and how have you guys helped him get acclimated to this defense?
He's been to a lot of places, so he understands most concepts. So it's not been crazy hard to get him acclimated. He's a freak. He's a freak show. He's a freak of an athlete. So he comes in there, pass rush, does his thing. So he came for one mission. That's what we keep saying. He came for one mission. He just got to accomplish it.
One play, one sack. Yeah. It apparently doesn't surprise you that happened.
No, it didn't really surprise me. I was excited just to be there. Witness it. It was cool. First play, for his first snap, sack goes to two people. I was just like, all right then.
and what's so cool about those conversations with the players, the best stuff you get is when they're talking about somebody else. And I thought that exchange, Junior's a pretty reserved guy, but he opened up the most when talking about a teammate.
Yeah, and that's what makes this team, I think, special. They want to talk about the other guys. They want to talk about their teammates and what they're seeing at practice. But Ayabi Anoma, coming out of high school, what was he, a 5-star kid, goes to Alabama. He bounces around to a couple of different schools. And everybody that I've talked to, from the players to the assistant coaches to Jim Harbaugh, all says that since he's shown up on campus, he's been a great teammate. He's a great dude, and he goes out there in his first play, gets a sack. We're going to see more and more in him every week as he starts to, he's been exposed to a lot through his college career, but there's also a lot of terminology that's different. And once he gets into this defense, starts to master, different packages and what he's supposed to be doing on those, I think his impact on this season and these games and this team is going to be, I think, tremendous.
And then on Wednesday's show, J.J. McCarthy was the player guest. Wide-ranging conversation, but I really enjoyed this snippet when, John, you asked him about what he did, how he coped with not being able to throw in spring ball.
It was extremely difficult just because it was so brand new. This injury that I had, it was one of those injuries where I can do everything. I can lift, I can play basketball, I can do everything but throw a football. So it was just very frustrating, but it opened up a whole new lens of how I look at the game. It gave me time to understand, okay, who is the running back looking at here? What are the offensive line pointing to, and what's the backside tackle doing when they pointed to that frontside safety or something like that, where it was just opened up a whole new opportunity to just kind of learn about a whole new multiple different dimensions of the game.
Sometimes when a quarterback sits in the second half and a coach goes a different direction, you hear a lot of the same things that you hear J.J. McCarthy just say. I got a chance while holding the clipboard to look at this defense. The game slowed down a little bit, and I understand the depth of knowledge of this a little bit. He had the opportunity to do that for the entire spring. He was out there, and I saw him take snaps and hand the ball off and run around, and the only thing he couldn't do was throw. And when you're forced to look at defenses and ask questions because you're not focused necessarily on what you're doing, I think you do gain a better depth of appreciation for what everybody else is doing and how it relates to you, and then also how you and what you're doing relates to everybody else.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see him put some of those lessons to the test here tonight, his first career college start. That's In the Trenches. Subscribe on MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcasts. We'll have a special guest here in a little bit, but first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Back here at the Big House on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Much more to do. We'll have Doug Karsh by in about 20 minutes. Up next, though, expecting Jake Butt, former Wolverines tight end, on the television call. We'll catch up with Jake when we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
This season, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky is making its debut at Michigan Stadium. Exciting news for fans looking for a delicious protein snack. It is a native to Michigan brand for over 45 years now. With a reputation for quality products, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky will be available as a halal concession option at the Big House, Chrysler Center, and Yost Ice Arena. For more information, check us out on Instagram and Facebook and at saadmeats.com. That's SAAD meats.com.
The rainstorms here in the Midwest can sometimes be harsh, So make sure you're prepared with a brand new set of Bosch Perfect View wiper blades from Auto Value, where Perfect View wiper blades are on sale for just $8.99 each. And don't forget the windshield washer solution. Rain-X All-Season Windshield Washer Solution is only $5.59 at your neighborhood Auto Value auto parts stores. And thank you again for keeping it local. Auto Value, where service is the difference. We get it.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
John Jansen here, inviting you to check out the podcast home of Michigan Athletics, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. MGO Blue Podcast is the home of 3 different episodes. In the Trenches focuses on all things Michigan football. Defend the Block highlights both basketball programs here in Ann Arbor, and Conquering Heroes features interviews with players and coaches from all over Wolverines programs. Search MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcasts. MGO Blue Podcast, subscribe today, and go Blue.
This is Michigan football.
Back to throw is Spate. Spate rolls to his right. He's got his tight end butt at the 10, the 5. Jake Butt dives for the corner of the end zone of the pylon and scores. A 20-yard scoring pass. Spate to Butt. Michigan extends their lead to 13-0.
That is our throwback call here tonight, brought to you by Pretzel Bell. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite. Pretzel Bell on Main Street in Ann Arbor. And the connection on that touchdown from the Hawaii game in 2016 is here. Jake Butt will have the call on BTN. Jake, congratulations on the success. Well, man, what's it like to score a touchdown at the Big House?
Thank you. Probably, I would say there's no better feeling, man. And I think that was an early touchdown of the season. The early ones are better because the anticipation of the season. You know, you work so hard all offseason, you finally get to put it out there on tape in front of the crowd. I really don't think there's anything better.
Well, we've got John Jansen along. John, you were unable to enjoy that type of opportunity. I know you're still upset about that.
Oh, no. Well, I didn't have the opportunity to catch touchdown passes, correct, which I still am very angry at Lloyd Carr for that. But I did have a chance to play against the University of Hawaii.
You did.
And I got a chance to play against Hawaii in Hawaii.
Oh, wow.
So I'll take that one.
Wow.
That was, and Jake, this is how long ago that was. They put that game after the Ohio State game.
Oh, really?
Yes. So
I
obviously,
forgot you were telling me that. Yeah.
Big Ten championship game. Back when we only scheduled 11 games in the regular season, but it was still a trip out to Hawaii. And little fun fact: the bars don't close until 4 o'clock there.
Wow! They couldn't have put a tackle throw back in for you in that game.
You would think. I was on
Throw the
Lloyd
dog
for
a bone.
5 years about that, and he said no until Jake Long comes along, and then all of a sudden he tries one. I'm like, come on.
He's not bitter about it.
It must
all.
be the name, Jake's. He just likes Jake's better than he likes
that's
John's.
what it is.
That's very true. So, Jake, this is kind of a new venture for you. Your first real game here on Big Ten Network. How does this feeling compare to getting ready for a game when you're suiting up?
It's about as close to playing as playing could be. You know, you prepare throughout the week. You're studying tape. There's a lot of pressure because it's fast-paced. So even though there's pressure, that means there's a reward when you make a good call or you execute it or your preparation comes to fruition. So it's exciting. And to be back here in the Big House, I mean, my first game that I ever was spent in the Big House was Notre Dame under the lights almost a decade ago. And that's when I first fell in love with Michigan. And now we're back here under the lights. It's going to be a special night.
When you think about what this Michigan team is coming off of last year, Big Ten championship, defending here this season, what is it that you want to see out of them? Because there's not much that we can see against Colorado State, against Hawaii, against UConn. What are you looking for?
You know, I would say beating the standard, like seeing what the opponents have done to Hawaii and then outpacing that. Hawaii's offense have given up about 2.5 sacks a game and 4 tackles for losses. Okay, let's go out and double that as a minimum if you feel good about your defense. I thought offense, they played a solid game, but it wasn't clean. There was drop passes, guys falling down. I think there's plenty of things that they can improve upon. So overall, I think the biggest jump is usually between week 1 and week 2. You get the butterflies out, you go back, you watch the film, and go out here and execute at a higher level. Of course, J.J. McCarthy, we're going to get to see him play today. I think he's going to present some really big challenges to this Rainbow Warrior defense.
So if you could describe the offensive performance in 1 year, and this will tell our listeners the difference between radio guys and TV guys. Last week, I described it as good-ish.
Yeah.
Which is a great description.
We got to put that in the Webster Dictionary, because that is the perfect way to describe
So if you could put it in one word, what would you say to describe Michigan's offense last week?
One word is goodish is a great word.
John, I know. Now I got it stuck in your head. You can't outdo it.
It's such a good word. It's not even a word.
You can win with it, but they certainly are going to need to be better if they want to beat Michigan State and beat Penn State and beat Ohio State, and I think they know that.
Curious your impressions of Michigan's tight end group. Eric All, Luke Schoonmaker, Joel Honigford. I mean, this is
Colston Loveland.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton. I mean,
Yeah.
6 tight ends had a catch last week? I mean,
yeah.
what have you seen from that group, especially All and Schoonmaker? Because, it's got to be one of the best combos in the country.
I think so, too. I mean, it's hard for you to pick one of these guys because they're so unselfish. They share the wealth, like in terms of winning national awards. They're going to split some targets. They're going to split some reps. But as a group, I'd put them up against anyone in the country. Watching them in spring and watching them through camp, you can tell they're veterans, Luke and Eric. The game has slowed down so much for them. And then you have a guy like Joel Honigford, who's been here for forever, converted offensive lineman, unselfish. Carter Seltzer, another veteran guy. He's helping these young guys in practice, coaching them up, understanding that may affect his repetitions. And then they're going to be in really good hands for years to come because that kid, Colston Loveland, I think he's going to be special. Just watching him move, he's such a fluid route runner, a willing blocker, which is really hard to learn this early in his career. And I really like their coach, too, Grant Newsom. We saw what he went through in his career here. Wisdom comes from experience, and that guy's overcome so much already. He's going to be a great coach for him.
So tonight for the team, for J.J. McCarthy, what is it that – is there anything you could show tonight to say, all right, he's the guy?
I think I'd expect J.J. to have an explosive game. This Hawaiian defense they struggled to stop Vanderbilt's quarterback rush. They struggled to stop Western Kentucky. So you'd expect Michigan to have an explosive offense. So getting J.J. in that read option early, letting him make plays where he feels comfortable. The challenge is, hey, don't press. Don't try to do too much. Just play a clean game overall so the coaches trust you. We know you'll make the special play, but let's trust you not to press too much, and it eventually could hurt you. So for him, and then what might happen is the Hawaiian defense might have to overcommit to stop the runs. That's going to provide opportunities in the pass game downfield. There wasn't a big downfield passing game last week. I'd like to see them put that on tape.
Well, Jake, have a great call. Good luck on this broadcast venture. You do a great job, and I know a lot of Michigan fans are enjoying following this new way for you to stay around the game.
Thank you. Looking forward to it.
No doubt. There's Jake Butt. We'll come back with a whole lot more with John Jansen. First, though, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will update you on what's going on throughout college football, talk about some games in progress, what we've seen already today. A big upset, another one really, really close as we continue along on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long, in the stands or on the go, with AbsoPure natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with AbsoPure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure. Pure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4ABSOPURE to learn more.
He's going MIA. Touchdown! Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance are teaming up to build effective insurance solutions for you, your family, and your business. And to predict today's big win, Auto Owners and Meadowbrook offer more than 65 years experience in home, auto, life, business solutions, and more. Score an insurance quote at meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Our agency offices are located in Ann Arbor, Jackson, Southfield, and Saginaw.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
There's Saturday, and then there's Monday. On Saturday, you play. On Monday, you get back to work. Let WWDJ get you back up to speed Monday morning with the latest local news.
We're here in Dearborn, where police have arrested 2 men.
And traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s.
This is AccuWeather's Dave Samuel on WWJ.
Enjoy your Saturday. We'll be here for you Monday. Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station. WWDJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
For Notre Dame on the Irish's 32-yard line. 2 receivers each way. Now Mayer goes in motion for trips to the wide side right. Long count for Buckner against the 4-man front. Marshall on the blitz. Buckner gets rid of it to the left sideline, and it is intercepted by Gilmore. 30, 25, 20, right sideline, Stephen Gilmore. Gilmore into the south end zone at Notre Dame Stadium, and Marshall leads it 25-15.
Read it beautifully.
That was the call from Steve Cotton on the Marshall Radio Network about an hour and a half ago as Marshall pulled off the stunner against Notre Dame. Brian Bush, John Jansen, and Rob Joyce in our Learfield Network studios. Rob, 0-2 now for Notre Dame. What were some of the key? You were following that game pretty much the entire time we were on the air. I'm just waiting for John Jansen to get his thoughts in, but we better get your thoughts first before John gets to unload on the Irish.
Yeah, I mean, 3-0 was the turnover battle in favor of Marshall, and you heard the pick six, and that's pretty much the story. I mean, obviously a lot goes into why you win and lose, but 3-0, and one of those 3 turns into a touchdown for Marshall. JJ, go off. Go ahead.
Well, here's what I said after last week. And we watched Notre Dame play Ohio State. And the final score, was it 21-10? Mm-hmm. I didn't know if Notre Dame wasn't as good as Ohio State wasn't as good as I thought they were going to be. Now, they did have to play most of that game without Jackson Smith and Jigbo. Or was Notre Dame better than I thought? And so every week we learn something a little bit more about the season that is college football, and that's the beauty of it. And now it looks like, well, maybe Ohio State isn't as far ahead as we thought, because now we're seeing Notre Dame, they're 0-2, and losing to Ohio State, obviously it's not a huge blemish because it's Ohio State. Losing to the Thundering Herd, now you're starting to raise some red flags to say, what did the results of last week really mean?
And Ohio State didn't exactly roll early on. It was kind of a sluggish performance. Now, it's against Arkansas State. It's not really a whole lot to glean from. But, hey, you only got 12 games out there. And if you see 2, it's certainly something to watch.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what the polls do throughout the course of the week. And as I know we're going to get to it, but as we're looking on the TV screen above us, App State looks like they're doing it again to Texas A&M is going to be the next victim.
Yeah, right now, 6th-ranked A&M trailing at home 17-14. They're facing a 3rd and 15 about midway through the 4th quarter. And Rob, as we talked about earlier, A&M not the only top 10 team that had to really scratch and claw at home, is a pretty heavy favorite.
Yeah, first, a quick stat from that A&M game. The Aggies have run 2 plays in plus territory today, and they're midway through the fourth quarter. Two beyond the 50. They got a kickoff return right after they went down. That's why they have a couple of touchdowns. But, yeah, the other game you mentioned, Alabama, a heavy favorite against Texas in Austin. Queen Ewers, the Ohio State transfer for the Longhorns, goes down to the first quarter. The offense looks good. Hudson Card comes in, does enough. It appeared to give Texas an opportunity to win, but then, Alabama kicks that field goal in the final seconds. And, we talked about it with Jack, a very un-Alabama-like game, 15 penalties, third down drops, mental errors, but good teams find ways to win those types of games in hostile environments, and Alabama certainly, they made one more play.
Well, and here's what happens when you have a schedule, and Michigan is in that realm right now. You play Colorado State, you play Hawaii, you play UConn. There's nothing that you can do to basically, to win those games. Obviously, you score more points than they do, you win it, and it's in the win column. The biggest risk that you face when you play in App State, when you play, some of these other schools, is that that you lose, and now everybody is questioning Marcus Freeman, they're questioning Notre Dame, they're questioning his recruiting. All of these different things are thrown into question. But if you're Alabama and you play poorly, but you play on the road in Austin, and you're playing against a team like Texas, even though Texas isn't the Texas that we remember, it's still a better close win, get out of jail free card, and if you were to lose that game, it's still a better loss than losing to App State or losing to Marshall.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's transition over to a couple of Big Ten games of note that are going on. Wisconsin right now is losing early in the fourth quarter at home to Washington State, 17-14. A lot of the stats going the way of the Badgers, more yards. They are winning the turnover battle, but text to someone who knows things with that game just says the Washington State defense has been stingy. And then Iowa just went down to Iowa State midway through the fourth quarter. The Cyclones now lead at 10-7. The Iowa offense again, guys. I mean, it's rough. Spencer Petras is struggling through the air, 8 of 15, 49 yards. How about this? His last 8 games, Spencer Petras has 1 touchdown pass and 9 interceptions, including today. I mean, I know we harped on it a lot last week, but, you look at Michigan, and you said a goodish offensive performance last week. They scored half 100. And then you look at Iowa, who can't do anything against FBS. FCS doesn't really seem to matter. It really puts things in perspective.
Well, at 7 points, at least their 7 points was scored by the offense this week.
They started inside the red zone on that drive.
Rob, context is not important here, okay?
Come on, let's not get carried away.
They also started inside the 10 and fumbled at the 1.
Oh, wow.
That happened,
Iowa State
a couple minutes ago.
Iowa State hasn't won that rivalry game in a while, and here they are in the fourth quarter. So it'll be certainly interesting to watch. Texas A&M is driving. They have the football, 6 minutes left, down by 3. So we will keep you posted on that as our pregame coverage rolls along. Up next, though, Doug Karsh, the voice of Michigan football, will stop by, get his thoughts on this one as he counts you down to kickoff. First, though, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
As promised, Doug Karsh comes up on the other side of this timeout. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Rave Associates, distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer in conjunction with Founders Brewing Company, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Founders Brewing Company produces some of Michigan's most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers. Ask for these great Michigan craft beers at restaurants and retail stores here in Washtenaw County and throughout Michigan.
Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Let's talk about the game with the man who will call the action. We welcome in the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
Indeed we do, here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. And Doug, I know when you were hearing the news that Michigan was going to install lights here at the Big House and there'd be night games, that you were dreaming of Michigan and Hawaii.
I've been dreaming of Michigan and Hawaii as a road game.
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking for. But all right, so look, the scheduling thing. You know, there was supposed to be a UCLA game in here, and it got canceled because Michigan was setting up to only have 6 home games in a year, and they didn't want to do that, so they got out of the UCLA commitment, and you know they fill it with this game, and why Hawaii? Well, probably the same reason Colorado State. Joe Parker, who's an administrator here and an All-American swimmer, is the athletic director at Colorado State. So they do their guy a solid and bring him in for a payday. And the athletic director at Hawaii is a Michigan grad. So it's, you know, help their, and who's next week?
Yeah,
who's next weech? UConn, which Ward Manuel, Doug Ganaki run the athletic department, came from UConn. So it's one of those seasons where they're helping some people out around college football. Now, is it the best home schedule? I would debate not.
No. At least not to start with.
No, and hey, Clawson High School is coming to town week 4.
Hey, look out for the Trojans. Look out. There might be a number 30 coming
number
along.
30.
Yes.
No doubt.
Hunt you down.
You have been pacing here in the booth, just practicing pronunciations here today.
Kile Kamavi'i Vahole.
God bless you.
Yes. Jonah Kahahawai Welch.
Yes.
Yeah, so
okay. All
these
right.
are guys. Penny Pavihi. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm going with the initials.
Sure.
Like, I'm just going PP.
Or this guy.
Yeah. JK on that one.
You know they wear numbers. You can use those too.
Yes, I could use numbers too, but that's a long way down. It's hard to see that far at night.
Doug, your impressions of kind of the quarterback discussion here as folks are starting to head out. Yeah. Lightning detected. Rains in the area. We might get a pretty lengthy conversation once we start with the network-wide pregame. But your impressions of kind of what you've seen from JJ. He's done the car wash media tour. How has he handled things in this, his first chance to start?
So his meeting with the media on Tuesday was fantastic. Boy, what a happy-go-lucky kid. Said all the right things, especially when it came to the relationship between he and Cade. He said that they laugh about it, that they are in practice going, people are really trying to drive a dividing wedge between us. And Matt Weiss, I was talking to the quarterback coach, and he said, look, it's not going to work if these guys don't get along. So that's one of the big things they've been building up, whether it was Cade last year or JJ this year. We have to have a good relationship between our quarterbacks or this thing isn't going to work. Now, people might not know this, but the quarterbacks this summer, all the quarterbacks went to Toronto together. And when they did the tour of the state, whenever they had chances, the quarterbacks would hit a golf course wherever they were when they toured the state this summer, that big team event that they did. So the kids have gotten along. And we were just checking in the fan rule book. Fans are allowed to root for both of them to do well. So it can be a very healthy environment to have two guys that can win you a championship. We know one of them can, and maybe the other one, if the other one's better, okay, then play him. But in the meantime, Michigan fans can root for them both.
I open this to both you guys. It's an understandable flip when J.J. McCarthy was the change of pace quarterback for Cade McNamara. Do you think the reverse can be the case tonight, and if McCarthy does become the starting quarterback moving forward?
I'm not sure what the change of pace is for Cade to come in if J.J. is your starter, because J.J. adds that extra element, that extra threat of being able to run the football and, quite honestly, be able to go a little bit deeper with more accuracy. When Cade comes in, there's nothing that he does that's unique to Cade other than not turn the ball over. Well, you would hope your starter would be in that realm to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you have Cade McNamara, if the way this thing sorts out, and who knows how it's going to sort out, but if it sorts out that Cade McNamara is a backup quarterback, who's got a better situation as far as their quarterback room in the Big Ten? As long as Cade, I mean, he's a captain of the team, which speaks to his leadership and his commitment. Now, that down the road, who knows? But for this season, I would think that Cade would, who's very stubborn and very competitive too. I mean, it might be tough for him to accept, but I would think that he would be able to be the best backup he could possibly be if it goes that direction. But who knows? I suspect that even after tonight, I don't know that Jim Harbaugh is going to name a starter for the rest of the year after tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I do think that would be the ideal circumstance, but it doesn't mean he has to.
And when I say what does Cade bring that JJ doesn't have, it doesn't mean that we won't see Cade, because you still want to get him reps. You still want to keep him involved. You still want to keep him ready in case something would happen to JJ if JJ's the starter, so that he can come in and pick up, wherever, whenever, and however he's needed.
If you're just joining us, lightning has been detected within 10 miles here at Michigan Stadium, so the seats have been cleared. Gates are closed for a minimum of 30 minutes, so if you're out tailgating, seek some shelter, stay safe. Gates are not open right now. But, Doug, does this give Hawaii an advantage if we stretch later and later? Because right now it is 12:46 local time in Hawaii.
Yeah, maybe, I suppose. If you're looking for something, sure. And maybe it'll get warmer up to 95 degrees. They can go hang out on the beach here in Ann Arbor.
Some sand
and kill some time. No, I mean, look, it's one of those matchups where Hawaii has had a pretty good program at times.
Oh, yeah.
At times. I mean, Timmy Chang, I remember back in the day, WADL Channel 38, every week, every Saturday I'd get home and there'd be a Hawaii game kicking off at midnight, and I was all in watching Timmy Chang throw for 17,000 yards.
I mean, Hawaii was one of the first to just say, we're going to throw everything. We're going to throw it all the time, and it had a lot of success.
I'm not sure this is particularly important, but Timmy Chang, who was an assistant on Jay Norvell's staff at Nevada last year, Jay Norvell goes to Colorado State, takes his air raid offense with him, and Timmy Chang goes to Hawaii and takes the air raid offense with him. It's the same offense. Like, it's the same offense they faced last week they're going to face this week. So makes a job for the defensive staff. I remember one year Michigan opened with, like, Middle Tennessee, who would go 5 wide. Then they played Army, who would run wishbone. And then, so it was a completely different change of pace every week. This year, it's a little bit easier.
And it will be interesting to monitor next week when Hawaii hosts Duquesne to see if that will make a difference. For this one, maybe not so much, but we will have Doug's call at some point tonight, hopefully a little bit after 8 o'clock. For now, though, some traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Again, if you're just joining us, there has been some lightning detected within 10 miles of the Big House. So the field, the seating has been cleared. Gates are closed. Still hoping for a kickoff at 8:05, though that certainly is in jeopardy. We'll get John Jansen's keys to the game as we continue along on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show after this. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you a Wolverine for life? Do you have the guts to get recruited to a team that will beat Ohio State? When you choose to become an organ, blood, or bone marrow donor, you're choosing to help save a life and to be someone's hero. Join us Sunday, October 9th, and be a hero at the Big House by donating blood or registering as an organ or bone marrow donor at Michigan Stadium. Sign up now at wolverinesforlife.org and help us beat Ohio State in the annual battle for life-saving donations. Visit wolverinesforlife.org and register today.
Before you get in, get going. Get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. We suggest a Cooper tire. After all, Cooper engineers its tires not just for performance, but real-life performance. Cooper tires. Go with the Coopers. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires and get a $50 gift card to the M-Den, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics. During the Buy 4 and Score event this fall, visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper Tire retailers for more information.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Our firm has helped recover over $3.5 billion by fighting and winning one case at a time for over 50 years. We listen, fight for what you deserve, and you don't pay until we win, because nobody fights harder. There are over 3.5 billion reasons to get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3 and outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
Let's get to the John Jansen keys to the game, and I got to tell you, I love that your keys to the game are written down on the back of a paper plate. And I think from here on out, we will have a sponsorship opportunity with the John Jansen back of a paper plate keys to the game. And let's start with the Michigan offense.
I hate doing dishes, so paper plates are big in my house.
We will get to those here shortly. Again, lightning has been detected around the Big House. Seats are cleared. Gates are closed. Rain is in and around the area. We could be here a little longer than anticipated for what was scheduled to be an 8:05 kickoff. John Jansen, you've been a part of these before. I mean, how do you pass the time an hour out from an anticipated kickoff that probably won't be an hour out?
Well, this night game thing is really paying off. I got to be honest with you. This is turning out to be a great decision. If we had played at noon, game would have been played as scheduled. If we played at 3:30, game would have been played as scheduled. This is the risk you run when you try and get the big dollars from the Big Ten Network. And here we sit with an empty stadium, possible rain, thunderstorm.
Yeah. It's shocking they didn't invite you into the negotiations for the new Big Ten media deal.
I know.
I'm
surprised myself. I'm a great salesman when it comes to primetime sales.
Yes.
I hate night games, and this is just another reason why.
Indeed. So, again,
Jason's sitting here nodding his head. He's a receiver. He's a pretty guy.
You're wearing a Hawaiian shirt, John.
It doesn't mean I'm a pretty guy. I could try, but fall short.
So just got this from Michigan Athletics. Spectators already in the stadium, please clear the field/seating bowl. That's pretty much done. Entry to gates will be closed for a minimum of 30 minutes. Shelter locations include Chrysler Center and a few other areas. So, John, we will have football, we hope, at some point today. So let's find out how the Wolverines are taking care of business. Brought to you by Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance. Let's get your keys to the game here tonight.
Well, for offense, I want to see better footwork by the offensive line. I need to see better protection. We gave up a sack last week against an inferior defense, and the only thing that happened was poor footwork by some of the offensive linemen. Pressure on the left side, a sack off of Trente Jones' side. if they could just solidify that and take good footwork, you won't have to worry. You're going to put yourself in position. You're not going to get bull rushed by this group. Just do a better job with footwork. Protect the football. In a game like tonight, you don't want to give, and we've seen it across college football today, an inferior team more opportunities. It's just puts you at risk. So protect the football, and it's communication. You're at home against a team like Hawaii. Make sure you iron out some of those communication things, quarterback to center to the rest of the offensive line, back to the running backs, the receivers. Make sure everybody is on the same page so that, you can work on some of those things and work the kinks out now before you get against a better opponent.
Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance understand each client is unique and every situation is different. Let Meadowbrook review your current policy, listen to your insurance needs, and present you with coverage options that fit your lifestyle. Uncover your new rate today by visiting meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Before we get out of here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, it's just about done in College Station. App State in front of number 6 Texas A&M 17-14. A&M's out of timeouts. App State has the football in the red zone. They're basically just taking as much time off the clock as possible. Alabama almost lost, John, and now it looks like Texas A&M is going to go down.
Yeah, and Notre Dame has lost. So this is one of those, hey, if you are Michigan and you're up in the locker room and the players are looking at their phones, they see all of this stuff, they better have a heightened sense of awareness that they come out and they put it on Hawaii early, often, and all night long.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch here tonight. Michigan getting set for Hawaii again. Unsure of exactly when this thing might get going. The seeding bowl is cleared. Lightning is in the area. We are hopeful to have football at 8:05, though that looks unlikely. Plenty to do on the pregame show. Doug and John will break it down. We'll hear from the Hawaii native, Roman Wilson, out of that Michigan wide receiver core, head coach Jim Harbaugh's thoughts, and a whole lot more coming up as the Wolverines get set to face off with Hawaii. This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
Thanks for joining us for the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan is committed to providing you access to quality health care, however, whenever, and wherever you need it. Blue Cross is here for it all and always will be. Stay tuned for the pregame show, which includes more analysis from the crew and the exclusive pregame comments of head coach Jim Harbaugh. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
A whole lot of loot could be yours at Saganing Eagles Landing. Every Saturday in September, you can win a share of $15,000 cash. Whole lot of loot drawings are every hour from noon till 10 p.m. And the day's final winner will take home $5,000. That's a whole lot of loot, and it's only at Saganing Eagles Landing Casino and Hotel. Real fun, real friendly. Visit saganing-eagleslanding.com for complete rules and details.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $65,000 with $50,000 or less in assets, and tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
Michigan men's soccer is hosting nationally ranked Maryland this coming Friday night, September the 16th at 6:30. Not only is it a marquee matchup, but it's Ted Lasso night. The first 500 fans in attendance will receive a Michigan Believe medal sign. The Wolverines need your help to create the best atmosphere in college soccer. Tickets start at just $6, so head to mgoblue.com/tickets to secure yours today. That's mgoblue.com/tickets. Michigan and Maryland in men's soccer, plus Ted Lasso night on Friday, September 16th.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Over the middle, inside the 5, touchdown.
Catch it, shoot 3, yes, sir! They scramble around in there and score!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
Really well-played game by the offense, defense, and the special teams, and a lot of credit to the coaches and the players for how they prepared.
It was a clean game. You know, we had one penalty. We had no turnovers.
Where we kind of left off like last year, like all the preparation we did from like the start of January.
It was an all-around thing, that game.
Cuts inside, 10, 5, touchdown. Roman Wilson fires over the middle, and it's picked off. It's Rod Moore, and he's going to sack Millen. It's Anoma, his first play. He'll run it with Blake Corum going right, and he will score. Untouched Blake Corum to the sideline, to the end zone. Touchdown, J.J. McCarthy.
Kind of just went in, everyone did their job, so everyone was able to eat.
We bring a lot of versatility and depth to each and every game.
Go out there, play fast, play physical, play smart, and just be aggressive.
Nothing changes. Got to do the same thing every week.
You take nothing for granted, ever. And also, respect every opponent.
To be present with every snap I take, with every handoff I make, with every throw I make. Just be present in each moment.
All we want to do is just bring out the best in each other.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines, chat with players and coaches, and hear the exclusive pregame comments from head coach Jim Harbaugh. Wolverines football is brought to you by Abso-Pure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. By Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better by Barbasol. And by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Let's head live to the stadium with national champion John Jansen. Here's the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
Well, Game 2 of the season sees the Rainbow Warriors of Hawaii traveling 8,920 miles to here in Ann Arbor for a night game under the lights at the Big House. Some games bring an air of anticipation for different reasons, and this is one of them because tonight J.J. McCarthy gets his first start at quarterback, and people are buzzing, interested to see what he can bring to the position. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh at a rainy Big House. Drizzle for the next hour or so. The temperature is 78 degrees, and there are high clouds in the sky, but unfortunately lightning within 10 miles of the stadium means we are looking at a slight delay. It's a good look, though, the night game in Ann Arbor. A great scene, but right now we are talking to an empty stadium as the fans have been cleared out and the teams have vacated the field in lieu of waiting for this the lightning to clear. It's a 30-minute delay, and it started about 15 minutes ago. So we will see when they can let people back in and get this thing going. But let's bring in John Jansen and start with this quarterback position, John. At Michigan, it's in good hands. It's just a matter of whose hands.
Yeah, and we'll find out a little bit tonight about what J.J. McCarthy can do as a starter. We've been watching him all week. How is he going to prepare knowing he's the starter? How is he going to answer the questions when he's faced, to talk to the media? How is he going to handle things on the practice field with his team? All of those different questions have been answered because I think he's done a really good job at all of those things. Now when it comes down to it, when the lights are going to be on, the fans are going to be screaming, does he come out and does he excel under added pressure? And I think he will. I think this is going to be a really good night. But what do those results mean against a team like Hawaii?
Well, let's establish something. Fans don't have to set up in Camp Cade or Camp JJ. You're technically allowed to cheer equally for both guys, and we encourage you to do so. JJ met with the media during the week, and he was great. You talked to him for the podcast, and he was outstanding. Fun-loving kid, said all the right things.
Yeah, and that's the way both Cade and JJ have been. Cade has, hey, I'm going to go out and do my thing. I know what I've done. I've put this on as my resume. JJ, kind of the same thing. He's got a resume as well. He comes in as a 5-star quarterback. Everybody's excited. Last year, everybody's calling for him to get more time. And now that, he's been gifted that time. People are like, what do we do with that decision that Jim Harbaugh has made? So we'll find out what he can do tonight. And I really think that he's one of those players that when the lights go on and he's just going to go out there, as you mentioned, he's a fun-loving guy. He loves to play the game of football. He's going to go out there and have himself a good time tonight, and I think he's going to have himself a terrific night.
Well, Jim Harbaugh continues to collect data points in making this decision for who will be the quarterback in Michigan for the long run. Now, there's plenty more to talk about other than just the quarterback position. The defensive front last week against Colorado State, big question mark coming into the year with no Hutch, no Ajabo. They look pretty good.
They did, and I know I talked about this earlier in the week, but last year, they only had 9 sacks by somebody that wasn't named Ajabo or Hutchinson. Last week, they had 7 sacks. Obviously, none of them named Hutchinson or Ajabo. So they found a way to continue to put pressure on quarterbacks, and they did it kind of how I anticipated. It's not going to come from 1 or 2 guys up front, but it's going to come from a swarming defense. You've got a depth of talent at linebacker. You've got a little bit more speed there in the secondary. Again, a depth of talent, more speed, and then we saw Yabi Anoma in his first play from scrimmage. He gets in the backfield. We're going to see more of it from the defensive tackles. Mason Graham had a half a sack. Mazi Smith had a half a sack. You're going to see it from all 11 guys on defense and not just come from 1 or 2.
Offensively, 15 different wide receivers caught the ball, 4 quarterbacks played, 5 running backs carried the ball. And we were wondering if they would start to pare it down tonight, but we've already been told the Michigan record for players playing in a game was a 106 set against Northern Illinois a year ago. If things go the way Michigan hopes they go, they would like to get a lot of players in the game. And we've been told about some number changes, some guys down on the depth chart that names we haven't called before. And so we've done a little extra research for this one because we may earn the paycheck tonight.
We're going to go right down the depth chart.
Between that and names like Jonah Kahahawai Welch, we are ready to go.
Well done.
We are ready to go.
If you could slow that down for me, I'd appreciate it.
Kahahawai Welch.
Okay, now I can repeat that.
It's hyphenated. Well, trust me, my biggest concern on the Hawaii defense wears number 58. I'm still working on it, but we'll get around to that. But
we still got some extra time.
We do have some extra time. It looks like as we continue as a weather delay here in Ann Arbor, the field is cleared, the stadium is cleared. John, in one word last week, the offense was?
Well, I used goodish, but I would say average, and that's all you needed against Colorado State. That's honestly all you're going to need. We expect some improvement, and we expect more from them this week, and again next week, UConn. That's where you're going to get, and I don't know that they can really show that they're awesome or terrific or great against a defense because when they're playing against these type of opponents, you expect them to be perfect, and that's a standard that they can't really live up to.
All right, goodish last week. This week we look for them to be gooder.
Outstanding.
We will take that. Night game, and J.J. McCarthy loves it. He called it Friday Night Lights on steroids. It's Michigan and Hawaii from here in the Big House, kicking off sometime after 8 o'clock. We'll get you set for this one, including later our conversation with the head coach, Jim Harbaugh. Scouting reports here from Jack Miller and Jason Avant. Brian Bush anchoring our coverage leading up to the kickoff of this one. You are listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long, in the stands or on the go, with AbsoPure natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with AbsoPure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4ABSOPURE to learn more.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
It's caught by Olave, but it's 5 yards short of the first down. That'll do it. Ohio State is vanquished.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone.
thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more. And you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
We're live for today's Michigan-Hawaii game under the lights at the Big House. Now, here's your host, Brian Bush.
We're back in Ann Arbor with some lightning in the area, rain likely to approach here in a bit as well. As the seats are empty, the field is clear. It is likely to be a lengthy delay. They have halted any sort of opening of the gates here at the Big House. So we will have a longer than normal pregame show. Plenty to do, plenty to discuss. Some great games in college football here today. Of course, the quarterback controversy. We will discuss that with Jack Miller, Jason Avant. Still have Doug and John in the booth to sprinkle them in throughout as well as we count you down to an unknown kickoff time here today, Michigan and Hawaii. On In the Trenches, which is a part of the MGO Blue podcast's feed, John had a great conversation with tonight's starting quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. His first collegiate start will have to be delayed a little bit, but as we continue on this rain delay coverage, let's bring you that conversation. It's a good one, and then we'll update you weather-wise when we come back.
Well, I'm now joined by this week's starting quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. J.J., thanks for joining me, and I know you got to be excited, but what's the feeling like getting ready for your first start?
It's the same approach, same feeling that I've had going into every other week, but it's just I'm going to be in there snap one, and knowing that is just kind of a comfort-building kind of feeling, but it's just a confidence is at an all-time high.
Does your approach to this week change at all?
Not at all. No, since I've walked in the door here, it's always been preparing and approaching each game like I'm playing snap one, and now I'm just getting confirmation a little bit earlier.
I know I asked you this before, but because you've been named the starter this week, I'm sure there's a lot of friends, family coming. What's the number of individuals? Do you even know how many people are coming?
I don't know the exact number, but I know my dad told me to expect around 60 people coming, so a lot of the LGP folks, a lot of my old hockey teammates, old personal trainers from back in the day just coming to see me go out there for the first time, and yeah.
I know there's going to be about 110,000 other people that are going to come to see you play. Is there more pressure playing in front of family and friends or in front of 110,000 other people?
Same pressure. I try to not think of pressure at all, and it's going to stay that way no matter who's watching.
How have you approached this fall camp with the competition between you and Cade?
Honestly, it's been how I approach every single camp, every single day, just trying to be the best version of myself. Try to make the competition an illusion, because if you ever compare yourself to, it doesn't matter if it's Tom Brady or Cade or anybody, you're always setting a limit on what your potential is and what you can achieve. So I've just been trying to get better every single day, 1%, 2%, 5%, and the rest will take care of itself.
Coming into this football season in a fall camp, what were some of the things that you wanted to work on because you weren't able to go in the spring?
A lot of it just had to do with kind of relaxing in the pocket, subtle pocket movements, just being able to understand defensive scheme a little bit better. Just with that experience, it was huge, just coming naturally. But as always, just getting better chemistry with my receivers, offensive line, the running backs, all that stuff that just comes with building experience.
Now, I know you didn't throw any balls in the spring, but I did see you out at practice. How difficult was it to be out there, but not out there 100%.
It was extremely difficult just because it was so brand new. Like this injury that I had, it was one of those injuries where I can do everything. I can lift, I can play basketball, I can do everything but throw a football. So it was just very frustrating, but it was also, it opened up a whole new lens of how I look at the game. Like, it gave me time to understand, okay, who is the running back looking at here? What are the offensive line pointing to, and what's the backside tackle doing when they point it to that frontside safety or something like that, where it was just opened up a whole new opportunity to just kind of learn about a whole new different or multiple different dimensions of the game.
So it's probably safe to say then your understanding of not just the offense but the defenses as you approach the line of scrimmage, what is it when you look across that you're trying to identify when – I say under center, but you never under center anymore. When you're ready to take the snap.
It's just like a whole new process that I learned. It's just one high, two high, zone eyes, man eyes, a linebacker skew, and then after that's pre-snap, and then it's post-snap confirmation, with just what's that boundary safety doing? We call him our spoke guy. Is he cracking his hips going to the sideline right away? Is he cracking his hips going to the deep half? There's all those little things that just kind of simplify my processing in my mind that I didn't have last year. So just that opportunity to gain that knowledge and gain that wisdom from all the coaches here has been huge.
Has the game slowed down for you?
Extremely, yeah.
When somebody says that, or I ask that, like, I understand what that means because I lived it. Mm-hmm. If you were to tell somebody just walking on the street that the game has slowed down for you, what does it mean to you?
Just kind of what I said earlier, simplicity. Just knowing what you're looking at, knowing what you're looking for, and then having a split-second answer to what you just saw.
As you prepare for this game, not only is it your first start, it's an 8 o'clock game. Do you prefer noon, 3:30, or 8 o'clock?
That's a good one. I really don't mind whatever it is, but I mean, there's goods and bads to every time. Like the 12 o'clock is just amazing to wake up, go play ball. 3:30, you get to sleep in a little bit more and then go play ball. 8 o'clock, you get to sleep in, maybe watch a couple games, and then go play ball. So they all have its benefits and its cons, but I want to say the night games, just under the lights, it brings you back to high school, and it's just nothing better, nothing better.
When you're away from football, how do you relax? What is it you do to get your mind away from football?
Just being with my girlfriend for it's going on 4 years now. She's been a great way to just kind of take my mind off of football. I mean, just throughout the week, especially game week, you have to do that because you're putting so much mental overload on your short-term memory, and you can't overdo it because once you get to game time, you'll have that, I like studying for a test. If you just study for a test nonstop the night before, you're going to forget some things. Be like, oh, shoot. So just having her to be able to take my mind off that, go on a date, do something that's just completely outside of football, it's been great to kind of keep that balance mentally.
What is it about Hawaii? I know it's going to be your first start, but when you start watching film, what are you zeroing in on?
A lot of it has to do with just personnel right now because they play a lot of man coverage. They man up in the back end, and it's just kind of seeing what guys we can attack. They don't bring too much pressure, so I know that I'll have time. So it's just, and of course my offensive line, I'll know that I have time no matter what they bring. But,
good answer.
Yeah, of course. And that's God honest truth right there too. And it's just personnel-wise, definitely seeing who's going to guard a number 14 because that man's going to have one fun night. That's
good deal. Previously, in your experiences here at Michigan, you've always come in for a snap or a two, maybe 3 or 4, but then you're out. How big of a challenge is it to go in mid-first quarter, mid-second quarter, maybe even in the third quarter when you know it's 1 or 2 snaps, but you've been kind of standing around for 2 series? How big of a challenge is that?
It's a huge challenge, and it's something that I had to learn on the fly. Like it was, I want to say, the Wisconsin game. I was thrown in there midway through first or second quarter, and my legs were just felt like concrete. I'm like, man, I really got to get on the bike in between when the defense is out there and just get my legs loose because you never know when I'm going to be out there, and I need to use my legs when I'm out there because that's what my role was at the time.
having always been, the star of the show throughout high school, obviously a 5-star kid, you've never really had to go through that, hey, I'm going to be in 1-2 reps. How difficult was it mentally for you knowing that, hey, I'm not going to start, but I am going to play, and still trying to earn the respect of your teammates, but also, more time from the coaches? I mean, it was definitely tough at first, but the way I looked at it and still look at it is there's always a new mountain to climb. Whether it's every year, whether it's your high school career, whether it's your college career, I just think of it as, okay, this is another mountain I'm climbing. I'm starting at the bottom. It's always just rough and brutal at the bottom of the mountain, but if you just keep going, keep pushing, keep being persistent, keep being patient, everything's going to pay out in the end for the greater good. And I just looked at it as another mountain to climb, and I'm having fun climbing it. Now, this will be difficult because the situation is going to be different, but from week 1 to week 2, what do you want? What are you working on this week in practice, just individually? Just trying to do whatever I can leading up to the game to get into that flow state. Like really out there in practice, just trying to do the best I can to be present with every snap I take, with every handoff I make, with every throw I make. Just be present in each moment. So by the time the game comes, I'm kind of already in that flow, in that zone. How about for the offense? Because offense played well. Obviously scored 51 points. Something went well. And you look at it, and fans look at it and go, gosh, they really played good. I think they're there. Sometimes they'll think that. What is it that you want to help the offense do better from week 1 to week 2? Definitely kind of look at these games and the front end of the season as kind of just an illusion. Like these nameless, faceless opponents, we're not worried about them. Yeah, they're running different schemes and all that, and we got to understand that. But it's just all about how are we getting better. We're expected to win these games, but what strides are we making? What steps are we making to get better as a unit? So when it comes down the line, we aren't just doing this all the way down to when we play a good opponent. We always want to be here. So we're always just looking to get better. And I know a lot of people think that, especially with the element that you add of being able to run the ball and the read option that, why didn't JJ keep it or why didn't he hand it off? How much time do you spend looking at your keys to make sure that you make the right decision? And then when you're out there, how quick does that decision have to come? Yeah, I mean, it is a whole week's worth of just film study of who is that man, what is his tendencies. Okay, now we got to look at the second level, the linebacker's alignment, what technique is he in. And then when you get out there, it literally happens in a snap of a finger. Like you have to make that split-second decision, and it could be like 5-yard gain. It can mean the running back's getting tackled in the backfield, or it could be what happened this past Saturday where it's one-on-one with the safety. All that just gets taken into the preparation that happens all week to make it just like instinctual when I'm out there. How's that communication been this year? Obviously new coordinators. Matt Weiss, quarterback coach, is also one of the coordinators, Sharon Moore. What's the communication like been, on this past week on the sidelines with both of those guys having say in what's going on in terms of the play being called? I was actually really intrigued to see how that was going to go too. And it was super smooth. I mean, there was no mishaps with communication getting the play in, no delay of games, nothing like that. And Coach Moore and Coach Weiss do a great job of working together. I mean, you put two very powerful positions in that position and say, all right, figure it out. And they figure it out to a T, and I can't wait to see them at the end of the year. I mean, they already did a great job game 1, but I can't imagine how well-oiled this whole play calling is going to be by week 12, week 15. What's it been like having Olu as your center? Because you guys go from Andrew Vistardis, a 6-year guy, probably the smartest guy in the building. Now you get a Remington finalist and preseason All-American. What's it been like playing behind both those guys? It's an absolute blessing. I mean, every single one of those guys up front is an absolute blessing to have in front of me, but Olu is a huge addition to this team. I mean, he was voted alternate captain, and I guarantee he would have been a real captain if he was here for longer than
the 4 months, 5 months he was here. I mean, he just stepped in like he's been a Michigan man forever, and he just earns it and shows it every single day. He works hard. He is a great leader. He's extremely intelligent as well. So he's just been a perfect addition for us.
Well, JJ, I appreciate it. Best of luck on Saturday night, and I look forward to seeing you out there.
Yes, sir.
That was John Jansen's conversation with Michigan starting quarterback here tonight, J.J. McCarthy. That was on In the Trenches. You can find that on MGO Blue Podcasts. Wherever you get your podcasts, we are in what is being termed to be, quote, an extended delay, as according to Michigan Athletics. And we have Jack Miller and Jason Avant here on our extended pregame show. And, guys, depending on where you look, if you look certain ways, it looks like we might be here until midnight, until kickoff. You look others, and it's like, oh, yeah, we should have football here pretty soon. This is not an ideal circumstance. So, Jason, I'll start with you. In these situations, you had to contend with them before. A weather delay, what are you doing in that locker room to stay ready and also recognize, we're not going to be playing for a little while?
Yeah, I would go back and keep hydrated and try to play some game on my phone or play, tic-tac-toe or rock, paper, scissors, something like that.
Okay.
It would be fun during that time.
How good are you're probably a pretty good rock, paper, scissors player, aren't you?
Yeah, I kind of look at my opponent and kind of get his timing down, and I'm usually good at it by about the third or fourth game.
Well, in an hour
one
we
of
might
the
have
all-time greats.
Okay. In an hour we might have to do that. I'd like a Jason versus Jack rock, paper, scissors matchup. Jack, how would you spend your time?
Lyman is all rock.
Not a lot of finesse there. You can guarantee it's rock coming. No, you just try to pass the time as best as you can, honestly. I mean, anything you can do to take your mind off it. And I remember I think it was my senior year, so 2014, we played Utah, and we had something like a 3-hour rain delay just like this, and it was brutal. We were already, I think, in the third quarter by that point or something, so it dragged on forever, and there weren't a whole lot of fans left in the stands by the time it was over. And I just remember that being a long, long delay. To Jason's point, you try to stay hydrated, you try to stay ready to go because you keep hearing different things. Oh, it should pass. We should be out there soon. You never, can't be too sure, and you got to be ready to get out there. So, these guys, they haven't even suited up yet. They were just getting ready to come out for warm-up. So at least
it's make it a little bit easier.
I was going to say from that standpoint, at least they haven't put on their pads, and so they're kind of waiting to get started. So, just delays the inevitable, and you try to keep your mind occupied and get ready to go whenever it's called.
So we just listened to J.J. McCarthy. Both J.J. and Cade have obviously been in the spotlight with this quarterback situation. Jason, I'm curious from your standpoint, how have you thought that both Cade and J.J. have handled this? And how does this trickle down to the rest of the team when you have a high-profile quarterback battle like this one?
Yeah, this is being discussed all across the country. If you watch many networks, they're talking about the quarterback situation here at the University of Michigan. It's a very tough position to be in as a player, and I do nothing but applaud the gentleman for handling this with class, and they have to for the good of the team. And that's the thing that you learn at Michigan, that it's always about the team, despite the way you feel sometimes. I think they do a great job of applauding one another. Now, the play has to, determine what decisions being made, and I think that both guys have a compelling case. And hopefully we can come out with the solution here soon, but I'm looking forward to seeing it play out because it's very, very exciting to see who's going to be the starting quarterback for the 143rd team of the University of Michigan.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt, and I think Jason brings up a good point with how they've handled it. How performance has to dictate it. A conversation point leading into the season was, Cade's a captain, so does that mean he's the starter? And, I think Jim Harbaugh said it best of, that's the player's decision. The depth chart is the coach's decision. And, Jack, I think we're going to see here today, what does J.J. do? We've seen him in spurts. What does he do in a full, or at least mostly a full opportunity?
Yeah, well, it's his show today at least, right? And I think we're past the point in college football where we finally can admit that it's a business, very similar to the NFL. Even though these guys aren't getting paid to that type of level, it's a business, and business decisions have to be made. And no matter, like we talked about earlier, no matter the emotion that might go into it and the gratitude that the coaches, the fans, the team might have for Cade. If JJ comes out today and it's apparent that he can get you to another level, you have to do what's in the best interest of the team. To Jason's point, you try to take emotion out of it and just focus on what gives you the best chance to win. And we'll see. We'll see what happens tonight. We'll see when we get this thing kicked off, what JJ looks like out there behind center. Not so much we know he can throw. We know how explosive he can run, Jason. It's more about, to me, what he does commanding the offense, making good decisions, all that type of stuff. That's really going to be the tipping point of if he's the guy going forward.
Yeah, everyone is searching across the country at every level for the guy. And you can't pass up on the guy. And I'm not saying that JJ's the guy or K's the guy, but you can't pass him up. We saw Thursday night with Josh Allen. That's the guy. Yeah. And the Bills hadn't been a storied franchise besides the 4 years with Kelly, right? They've been, perennial losers at that moment, but you get the guy, now you're a Super Bowl contender. Same way with Cincinnati Bengals, have a history of losing. You get the guy, Joe Burrow, it changes. And that's all across the country. And if JJ shows those signs of being the guy, it can catapult a program. It can catapult an NFL team. It can catapult a high school team. So you have to give guys an opportunity. And I think that they're looking out for that because you can't pass up on that because it's too powerful in our sport.
No, and Jim Harbaugh was asked about this of does the new way of college football, Jack, you mentioned it's a business. The transfer portal is so prominent, especially for quarterbacks. It's one thing, you can play 5 offensive linemen at the same time. You can play multiple receivers, tight ends, etc. Quarterback's a little bit different, and I do think the quarterbacks nowadays, they recognize they only have so many chances to be the starting quarterback. If they don't, if they're not going to be, you might see them move around. And I'm not saying, and Coach Harbaugh was very emphatic in saying, neither JJ nor Cade are somebody who would, in some adversity, just pick up and leave. But I think there's probably an inclination to want to find out quicker with guys because you might not feel like you have them for 4 or 5 years because that transfer portal is so evident.
Yeah, the transfer portal is a different ball game, and but we've seen this situation happen. And now it was further along the line, but Jalen Hurts and Tua. Yeah. So no matter who wins the starting job, there's definitely nobility of staying and sticking around because it could be for the betterment of the team, and in some situation could catapult the team to a championship. So hopefully the guys are thinking about it from a broader perspective. And then also the doors that the University of Michigan opens is a different level and compared to everywhere else you're going to go. From that point on. So you're going to downgrade immediately if you leave.
Well, I think one of the things that nobody probably talks about enough in this whole thing, this is a really good problem to have. And
sure.
You should have this issue. If you're a top 5, top 10 program, day in and day out, you should be recruiting your way into these problems where you get guys who, are playing well for you and succeeding for you and for the team and for Michigan. And then at the same time, they're being pushed by guys. I mean, Jason, when you were playing, how many great receivers were you surrounded by, guys a couple years older or maybe your age or younger, all pushing each other to be better, fighting for playing time, even though you guys were all, definitely capable of being on the field, I'm sure, right? I mean, what do they say? Iron sharpens iron. I'm sure that was going on a lot when you were playing with all those guys back in the day, right?
Yeah, that's the only way you can get better is that you bring in as much talent as you can and you try to allow it where they're pushing each other and each one raises their level, right, and the person behind sees that and raises theirs, and they keep going up until you're unstoppable. And that's how it goes. That's the way it was with me, Braylon, Breston, Mario Manningham. Same way.
Yeah, no doubt. An update for you if you're just joining us. There is a lightning delay, a rain delay, whatever you want to call it. The rain coming down at a pretty good clip right now here at Michigan Stadium. This is the update from the Division of Public Safety and Security here at the University of Michigan. Due to lightning in the area, we anticipate an extended delay in opening the gates. And for those who are listening from outside the stadium, there have been some shelter locations opened up at the Indoor Training Center, the Student Theater Art Complex, Chrysler Center, and the Sports Coliseum. So if you go to UMich DPSS, that's at UMich DPSS on Twitter, they have a map with those locations depending on where you are waiting this out. as they do anticipate an extended delay, and we will keep it here on our pregame show. Jason, Jack, I want to open it up to the defensive side of things and get your perspective on what you saw last week. Jason, we'll start with you. You were field level. You got to see that 7-sack performance up close. We all knew Michigan was going to have to start from not necessarily square one, but this was going to be a unique reloading opportunity for this defense. No Aiden Hutchinson. He's getting ready for his NFL debut tomorrow in Detroit. No David Ojabo, first-round talent, slipped simply because of his injury in his pro day. A lot to like. What were your impressions of that defensive performance for the Wolverines?
That they were able to get home from every level. 7 sacks. I believe that the defensive line had 2, the linebackers had 2.5, the safeties had 2.5, the corner defensive backfield had 2.5. So they're able to get home from many different levels. And I was thoroughly impressed by the freshmen that got a chance to participate in the game, and Mason Graham, and even some things like Will Jansen getting beat on a go ball. That's huge. Now, I'm not saying it from a perspective of me, hoping anything. I'm saying when freshmen make mistakes early, it's always good for your team because they always bite you at one point or the other. Yeah. Freshmen and rookies always hurt you at some point, and you want them to learn it early in a game that's decided already rather than being in a big game and it hurts you. So we've had that experience happen to us multiple times with multiple players, and it's every level. So I was excited to see the young guys get an opportunity to play and see how fast they were. What about Junior Colson?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. He was all over the field. He didn't get credit for a few things. I thought he had a sack. Yeah. But, he played an outstanding game. So I was excited to see a bunch of things.
Yeah, Junior Colson, and if this delay continues to extend, we had him on the Inside Michigan Football radio show on Monday, so we'll share that conversation back with you as we wait out the weather. But Junior Colson, we knew he was going to have to be a real star. And I think that linebacker group, Jack, has some budding stars. But Colson, to Jason's point, I mean, he might be the biggest potential star in amongst this. I mean, if you look at his trajectory, it is kind of similar in how he has performed and where he is in his career. Again, this is a big name and lofty praise, but it's kind of the Devin Bush track.
Well, and the other thing, too, Nikhai Hill-Green didn't play last week, right? So you got really one linebacker that you're trying to swallow up versus 2 out there who can do different things. I mean, I thought that, Colson played great, Mike Morris, some of the more, Mozzie Smith, some of the guys that we knew, were proven, guys who we knew could come out and were going to be contributors this year. But to Jason's point, watching some of the younger guys, Derek Moore, the Braden McGregors of the world, Yabi Anoma, first play of his career at Michigan, he gets a sack. Guys who just showed flashes. I was on the field walking around with Jason, and we're looking around going, boy, who's that guy, right? Who's and that's that's another number. You looked on the depth chart week 1 or the roster sheet and go, okay, that's a guy we got to watch for this year. Could he be a guy that all of a sudden is that David Ojabo type next year? I feel like there's probably a handful of them, not just on the defensive line, but in that defense in general, who might have been hidden until they get their opportunity this year, and they could be that next potential star in the Michigan defense.
And secondary-wise, I mean, Rod Moore, that dude, we had an interview with him during our Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show. I mean, he's crazy smart, super analytical, watches a ton of film. DJ Turner, we all knew he was going to be one of the best corners coming back. I mean, Jason, you appreciate good defensive back, good secondary play, and Michigan boasts some really good ones despite the losses they had last year.
Yeah, this is a league that you're going to throw the football. Everyone wants to throw it, and you got to have people that can cover. And if you can play man coverage, it disrupts timing like none other. And that's one of the ways is getting pressure up front and throwing off the timing in the back end that can get you to compete with anybody. If you can hold up playing man, and we have some guys that can do it, and Jamon Green and Turner and Sam Steele, a lot of these guys can play. So I'm looking forward to seeing, how they perform this game and in the games in the future, but they're definitely talented enough to compete with anyone in the country.
Yeah, and Jason, you said it. I mean, the ability to get pressure makes that man coverage a lot easier, right? Yeah. When the quarterback timing is disrupted and the ball has to come out quick, you're only asking guys in the secondary to be, sticky with their guy for a few seconds, right? We saw that last year with Hutch and Ojabo and their ability to get pressure. It didn't matter because they were in the quarterback's face and the ball had to come out quick. That makes you so much more dangerous as a defense. The looks that you can give, the blitzes that if you want to dial up, you can, the different coverages that you're able to do when you know you can get pressure with 3 or 4, that changes who you are as a defense and gives you so much flexibility and versatility to change up looks, to confuse a quarterback. All of a sudden, you have the upper hand at all times. That's a huge thing. And that was the question mark really coming into week 1 was with those 2 guys being out from last year, who was going to step up. I feel pretty good after week 1 that there are some guys who are going to be able to create that pressure like we did last season. Maybe not, to a Heisman Trophy candidate level, but pretty good from what we were hoping for, I think.
All about reloading and not rebuilding. Again, if you're just joining us, lightning in the area. It is raining here at the Big House, anticipating a, quote, extended delay. And as we told you, if you're around the stadium and you're looking for a place to wait out the delay, the Indoor Training Center, the Student Theater Art Complex, Chrysler Center, and the Sports Coliseum. For the map of that, head on Twitter to UMich DPSS. That's UMich DPSS. That is the Michigan Division of Public Safety and Security. As we are going to have an extended pregame show for you. The 3:30 slate of games in the Big Ten starting to taper off. Some games have just gone final. We will send it into our studios. Rob Joyce will give an extended update on what has been a wild day in college football. Big Ten, maybe not a whole lot, but nationally a lot to discuss. Rob, let's get some of those scores as we continue in this extended pregame show.
Yeah, extended pregame, that's fine. We have lots and lots of games to tell you about, so we'll start in the Big Ten. There's only one game in progress right now. A couple of just went final, and nothing to tell you about there. Nebraska and Georgia Southern are just underway in Lincoln, Nebraska, 1-1 on the year. That week 0 loss to Northwestern out in Ireland, and then last week when they pulled away in the second half against FCS North Dakota. So no score between the Huskers and Georgia Southern. That one, again, just underway. Nearly everything else is a final. Just wrapping up a little while ago. We'll start in Madison. 19th-ranked Wisconsin. Its first game against FBS competition this year, taking on Washington State. Badgers get tripped up.
Snap. Blitz is on. Pump fake. Throws it complete. Cundiff lost the ball. Ball is free. Lockett dives. Cougs have recovered it. Lockett on top of the ball. Cougs force a turnover.
Catch and fumble. Recovered by the defense. First down, Washington State.
5:14 left here in Madison. Washington State ball up 17-14. After the ball is punched out, it's Lockett, the safety, with the dive and recovery.
Matt Chazin now on the Washington State Sports Network. Cougars pull off the 17-14 upset at Camp Randall. Badgers outgained Wazoo by over 150 yards, but fumbled on each of their final 2 offensive possessions. That one came with 5 minutes to go, and Washington State would run out the clock from there. The Badgers would not see the ball again as Wisconsin loses just its 3rd non-conference home game in the last 20 years. This one coming to Washington State. Elsewhere today, Iowa found itself in another rock fight. You remember last week that 7-3 survival against South Dakota State. They weren't as lucky this time around against rival Iowa State.
For about a whole quarter. It started with 5:16 to go in the 3rd. Out of the shotgun, Decker's a blitz coming. He throws it out to the left for Hutchinson. Touchdown! Xavier Hutchinson, back shoulder. And the great throw by Hunter Deckers. And the Cyclones have taken the lead.
John Walters from Learfield. That 4th quarter touchdown from Iowa State was enough to lift the Cyclones to a 10-7 victory over Iowa. The offensive numbers, again, ugly for the Hawkeyes. 150 total yards, 3 turnovers. Spencer Petras, 12 of 26, passing with 92 yards and a pick. His last 8 games going back to last year, Petras has thrown 1 touchdown pass and 9 interceptions as the Hawkeyes drop their first game of the year. A couple of other finals from the mid-afternoon window in the Big Ten. Illinois, a nice win at home against an ACC opponent in Virginia.
DeVito, short drop, throw left, got a man open. Marquez, 20, 10, 5, touchdown! Michael Marquez, open on the left side, busted coverage, touchdown Illinois.
Brian Barnhart from Learfield, 2 touchdown passes for Tommy DeVito. Illini strangle Virginia 24-3. They overcome 4 turnovers by nabbing 3 of their own on the defensive side of the ball. Elsewhere, Maryland, no issues with Charlotte on the road. Terps go to the Queen City, win big, 56-21. Talia Tagovailoa, a big day passing for Maryland, 391 yards, 4 scores through the air. And Michigan State just moments ago put the finishing touches on a 52-0 shutout win over Akron. Jalen Berger with 3 rushing touchdowns in the MSU victory. Earlier today, number 3 Ohio State eased by Arkansas State 45-12. C.J. Stroud 351 yards passing, 4 touchdowns through the air. 3 of those were to Marvin Harrison Jr. Northwestern, a wild game at home against Duke. Wildcats were down 21-0 in the first half, managed to claw back in it, trailed by 8 inside the final 30 seconds, had the ball inside the red zone, were threatening to score.
Helinski ready, here's the snap. The give to Hull, they run straight ahead, and he's into the end zone for the touchdown. The ball came out, and Jansen's got it! He fumbled it, and the Blue Devils have it! 12 seconds to go, the Blue Devils sideline explodes.
David Shoemate from Learfield, the fumble by Northwestern at the goal line looking for the tie inside of 30 seconds to go. It locks up the 31-23 Duke victory over the Wildcats. In the loss, Northwestern QB Ryan Helinski, 435 yards passing, with Northwestern, Iowa, and Wisconsin all losing today. Now, everybody in the Big Ten West has a loss on its overall resume, except for Minnesota. Elsewhere, last time Penn State hosted Ohio a decade ago, Bobcats pulled off a stunner. Fast forward 10 years, there'd be no repeat today in State College.
First and 10, their own 30. Far Ash going right to left as we see it. Trips near side. Singleton to the left. Singleton sweeps far side. Blocker in front. 35, 40, 45. There he goes. 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Welcome to the end zone for the first time in your Penn State career. Nicholas Singleton. Touchdown, Penn State.
Steve Jones from Learfield. Nicholas Singleton would find the end zone a second time in his Nittany Lion career. All Penn State in this one, 46-10 Singleton, 10 carries, 179 yards, and 2 scores. Couple of other Big Ten finals to tell you about. Schools who took care of business against FCS competition. Minnesota throttled Western Illinois earlier today, 62-10 the final. Purdue blanked Indiana State 56-0. Aiden O'Connell had twice as many touchdowns, 4, as incompletions, 2. And Rutgers pounded Wagner 66-7. There is one other game tonight on the docket. Also, FCS competition for Indiana. At the top of the hour, the Hoosiers 1-0 will welcome in Idaho, who last week lost to an FBS team as well in Washington State. That's the day in the Big Ten. Top 25 games. We have a couple of good ones in progress. We'll start overtime in Pittsburgh between the 17th-ranked Pitt Panthers and number 24 Tennessee. Vols have a 34-27 lead, so they scored on the top of the first overtime. And Pittsburgh, I believe, just threw a 4th down incompletion, so I believe the Vols just won 34-27 over Pitt. That was a good one. They're also in overtime in Lubbock, where Texas used a late field goal to make it 20-20 in OT against number 25 Houston. The Cougs last week went 3 overtimes in a win over UTSA. More free football for Cougs fans. This one in Lubbock, 20-20 the score between Houston and Texas Tech. Other games that aren't in overtime. We'll start with an SEC League game in Gainesville. Just end of the first quarter, number 12 Florida off a big win last week against Utah. Gators have a 3-0 lead on 20th-ranked Kentucky, again through 15 minutes in the Swamp. No such issues for number 22 Ole Miss against Central Arkansas. It is 21-0 Rebels. They also have first and goal at the 2. They are late in the first quarter there. And then a couple of games in the early stages. 1 minute in on the farm. Number 10 USC and Stanford. No score, though the Trojans are already in the red zone just over 90 seconds in. And then Oklahoma State trails Arizona State 6 minutes in. 3-0 is the score as the 11th-ranked Cowboys trail ASU, who just kicked a 27-yard field goal. So those are all the games in the top 25 in progress. But that doesn't quite tell the story nationally, because of the finals, we had some crazy ones. Top 10 teams on the ropes. Some survived their upset bids. Others did not. We'll start in Austin. Top-ranked Alabama escaped by the slimmest of margins on the road at Texas.
33 yards, snap, spot, kick, all up, and good! Will Reichert boots it through with 10 seconds to go, and Bama leads it 20-19.
That's Chris Stewart from Learfield. 20-19 would be the final score. Alabama beats Texas behind that field goal. The Tide escapes Austin at 2-0 on the year. Longhorns nearly pulled off the upset despite losing quarterback Quinn Ewers in the first quarter due to injury. Instead, they dropped their first game of the year. Meanwhile, number 8 Notre Dame was not as lucky at home against Marshall.
3rd down 3 for Notre Dame on the Irish's 32-yard line. 2 receivers each way. Now Mayer goes in motion for trips to the wide side right. Long count for Buckner against the four-man front. Marshall on the blitz. Buckner gets rid of it to the left sideline, and it is intercepted by Gilmore. 30, 25, 20, right sideline, Stephen Gilmore. Gilmore into the south end zone at Notre Dame Stadium, and Marshall leads it 25-15.
Read it beautifully.
That's Steve Cotton. Mark Martin from Learfield. Herd defeat a top 10 team for the second time ever. Marshall goes to South Bend, stuns Notre Dame 26-21. Irish now 0-2. And remembering that head coach Marcus Freeman also coached last year's Fiesta Bowl after Brian Kelly left, he becomes the first Notre Dame coach to lose his first 3 games as the head coach. One other top 10 upset. It came in College Station. Appalachian State stunned Texas A&M.
Jumbo set. Bryce claps the hands, gives to Cam, starts up the middle, cuts out to the left, has room, stay in bounds, Cam, there he goes, 45-50, Cam down the left side to the 35 and 30, high stepping to the 20, to the 15, to the 10, he's out of bounds, short of the end zone. They marked him out at the 12, but that's probably the best case scenario because the Mountaineers should be able to run out the clock and beat the 6th-ranked Texas A&M Aggies.
They do just that. Adam Witten from Learfield. Mountaineers pull off the 17-14 stunner, and it was no fluke. The App defense in particular had a day. Held Texas A&M below 200 yards of total offense, won the turnover battle 2-0. The Aggies ran 2 plays the entire game in Mountaineer territory. App offensively possessed the ball for over 41 minutes in the 17-14 victory in College Station. Other finals around the top 25 from earlier today. Number 2, Georgia blanked its FCS foe in Samford 33-0. In 2 games, the Bulldog defense has yet to allow a touchdown, allowed 3 total points last week against Oregon. Pitched a shutout here today. 5th-ranked Clemson put it in cruise control early against Furman. 28 first-half points, went on to win 35-12. Big blowout for number 13 Utah off last week's loss to Florida. Utes bounce back, blast Southern Utah 73-3. FBS competition among the top 25. 15th-ranked Miami pulled away from Southern Miss 30-7. Canes actually trailed until the late stages of the first half in this one, then went and ripped off 23 unanswered the rest of the way. SEC League game in Fayetteville. Number 16 Arkansas pounded South Carolina on the ground.
Ball remains on the left hash. Landers the receiver that way. They're going to give it right side. Lots of open field into the end zone. Rocket Sanders, touchdown Arkansas. Sanders from 11 yards out, 2 scores for Rocket, and the Hogs go 75 yards.
Yeah, that's just the outside zone right there. South Carolina's been so worried about Arkansas running the football between the tackles. They go outside zone right there. They wash it down on the right side of the defensive line, and Rocket just rolls into the end zone for a touchdown.
Chuck Barrett, Quinn Grovey from Learfield, Arkansas beats South Carolina 44-30, nearly 300 yards rushing as a team for the Razorbacks in the victory. 2 more finals. 18th-ranked NC State eases past Charleston Southern 55-3. Devin Leary accounts for 6 total touchdowns in the win. And number 23, Wake Forest, got quarterback Sam Hartman back from an undisclosed illness. He missed the opener. Looked like he hadn't missed a beat.
So the Wake Forest offense comes out at the Demon Deacon 32-yard line, leading 7-3 over Vandy here in Nashville. 46 seconds left in the first quarter as the Deacs come to the line. Looks like Turner back to the game at running back. We'll check the number. Change that. It's Ellison. Fake to him. Hartman wants to throw deep on the run. A.T. Perry makes the grab. 25-20, 10-5, and touchdown. Wake Forest, 68 yards. Sam Hartman lofts the ball downfield, and Wake with another quick strike has a 13-3 lead now in Nashville.
Stan Cotton from Learfield. Sam Hartman throws for 300 yards on the nose and 4 touchdowns. Wake beats Vandy 45-25 in Nashville. There is one game still to come in the top 25. It's a good one. 10:15 tonight. Number 21 BYU plays host to 9th-ranked Baylor. And one other score, because why not? We have the time. Next week's opponent, UConn, is playing Syracuse right now. The Huskies haven't beaten an FBS team since 2019. Trail Syracuse 17-6. They just scored in the end zone, and they'll kick the point after. So there's your scoreboard. Lots and lots and lots of college football action. We are going to wait a little while longer for our action. Lightning delay between Michigan and Hawaii, so extended pregame coverage at the moment. It'll continue on the other side of this timeout. So settle in as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure
Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first. From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Our firm has helped recover over $3.5 billion by fighting and winning one case at a time for over 50 years. We listen, fight for what you deserve, and you don't pay until we win, because nobody fights harder. There are over 3.5 billion reasons to get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is here to keep your car on the road with our free loaner tool program. Your local store has more than 80 specialty tools available to rent for your next repair. Refundable deposit required. Ask our professional parts people about the loaner tool program today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We are back here on an extended pregame show as we wait out what they're calling an extended delay. The field is drenched. I mean, it looks completely, it doesn't even look green at this point, but the rain has at least steadied a little bit. It was coming down pretty good during Rob's scoreboard update here a little bit ago, but indeed an extended delay. We do not have a start time yet for tonight's kickoff between the Wolverines and Hawaii, but we will continue to keep you posted, and as soon as we know, you will know. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds and let our stations, and we thank you, every one of our affiliates down the line, for hanging with us as we count you down to football tonight. Let's pause for station ID. This is Wolverines football from Learfield. Brian Bush back with you here high atop Michigan Stadium. We'll have Doug, John, Jason, and Jack back in a little while. First, though, it's time for the Michigan Answer Spotlight from Michigan Medicine. We all know there's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. In fact, if you head on over to MichiganAnswers.com, you can see hundreds of questions Michigan Medicine has been answering, as well as stories of people whose lives have been changed by the teams at U of M Health. Another way they're answering questions is with the Michigan Answers podcast. Each episode, they highlight a specific topic and have an expert answer the internet's most searched questions about that topic. You're getting science-based answers from the experts at Michigan Medicine. This week, we focus on the Achilles tendon episode of Season 2, where Dr. James Holmes, an orthopedic surgeon at U of M Health, answers questions about Achilles tendon injuries.
Yeah, it depends on what injury we're talking about, and there's really been a significant change in our thinking with regard to the treatment of Achilles tendon tears or ruptures over the last 10 or 15 years. 30 or 40 years ago, anyone with an Achilles tendon tear virtually always got an operative intervention, and it was followed by a series of casts, first long leg casts from the hip to the toes, and then a short leg cast, and really it's treatment that in today's world in 2022, it's almost barbaric treatment. So we've really undergone a lot of transformation in terms of our knowledge explosion, how to treat these operatively or non-operatively, and how to rehab them after that. Now, I would say that in the last 15 years, we probably treat 70 to 80% of Achilles tendon tears non-operatively based on some very good scientific data, and I would say that proportion was reversed 20 or 30 years ago.
Again, that was Dr. James Holmes, an orthopedic surgeon at U of M Health. and that's from the Michigan Answers podcast. You can find it on michigananswers.com or wherever you get your podcasts. Again, we are in a weather delay. Rain starting to slow some here at the Big House, but lightning still in the vicinity. And as we shared with you earlier, there are some opportunities and some shelter locations for people who are waiting to come into the gates here at Michigan Stadium. The gates are closed until this weather passes, but at the Indoor Training Center, the Student Theater Art Complex, Chrysler Center, and the Sports Coliseum. On Twitter, at UMichDPSS. That's at UMichDPSS. There's a map to find the nearest location to where you are. For now, though, we're going to share with you an interview we had along many of these same stations back on Monday. One of the new members of this Michigan coaching staff, Jesse Minter, co-defensive coordinator. He and the Wolverines certainly made a strong first impression on the defensive side of things in that thumping of Colorado State last weekend. Here was John Jansen with Jesse Minter.
Joined by defensive coordinator Jesse Minter. And, Coach, 7 points in the first game. You got to be pleased. What was your experience like your first time in the Big House?
It was a good experience. I was very just excited for the players to get a chance to play a game, play somebody else after having gone through spring ball with them, having gone through the summer, gone through training camp. So it was great to see them get out there and have some success and fly around. Feel like we played with a lot of energy and had a lot of fun, and hopefully we can build on it again this week.
Now, I know you and Coach McDonald spent some time together in Baltimore, and we've talked about terminology, same system, all that stuff. But how much do you get a chance to talk to Mike? Did you call him after the game and let him know that, hey, your first time, you're laughing, I think it happened.
No.
You gave up 14. I only gave up 7.
No. He sent me a really nice text before the game. I know he's in prep for week 1, so.
1 sack,
great.
You guys got 7.
Yeah,
and,
dear friend, and, but it is what it is, so we're just trying to be the best version of ourselves.
I mentioned the 7 sacks, and last year all the sacks came from 2 guys. There were 9 all season long that didn't have Hutch or Ajabo on it. This year, 7 sacks in the first game. Was that a point of emphasis for you guys?
It is. It's a huge – I think it's just a mentality that we want to have, that everybody gets a chance and everybody eats. And, a huge thing for us is when one person makes a play, we all make a play. And, and I've said this before, like, I'd love for the end of the year for us to maybe have a guy that could have 12, 13 sacks. But, right now we want to spread it around. We want to bring different guys. I think we got all 3 levels of the defense involved in pressure. And it keeps offenses off balance. And if the guys really buy into it and can continue to buy into it, then, I think as a team we can have a lot of success.
When I was talking with Mozzie Smith earlier today, he mentioned that this is a defense that can really change its identity. How much do you want to be true to who you guys are, but yet still be able to match up with a lot of different styles of offense that you're going to face?
Yeah, I think, one of our traits is that we are flexible. So I think we have a versatile package. We have a lot of different pieces. I mean, we were counting 6 different edge pieces that bring something a little bit different to the table, that different matchups with different types of O-linemen. They can do different things, a bunch of different interior guys. In camp, I think we probably have used our linebackers a little bit more. Didn't do it quite as much in that first game, but there's just a lot of versatility, a lot of speed. And so I think we have the ability to match up with a lot of different styles.
I was surprised that the number was as high as it was, simply because you're going against an up-tempo offense, and there were some times where that ball was in the quarterback's hand and gone. Braden McGregor had a move on, and he didn't get home, but put pressure on the Rod Moore interception. What have you seen from him early on?
I think he's had a tremendous camp. He's a guy, right when I got here, sort of asking around, and he's a guy that people have pinpointed with potential, and potential sometimes is a scary word.
Yeah.
But he's battled some injuries and in his career, and I think was able to get through last season and sort of get healthy, I think, and he's a guy I think we're just trying to build confidence in. That I thought in his snaps he was really, really productive. Like to get him more snaps, just kind of the way the game went. But he has a high ceiling for us as an edge presence, both against the run and the pass with his size and length. And he had a couple, really, really good one-on-one rushes that he might not have got a sack for, but we know how much he disrupted the quarterback and the timing of the play and was proud of the way he played.
Another guy was in one snap, one sack, Yabi Anoma. That's going to be talked about a lot. But what has he brought to your defense, and where is he at in terms of understanding it to be able to be used more?
Yeah, he's, to his credit, guy got here about 3 weeks ago. He's bought into what we're trying to do. He's a guy with a lot of physical tools, a high ceiling. I think he's still learning, and so he's. We told him we want to try to feed him a little bit more each week, and it was like, hey, let's throw him in there on the next third down, and of course the rest was history for him. It was good to get him in there more in the second half on normal downs and kind of get a feel for playing the run and playing normal style of play. But he's a guy that we can definitely utilize as a pass rusher as we go.
It's not often that you see a true freshman start. It's probably even less often that it happens on the D-line. What'd you see from Mason Graham in his first outing?
Mason's, he's been here since I've been here, so he doesn't even feel like a freshman anymore. Yeah. He's physical. He's probably, I really think like he, I don't know his high school coach, but he was really, really well coached in high school. So he knows how to play with his hands. He knows how to play with great technique. His wrestling background helps. Coach Elston, since he's been here, has done a great job with him. He's a guy that has a high ceiling, and we're excited to have him and excited about his first opportunity.
And the impact of those inside guys. Mozzie Smith ended up with a half a sack. Mason had half a sack, but we saw Rashawn Benning, Chris Jenkins. They really did, in my estimation, a good job of getting penetration and pushing that line of scrimmage back. When they do that, how much easier is it for the rest of the defense?
I think it starts with those guys. Playing good defense starts with your D-line, especially the interior guys. Mozzie's our leader, and he sort of brought along the rest of that room with him, along with Coach Elston. And for those guys for us to have the amount of guys we have that I think we can play with, it keeps everybody fresh. You're not counting on a 300-plus pound guy to play 50 snaps in a game. And just credit to those guys, credit to Coach Herb for getting them ready to play, and look forward to continuing to grow more guys in that room.
On the back end of things, you knew this was an air raid offense, and there was going to be some pressure on your secondary. Rod Moore had the one pick, but what did you see from guys like McCarthy, Page, R.J. Moten, and some of your corners?
I thought we covered them. I thought we were sticky. There wasn't we didn't give up really any explosive plays. There was one seam route that we almost got our hands on the ball that they completed. And then there was a crossing
Michael
route.
Barrett almost got
Mike
his
Barrett
hand on it,
tipped it. If he was an inch taller, he might have picked it. And then there was a crossing route or two that we just sort of lost leverage on. But overall, I thought Coach Clank and Coach Jay do a really good job with those guys and having them prepared, knowing what concepts are coming. I thought McCarthy Page, really, really proud of him. For his extended action, I thought he was flying around. I thought he had some really nice tackles. Of course, Rod was great. Great to see him flying around. And then RJ has become a little bit of a chess piece for us that we can move around. We had him up along the line of scrimmage on some packages. So that group right there is really good. And then, Mikey, my gosh, first game on defense, first third down of the season, he goes in there and gets a sack. So just excited about what he's brought to the table. And then I thought DJ and Jamon both had really, in coverage, kind of quiet games because their guys didn't make a lot of plays, which is good. And then, of course, DJ had a really heads-up play to pick up the ball on the fumble. So overall, we're just happy with the way that group played overall.
When you come in as a freshman and you're a five-star guy, there's a lot of things expectations, and then you decide to wear number 2 at Michigan. Yeah. There's even more expectations. What'd you see from Will Johnson?
I thought I thought he had a couple really nice plays in the first half. They challenged him up our sideline, and he had an elite finish on the ball against the same receiver, ironically, that he ended up getting one later. So I think those games are just invaluable for, we need Will to be really good as the season goes, and as when you start getting into conference play, and we know there's bigger fish down the road. And so I'm you're not happy that he gave up a touchdown, but I am happy that he got challenged and they threw the ball at him. And I think he'll continue to learn the details of preparation at this level. And I'm really excited about his future.
Well, Coach, we're excited about this football season, what we saw from the defense. Thanks for joining us tonight, and look forward to seeing you guys on Saturday night.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
All right, well, there was John Jansen's conversation with the new defensive coordinator for the Wolverines, Jesse Minter. That aired on Monday night on the Inside Michigan Football radio show. We are back here at the Big House. The rain is still trickling down, but it has subsided in intensity pretty significantly from about a half an hour or so ago. We are still in a what is being termed as an extended delay, but hopeful that with this system slowly but surely clearing out, that we will have football here sooner rather than later. We got the whole crew here: Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant, and Jack Miller. I'm Brian Bush. Guys, how have you spent the last hour?
Lots of coffee.
Watching college football.
Yeah. Social media.
Yeah,
social media.
You getting that screen time up?
Answering texts.
Sure.
Everybody wants to know when the game's going to start.
Correct.
So
yes, the Michigan football athletics Twitter feed is learning what baseball teams have to deal with on social. Hey, when's the game start?
Right.
And it's 9 hours from now. Let's talk a little bit about what we've seen here today in college football. And, nationally, Marshall over Notre Dame, App State over Texas A&M.
Here's my question.
Yeah.
With Marshall's win over Notre Dame, does Ohio State drop in the polls?
I mean,
probably
Ohio
not,
State.
Probably not. But
Probably not, but it goes to, as you're building your resume, some wins at the beginning of the year never really age that well. And after 7 days, that win for Ohio State's not aging well.
What movie trailer will they come out with on social media for Notre Dame after this game?
I don't know. Their coach is 0-3, though.
I mean, that wild.
And here's the thing, and the one question I always have and concern I always have about a young up-and-coming coach is, Marcus Freeman's got a lot of excitement. There's a lot of buzz around Marcus Freeman in terms of recruiting. He's putting together another great recruiting class. But is the program right now, for where Marcus Freeman is in his development as a coach, simply too big in terms of developing these players along with recruiting them and then going out there and starting the next season off with Ohio State? Having to follow that up, because there's a lot of coaching things that you need to do to get ready to play the next week, and now they drop one to what we would determine right now as an inferior opponent.
I mean, Jason, Jack, I'm sure there have been situations when both of you played where you and the players might have wanted something, but you didn't get it. And that's players don't get everything. And I know the players were a big reason why Marcus Freeman got this job.
Yeah, I think, it's an interesting thought if because of NIL, because of transfer portal, all these teams now look a lot different year to year, where maybe they're more unpredictable. I mean, I don't know if I'm reading into that too much, but some of these upsets and the projections of teams going into the season, has that gotten harder with time? Because, take a team last week in Colorado State. How many new players they have? 40-some on roster, something like that? I mean, these teams look a lot different. Might be hard to put your finger on exactly what's going to happen year in and year out. You have to recreate yourself all the time. And I don't know if that's playing a factor into what we've seen today with these upsets and what should have been another one with Alabama, Texas as well.
Well, charisma won't win you football games. Charisma may get you in the living room and get you a nice dinner and all those things, and it may get you, some recruits. It may get you to galvanize like the Booster Club or something like that. But it doesn't win, ball games. So you have to have experience on your coaching staff. And I'm not going to say that 32 is too young to be a head coach, because we've seen it happen in the NFL level and multiple levels and guys to be successful. But you need time. and you need experience, and you need to go through the rigors of a season and those types of things. And to this point, he's unproven. And so those great recruits may not be coming if they continue to lose. So it doesn't matter what it starts out as. He has to do a better job.
Alabama almost lost to Texas. Coming into play today, I think Alabama was like plus 150 to win the national championship.
Yeah, it was pretty much Alabama
or
versus
the field.
Yeah.
Like, and they won. They survived. I think had they lost, they still probably would have been able to get to the playoff had they won out. I do think the kind of day we have in college football, you can argue the beneficiary or the merits of a 12-team playoff versus a 4. I mean, that was fun. Does the fun get taken away because of a game like that, or does the fun become magnified even more because maybe those games get scheduled more?
That's a big question. I mean, taking a 30,000-foot view of what college football is going to look like, I'm not sure. I hope we get more good non-conference matchups. I hope there is a strong emphasis on winning your conference, because I think this is the single best regular season in all sports.
Yep.
And every week there are games that have not perhaps national championship and playoff implications, absolutely have national championship and playoff implications. That's the way it's set up now. And if they can expand the playoff and still maintain that with a strong emphasis on conference championships, then that'll be great. But we'll see how their format works out. If the top 4 conference champions all get first round byes, and I'd like to see them modify the format and also get to host their first playoff game.
Yeah.
I think that is a great, because right now it's 5, 6, 7, and 8 host, 9, 10, 11, and 12, and they advance to play in bowl sites against 1, 2, 3, and 4. I want 1, 2, 3, and 4 to get rewarded with a home game too. Decisions are made for money. Got it. Yep. But the schools 1, 2, 3, and 4 should get the same reward as 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Right, but the problem that you'll run into is, obviously, if you're playing your last regular season game Thanksgiving weekend, the weekend after that is conference championship game. So now after that, you've got first round of the playoffs. After that, you would have another round, and you're getting into mid-December. I mean, I would love, as an old-school offensive lineman, to play a game in mid-December in the Big House. I don't know that there are a lot of other people, even amongst ourselves, that would want to have that. And by I say amongst ourselves, I'm talking about in the Big Ten, Ohio State and Columbus, Michigan obviously here, Michigan State and East Lansing. Like, do you really want to play a playoff game with implications like that and possibly have a game where you have a foot of snow?
Well, I would imagine week 0 becomes week 1. I wouldn't be surprised if
everything up.
If conference championship games go away, and that could be the solution. But obviously, there's a lot to talk about with that thing, because we don't even know how many power conferences there's going to be when this starts, right?
2. I mean, that looks to be the trend. Yeah.
No, you're right about that. An announcement. Gates will open at 8:30. The team is coming out onto the field, and they are pretending to run out and touch the banner. We are expecting a kickoff a little bit after 9 o'clock. So we're getting into this thing. The rain is about gone. We hope that continues as we will take a break. We'll come back and rev this pregame show up a little bit as we gear toward what we anticipate to be a 9 o'clock kickoff. Again, gates open in about 12 minutes here at the Big House. Kickoff around 9. We'll pause for a break, come back with more. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Michigan Athletics and Founders Brewing Company are partnering with Freshwater Future to educate fans on where our drinking water comes from and how we can work together to protect it. Freshwater Futures strives to safeguard the Great Lakes to help ensure access to safe and clean drinking water for all. The Great Lakes water integrity is crucial to keeping our student athletes hydrated, nourishing the great people of Michigan, with the bonus of making great Michigan-made beer like Founders. Visit freshwaterfuture.org to learn more about how we can protect our Great Lakes water.
Michigan football season is here, and the MDN, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics, is ready to help you suit up in officially licensed gear from brands like Nike, Jordan, and Lululemon. We have everything you need to rep the maize and blue. Shop the largest selection of Michigan gear online at mdn.com or visit the MDN location nearest you today. The MDN on State Street, on Main Street, or at Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor. The MDN at 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, or the MDN in Detroit on Columbia Street. Get your game on with gear at the MDN. Go Blue!
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Unbelievable! Made a spectacular interception.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3 and outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
The year was 1919. Barbasol shaving cream was invented by a dreamer named Frank Shields. The world's first modern shave cream, Barbasol changed the face of shaving forever. A few billion shaves later, Frank's dream lives on. Behind every face is a dream. Barbasol proudly salutes every fearless, self-assured, wide-eyed dreamer all across America. Celebrating 100 years. Barbasol.
Welcome back to the Big House, as we do have a start time now, getting locked and loaded for a 9 o'clock kickoff. Wolverines and the Rainbow Warriors are on the field, starting to warm up after that rain has passed. Brian Bush, John Jansen back with you. And John, as we've been talking about all night, the eyes will be on Michigan's quarterback spot and the first ever collegiate start for J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see his career take off. And who knows if it's followed by a second career start next week, or against Maryland, or against Iowa and Iowa City. We don't know the answer to that question. All we know is that it's the first one is going to be tonight. And I know there's a lot of Wolverine fans that are excited to see the potential of J.J. McCarthy.
McCarthy described the night game at the Big House as Friday Night Lights on steroids. He is trying to soak it all in.
Trying to do whatever I can leading up to the game to get into that flow state. Like really out there in practice, just trying to do the best I can to be present with every snap I take, with every handoff I make, with every throw I make. Just be present in each moment. So by the time the game comes, I'm kind of already in that flow, in that zone.
Well, he had a little extra time to do that, John, but how has he handled it around the facility this week?
He's handled it in a classy manner. He's handled it as you would expect your starting quarterback to handle it at practice, working with the receivers, working with his O-line, making sure they're all on the same page, and then obviously through the media. That's the one thing that his connection to the fans, his connection to the rest of the country that follows college football, and I think he's handled it with a lot of class.
Here is co-offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach Matt Weiss on J.J. McCarthy's preparation.
J.J. does a great job every week. He also brings a lot of positive energy to the guys and to the quarterback room. I think the other thing with him too, it's not, maybe it's his first start, but it's not the first time he's been in some pretty important moments. I mean, the guy's played in a college football playoff game, a Big Ten championship game, an Ohio State game. So he's done just about everything that you could do other than start, and we feel pretty confident that he'll take on this challenge just like the rest of them, and he's prepared to do it, and hopefully we'll see that.
We've seen him play in almost every game last year at key moments to come in, and that's a hard position to be in when you're standing on the sidelines. Yeah, you're throwing the ball at timeouts, at breaks, when the defense is on the field. You're trying to stay in the game, and he has come out and in large part played very well in the bits and pieces that we've seen.
So that's our offensive scouting report. Counting you down. Kickoff right around 9 o'clock. Michigan and Hawaii. We'll come back, hear from Steve Clinkscale, one of the defensive coordinators for this squad, as we talk a very impressive Michigan defense performance last week. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Before you get in, get going. Get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. We suggest a Cooper tire. After all, Cooper engineers its tires not just for performance, but real-life performance. Cooper tires. Go with the Coopers. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires and get a $50 gift card to the M-Den, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics. During the Buy 4 and Score event this fall, visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper Tire retailers for more information.
It's time we go together. Let's go see something new together. Let's go capture moments together. Let's go experience something unexpected together. Wherever you go, enjoy a cleaner running engine with Citgo's top-tier Tri-Clean gasoline. Citgo. Let's go together.
Wolverines football plays here.
Cuts inside the 5, and he dives for the end zone, and they're going to give it to him.
Right here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Introducing the 2023 Ford Explorer. Place an order for a 2023 Explorer lease and receive $1,000 bonus cash. Plus, you can lock in your deal right now. And if at the time of delivery, the deal gets better, you get the better deal. Returning AZ Plan lessees can order a 2023 Explorer and lease it for $299 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Take delivery in fall 2022. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 renewal and $1,000 retail order bonus cash. Take new retail delivery from dealer stock by October 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lock in this $299 lease payment on the 2023 Ford Explorer today. Think Ford first.
Kickoff set for right around 9 o'clock. It will have been a 1-hour rain delay, but the fans starting to file in for the Wolverines and Hawaii. Buy 4 and score with Cooper Tires. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper Tires and get a $50 gift card to the M-Den. Visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper Tire retailers for more information. Well, John Jansen, Michigan's defense last week really strong. Outside of that garbage time touchdown for the Rams, Michigan dominated.
They did, and they were able to put pressure on the quarterback. They were able to get, obviously, the 7 sacks, and that was going to be the big question coming in. Would they still be able to pressure the quarterback? Would they still be able to create turnovers off of that pressure? And obviously, there wasn't a sack on the Rod Moore interception, but there was great pressure on the quarterback and led to the interception, led to the touchdown, and eventual touchdown. So I think that the defense played very well. We saw a great effort by the group. It wasn't just centered on one guy. We saw sacks from Mason Graham, Mozzie Smith. We saw it from the linebackers. We saw it from the secondary. That's going to be, I believe, the trademark of this defense.
Well, one of the more surprising numbers, 7 sacks, 6 more than the Aiden Hutchinson, David Ojabo-led defense had last season in the opener against Western Michigan. Here's co-defensive coordinator Steve Clinkscale on the performance from the pass rush against the Rams.
We have goals. We have, aspirations to accomplish and set a tone for being even a more dominant defense. And it starts up front. And we're losing those guys that you mentioned earlier, losing them. It helps motivate the guys that have to step into those shoes. So I think they're just seeing that as opportunity to be motivated, opportunity to show people what their abilities are, and just be a part of that legacy has really inspired them.
Yeah, there's certainly opportunity, John Jansen. And if guys like Yabi Anoma, Braden McGregor, Jalen Harrell, and others keep it up, maybe life without Hutchinson and Ojabo won't be so bad.
No, it can be good. Will it be the same? Will we have a new sack record set? Probably not by one individual, but 7 sacks in the first game is a really good start.
No doubt. Now, coach is never satisfied. What do the Wolverines need to do to improve defensively? Once again, here's Steve Clinkscale.
We want to communicate a lot better still. From the coaches to the players on the field to one another. We want to continue to tackle better. I believe we had one missed tackle in the secondary that I remember. We don't want any missed tackles. We want to continue to run to the ball. We had a few lows, not as many as in you would imagine in the first game. But we just want to keep the fundamentals going, leverage the ball a little bit better, and keep the quarterback in the pocket, keep them in front of us. We felt like the receivers got, stride for stride was a couple of times. So I think we need to improve in every aspect.
And I'm guessing, John, this defense will only be satisfied with a shutout tonight.
Yeah, and that's always a tough question to answer when you have a game like that. Hey, where can you improve upon? And it's really hard to answer that question because it's against a team like Colorado State. It's against a team like tonight like Hawaii. And when he talks about communication and those types of things, I would like to see them solidify some things on the edge against the run. Set that edge a little bit better. Yes, we know that they're getting after the quarterback, but do a better job of stringing some of those outside runs nearer to the sidelines where you can use that sideline as an extra defender and make the play, because it seemed to me when Colorado State found success on the ground, it was on the edges.
There's John Jansen. He and Doug will have the call in about a half an hour. We'll come back. Roman Wilson, our pregame guest. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
How are you the ultimate Michigan fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up there? What about some chamomile tea? Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Wolverines fan. Just go to WolverineCards.com.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Taylor to the 20, down to the 15, down to the 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Billy Taylor!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our Varsity Burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
Welcome back to the pregame show. Michigan getting set to take on Hawaii, and wide receiver Roman Wilson is alongside. Roman, now that you've gotten to see the film from Saturday, what did you like from the offense?
I like the receivers' competitiveness. I like the QBs, how they both came in and worked. Defense almost having a shutout. O-line, running backs, everything.
15 different players caught a pass, yet nobody had more than 2. It seems like this is a unit in particular that likes when everybody eats. How did that play out on Saturday?
I don't think that was planned, but, we kind of just went in, everyone did their job, so everyone was able to eat.
Quarterback-wise, we saw Cade last week, we'll see JJ this week. Does that affect you and the receiver room at all, or is it pretty smooth sailing with both guys?
Pretty smooth for both guys. I mean, both are really good. Both got their own features, things like that. So, but nothing changes. Got to do the same thing every week for us.
I'm sure you'll be asked 100 times this week as a Hawaii native to play Hawaii. What's that mean to you?
It's an incredible feeling getting to play my hometown team, especially being at Michigan. Not that many people get to do it, and I just can't imagine what it's going to be like when it's game time. And these are the people I grew up watching and seeing all the time, and being a mile away from my high school.
Travel-wise, I mean, that jet lag has to be a real thing. When you're coming back and forth, the times you get to go back home, I mean, does it take a day to kind of recover a little bit?
Yeah, no doubt. When I was on my recruiting trips, I was falling asleep. It was awful for the first couple of days. So I don't know what their plan is to adjust, but I hope it's a good one.
Coach Harbaugh was asked about recruiting you, and obviously going to Hawaii. I know he made a trip. What do you remember about him coming out there and about the conversations you guys had?
I think, like, him showing up at my school was probably the craziest thing, like, knowing that these are, like, people idolize him, and he's calling me to the office to go talk to him. So, I mean, he was a cool guy. Like, a lot of the coaches came out there, and they just, like, come out, have dinner, and then they just leave, and that's kind of crazy that they're doing that for me.
Do you think some schools decided against making that lengthy trip to see you, and what did it mean that Coach Harbaugh did it?
Yeah, that's why I was so thankful for when Michigan offered me, because they really jump-started my recruitment. Because a lot of the schools, they told me, we didn't think you'd be interested because you were so far. But that's one thing they told me. So I was just so thankful that they took a chance on me, and it looks like it paid off, so it's pretty good.
No doubt. Well, Roman, thank you for your time. Good luck today.
Thank you.
More pregame coverage to come after this timeout. Michigan and Hawaii under the lights at the Big House. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey, Ann Arbor, football is here, and we know you're thirsty. Whether you're tailgating on the golf course, Hoover Avenue, or the parking lot, make sure you grab a case of Miller Lite. It's Miller time for those who hold true and bleed blue. Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. Celebrate responsibly. 2022 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
You're listening to University of Michigan football live on WWJ, The Big Game. On Monday, get your week off to a big start with the latest local news.
Governor Whitmer made a major announcement this morning.
Traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s.
Past Howell on I-96 westbound, a collision at M52.
Everything you need to know, all in one place. It's a game changer. Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station. WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
O'Reilly. Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your car. Like 5 quarts of Mobile One Full Synthetic, now just $33.95, plus earn double O Rewards points. Extend the life of your vehicle, improve performance, and protect your engine against sludge and wear with Mobile One Full Synthetic at O'Reilly Auto Parts and O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
As we get closer to kickoff here at the Big House, we are joined once again by our weekly guest, Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Blue Cross is a proud, longtime partner of Michigan Athletics, and Andy joins us each week to share expertise from Blue Cross on some of the health issues we all face. It's a great day for football, Andy.
Doug, any football Saturday in Ann Arbor is a great day, and it's a pleasure to be here with you.
Traditions like college football at the Big House, part of how we mark the time. And I know that Blue Cross sponsors a great program. It's called Win by Losing.
Doug, Win by Losing is a no-cost weight loss competition for all of Blue Cross and Blue Care Network's employer group customers. We host it in the fall and the spring, and companies of all sizes from all across Michigan compete against each other to see whose teams can lose the most weight. Registration for this fall's Win by Losing competition is underway now, with a 9-week contest starting September 19th. We've had customers with as few as 3 people on one team and some who place multiple teams.
Andy, Win by Losing is a great way companies can promote healthy habits among their employees. It makes good sense to focus on well-being in the workplace, no matter where the workplace is, in person or even virtual.
Absolutely, Doug. Win by Losing promotes teamwork, engagement, better health, things that employers truly value in their workforces. Any Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan employer group customer can begin by registering their teams online at bcbsm.com.
So just go to bcbsm.com and search Win by Losing. Right, Andy?
That's right, Doug. Blue Cross will provide all the tools and support employers need to have their people participate, and Blue Cross is also ready to help our group customers focus on whole person health for their employees. And this includes their financial, social, and emotional well-being in addition to physical health. We offer interactive webinars twice each week, along with things like weekly guided meditation sessions. It's part of a value-added program we call Blue Cross Virtual Wellbeing.
Andy, it sounds like Blue Cross is ready to help your customers build traditions of wellness in the workplace. Great stuff.
Thank you, Doug. Go Blue.
Andy, Doug, thank you so much. Getting set for a 9 o'clock kick. Michigan and Hawaii. Doug's conversation with head coach Jim Harbaugh follows this timeout. You're listening to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. Warmth and ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
With kickoff approaching, let's hear from the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh. Now, here's the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
Counting you down to kickoff Michigan and Hawaii from the Big House tonight, and we're joined by the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh. And, Coach, before we get into this game, I want to take you back to a previous game with Hawaii. 1986, you guys beat Ohio State. And back then, Hawaii would play a big boy at the end of the year, and you get an extra game. And you guys flew out to Hawaii the week after the win over the Buckeyes and found yourselves in a dogfight, tied at 10 in the fourth quarter. What do you remember about that game?
The Noga brothers, particularly Al Noga. He was an All-American at the time, and we had watched him on film. And he's just intense player, really quick and fast, and watched him in opposing backfields all week long. And then and we played him, and he'd hit you, and then and he kind of lift you up. He had a tremendous personality on the intense, but then he'd lift you up. Hey, Jim, and then played against him for many years in the NFL. He was on the Vikings. I was on the Bears, and he had a great long career. But yeah, it was a fast, physical, back and forth affair when we went out there to play Hawaii.
This Hawaii program's trying to get back on their feet a little bit, and they're playing in a temporary stadium. They used to play in Aloha Stadium, which hosted the Pro Bowl, and you played there. You played in the Pro Bowl. What do you remember about that stadium?
I remember playing that game against Hawaii, played in the Hula Bowl, played in the Pro Bowl. I mean, it was Hawaii. It was like, wow, the things you'd seen growing up and always wanted to go to Hawaii, and then got to go in 1986, my senior year in college, and then went back 3 weeks later for the Hula Bowl, and then seemed like it's just a great place. Always lucky to go to Hawaii, especially when you grow up in Michigan, right?
Yeah, sure.
You're a kid in Michigan, and like, oh my gosh, you look at those palm trees and coconuts and beaches, and pretty awesome place.
Free trip as a senior must have been fun. Well, let's talk about the week of practice. How did the guys come back, hit the practice field this week?
Yeah, they came back again with a purpose. Just the way they've been preparing all training camp and in the weekly preparation for our previous game, this game. The guys are going out there with a purpose, really executing. Tuesday's practice you could hear it. I mean, the plastic was popping, and tremendous opportunity scrimmage on Monday. Guys are hungry to play. I think they feel like they see themselves getting better, and they see the units getting better, and just want to see how good they can get at football right now. But it's a very, very good atmosphere around here. Guys are attacking everything in front of them, and I don't see any zero entitlement as well. I mean, they just they want to work and see how good they can get.
Let's talk about your defense a little bit. 7 sacks a week ago. interesting statistic from John Jansen's podcast during the week. Last year, only 9 sacks for the entire 14-game schedule from players not named Ojabo or Hutchinson. You have to be very pleased with that development.
Yep, I want to keep that going. A lot of guys hungry to play. See the interior front. Mozzie Smith, Chris Jenkins, Cam Good, George Rooks. I mean, a lot of guys in there that can play and be good. Braden McGregor thought he had his best game. Upshaw, Mike Morris with the strip sack. I mean, it should have been counted as a sack. And then you had DJ Scoop and score. Rod Moore's interception. See him kind of being a ball hawk, getting a feel for that. Mike Sammer still was all over the field. So that was game one. I think our guys are fired up for game two, and I'm fired up. I'm fired up to watch them compete and see how good we can get from game one to game two.
Their head coach, Timmy Chang, came from actually Nevada, where he was on Jay Norvell's staff, and he admittedly brought some of the air raid offense with him to Hawaii. How similar are the concepts between Jay Norvell's offense at Colorado State last week and what Timmy Chang and the challenge that offense will present you tonight?
Yeah, pretty darn similar. That was the 4th-ranked passing game in college football last year that they have. The air raid is good. I mean, they spread it out, and they're committed to throwing it, and they got some really good run concepts off it as well. So, yeah, it's another good challenge, and there's teams that we're going to play down the road that are committed to throwing the football and the air raid and what it presents in the running game. So buckle up your seatbelt, as we like to say when you're playing against the air raid.
Well, it's Michigan and Hawaii. We will talk about the Michigan offense and the quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, when we continue with Coach Harbaugh. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
What does it mean for you when the University of Michigan Health was once again named the best hospital in Michigan by U.S. News & World Report? Or when they're recognized as the only Michigan hospital awarded straight A's for safety 10 years running? It means you can count on experts in every specialty, all in one place, working tirelessly to unlock a Michigan answer for you, U of M Health. One of only 8 hospitals in the nation to receive healthcare's top designations. Learn more at uofmhealth.org.
It's time to bring the big game to your backyard. With battery power, made by Steel. Steel battery blowers start at just $139.99, and battery chainsaws start at $299.99. Find yours at over 10,000 local dealers. Visit SteelDealers.com. Real Steel. Find yours. All prices BS SRP.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Let's continue our pregame conversation with head coach Jim Harbaugh. Once again, here's Doug Karsh.
Back with Jim Harbaugh, Michigan and Hawaii coming up tonight. Coach, let's talk about J.J. McCarthy, who will get the start at quarterback. Where has he improved the most this fall leading into this game?
Just in everything he does. I think the game's really slowed down for him. I could notice that on the sidelines on this past Saturday during the game, and I think he's seeing things clearly. I think he's seeing the field good. I think he's playing at a real fast level in terms of going through his reads and obviously running the football. But I think things are slowing down around him, and that's a really good thing. And I think it's probably where the most improvements come.
He called it a blessing to work with Cade. He said they feed off one another and that it's really been a great learning experience for him. Can you talk a little bit about seeing them feed off one another and how they perhaps make each other better?
Yeah, as iron sharpens iron, one man sharpens another. I think that's both come ready to play. Both are, it's very important to them. Both are great competitors. Both are really good leaders. Both have a high expectation of how they train and how they play and how they approach games and practices.
Health-wise up front, Ryan Hayes, Carson Barnhart banged up a week ago. Can you update us on their status for this one?
Yeah, Ryan Hayes will play. He's starting left tackle, and Carson's going to miss this one. But, working hard to get back on the field. And I don't think he'll be out a long time, but, it'll be week to week.
All right, Coach, I want to bring you to my favorite quote of the week. Steve Clinkscale, your secondary coach, made the comment that the secondary needs to tackle better this week. He was disappointed because they missed a tackle, one last week. Pretty high bar, but you got to love Clink's intensity.
Yeah, sure do. He's got a great demeanor. He's very has a high standard, as you point out. I think he's demanding because he knows he's got guys that train extremely hard and are really talented. But he's also got this, can put your arm around you and kind of be a real big brother, fatherly figure. He cares a lot. It's a tremendous blend, and he's an outstanding coach. There's no question about it. And one of the real he's had a dramatic positive effect on our football team.
Well, Coach, we appreciate your time. Good luck, and we will hear from you after the game.
Sounds good.
All right, Jim Harbaugh, head coach of the Michigan Wolverines. We're getting you set for kickoff, Michigan and Hawaii. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Are you a Wolverine for life? Do you have the guts to get recruited to a team that will beat Ohio State? When you choose to become an organ, blood, or bone marrow donor, you're choosing to help save a life and to be someone's hero. Join us Sunday, October 9th, and be a hero at the Big House by donating blood or registering as an organ or bone marrow donor at Michigan Stadium. Sign up now at wolverinesforlife.org and help us beat Ohio State in the annual battle for life-saving donations. Visit wolverinesforlife.org and register today.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our Varsity Burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Really well-played game by the offense, defense, and the special teams, and a lot of credit to the coaches and the players for how they prepared.
Yeah, we didn't. One penalty, we had no turnovers.
Where we kind of left off like last year, like all the preparation we did from like the start of January.
It was an all-around thing, that game.
Cuts inside, 10-5, touchdown. Roman Wilson fires over the middle, and it's picked off. It's Rod Moore, and he's going to sack Millen. It's Anoma, his first play. They'll run it with Blake Corum going right, and he will score. Untouched Blake Corum to the sideline, to the end zone. Touchdown, J.J. McCarthy.
Kind of just went in, everyone did their job, so everyone was able to eat.
We bring a lot of versatility and depth to each and every game.
Go out there, play fast, play physical, play smart, and just be aggressive.
Nothing changes. Got to do the same thing every week.
You take nothing for granted, ever. And also, respect every opponent.
Be present with every snap I take, with every handoff I make, with every throw I make. Just be present in each moment.
All we want to do is just bring out the best in each other.
Michigan football is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. And by Coca-Cola. There's magic when we cheer together. Once again, here's Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
Kind of a surreal scene here at the Big House as fans are still filing back in for what will be the latest kickoff in Michigan football history. As the Wolverines in Hawaii have seen an over just about an hour rain delay, almost an hour rain delay. We'll kick it off just after 9 o'clock, and something else that will happen tonight that hasn't happened in over 60 years. John Jansen.
Oh, is this the fun fact I'm supposed to know?
No, you're not supposed to know, but this
but
is
I do know.
You do know this one,
yeah,
don't
I'm
you?
going to hit this one out of the park.
Okay, well, what's going to happen tonight?
They are not going to run out and touch the banner.
The reason for that is because of the rain delay. Both teams were in the locker rooms. When the lightning hit, the teams were on the field in sweatpants.
Yep.
They went up in the locker room for about an hour, got all geared up, and then when we got the all clear, they took the field. Some of the players ran out and pretended they were touching the banner, but no banner for the first time since 1961, we believe.
Yeah.
Because the teams have now warmed up. They're going to their sidelines, and we're just going to get this one underway. Michigan and Hawaii from here at the Big House as the Wolverines look to go 2-0 on this 2022 season. The other thing that won't happen is the band will play the national anthem from the stands. No pregame show. They weren't out on the field, so
a lot of weirdness
kind of
going on. It's kind of weird in college football, and so hopefully, as those players were up in the locker room, you know they all had their cell phones and devices out. They're getting the updates and seeing upsets against Notre Dame, upsets all across college football. Texas A&M fell, and the conversation should have been, hey, let's make sure this doesn't happen to us.
Well, the warning signs are out there. A Hawaii team comes in that is woefully undermanned after an absolute gutting of the program. The previous coach, Todd Graham, abuse of players, massive transfers, and the Hawaii legend, Timmy Chang, takes over in his first season. And it's going to be a process. This was a program that actually went to a Sugar Bowl in the 2000s, and Timmy Chang set NCAA passing records with over 17,000 yards back in his playing days from 2000 to 2004. But, John, they've fallen on hard times.
They have, and it's going to take them a little while to replenish the roster.
And we will pause for our national anthem. There it is, the Michigan band with our national anthem. Michigan and Hawaii getting set to kick it off, and the Wolverines on the near sideline in their traditional home uniforms, the winged helmets, the blue jerseys with maize numerals, maize pants. Hawaii in the road white jerseys with green helmets, green pants. On the back of their helmets, they have the word brotherhood. It is what they are trying to instill, keep this group together, as it's been like I said, tumultuous times for the Hawaii Warriors. Before we continue, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. And the captains are making their way to midfield for our coin toss tonight. And our Jason Avant is down there, as we will listen in as our referee Larry Smith will flip the coin, and we'll get this one underway. Cade McNamara, Eric All, Mozzie Smith, and Mike Sainristle out there for Michigan.
Tonight's contest. This is the coin that we'll be flipping. This is heads. This is tails. What's your call? Tails. It's called tails. It's tails, you've won. You want the ball, which way you want to kick? Turn your back this way. Hawaii has won.
Hawaii won the toss, and they've elected to take the football. Today's coin toss brought to you by Rude. You can rely on Rude. So we'll see Hawaii's offense first, and John, that means we will see the transfer quarterback Joey Yellen, who spent last year backing up Kenny Pickett at Pitt, and he transfers to Hawaii. And John, last week, according to The Athletic, 131 Division I programs. Last week, 60 of them started transfer quarterbacks.
It's an unbelievable time in college football where you're looking at so much player movement. We talk about this on the NFL side of things all the time in free agency, and there's at least contracts of 3, 4, 5, 6 years signed in the NFL and pro sports. In college sports right now, it feels like they're all one-year contracts, and anything can happen as soon as the season's over.
And the Wolverines taking the field. It'll be the Lou Groza Award winner, Jake Moody, to kick off to Zion Bowens. And Jalen Purdue, the junior college transfer from Antelope Valley College. One of 7 JC transfers. Timmy Chang has his hands full rebuilding this program. 23 freshmen, 7 junior college transfers, 16 FBS transfers, 2 FCS transfers, a Division II transfer, and a Division III transfer, helping make up his roster. And I got to tell you, I'm impressed with the fans that came back.
Oh.
What were we expecting, a third? This looks like it's 80% full.
Yeah, hats off. We've been surprised a number of times with the amount of fans that will wait in their cars, will wait out rain delays to show up for a moment like this.
We see they have Chucky Hines back there on the kickoff return for the Rainbow Warriors. The latest kickoff in Michigan Stadium history. Prior to this, there was an 8:30 kick between Michigan and Minnesota after an hour rain delay.
Well, the nice thing about not everybody coming back is the 8 inches that everybody gets to actually sit on in the big house has expanded a little bit.
A couple more inches, huh?
Yeah.
There you go. All right, so after an hour delay, we are ready to go for the big house. It'll be Jake Moody to get us going. Here, it's Michigan and Hawaii, and we are underway as Moody's kick is deep and into the end zone and through the back of the end zone, and Hawaii will take over on the 25-yard line. For Michigan, the defense, Mike Morris, Chris Jenkins, Mozzie Smith, and Jalen Harrell up front. DJ Turner leads the secondary, along with Mike Sainristo, Rod Moore, R.J. Moten, and Jamon Green, Khalil Mullings, and Junior Coulson, the linebackers, and they will face, as we mentioned, the air raid attack, a very similar attack to what Colorado State ran a week ago, although with not quite as much success so far this year, as they have had major turnover problems. Their quarterbacks have thrown 5 picks, and they have thrown for no touchdowns. And Joey Yellen, the transfer from Pittsburgh, from the shotgun, as Hawaii will take over on the far hash from the 25-yard line, 1st and 10. Yellen has the snap, turns and hands it off to his running back, Dedrick Parsons, and he is met in the backfield. Looks like a loss of 2. And he fought forward. They're going to give him a yard, actually. And it'll be 2nd down and 9 for Hawaii, just underway at the big house.
Yeah, Mozzie Smith clogging up the middle. I think Hawaii is just going to try and test different spots along the defensive line to see if they can gain anything. And in the middle, there's nothing to be had with big freak Mozzie Smith in the middle.
2nd and 9, Wolverines in a nickel defense. Yellen from the shotgun. Hands it off to Parson again, running left, not much room. Mike Morris leading the tacklers. And it'll be another gain of about 1.5 yards this time. Setting up a 3rd down and about 7.
Michigan is starting the game off, obviously with Mozzie Smith in the middle, but they're moving the defensive front. That was a slant to the right. And when they do that, especially after playing straight on that first, it just confuses the offensive line. One of the hardest things to do is the block movement. Look for Michigan to do a lot of that early.
Braden McGregor checks in for the first time, coming off the edge. 4 wide now for Hawaii. Parsons alone setback next to Yellen. 3rd and 7. Back to pass is Yellen from the shotgun. Here comes pressure, and he's hitting the balls out, and it's rolling towards the sideline, and they're going to rule it incomplete first I thought that might have been a backwards pass and a fumble, but it is Jalen Harrell and Taylor Upshaw in there providing the pressure. It's going to be 3 and out for the Rainbow Warriors as Matthew Shipley will be forced to punt.
Yeah, all they did with Junior Colson was run a little pick game. He came right at the left tackle, hit his hip, and that slowed him down enough, allowing Jalen Harrell to get in there and make a big hit on the quarterback. We're seeing a lot more of this defense in terms of movement and stunts early on than we saw all of last week.
Shipley will kick from about his own 17-yard line, a short kick. A.J. Henning tells everyone to get away, and then he tries to pick it up, and he does, and he spins out of one tackle before he's dragged down on his own 33, A.J. Henning for Michigan, and that's where J.J. McCarthy will take over for the Michigan offense. 41-yard punt after the roll, 3-yard return for A.J. Henning.
Yeah, A.J. Henning's got to be very careful taking risks like that, trying to pick the ball up. Bouncing football up never really goes where you anticipate it, but the much anticipated and long-awaited start for J.J. McCarthy.
And he's got Blake Corum as the lone setback. Cornelius Johnson split to the near side. Ronnie Bell up top. The Wolverine offensive line gets Ryan Hayes back tonight at left tackle as McCarthy's going to take his first snap from under center. From his own 37-yard line, turns and hands it to Blake Corum, who's outside, and he's got a lot of room. 40, makes a cut, 50, and dragged down into Hawaii territory, but there's a flag down on the far sideline. If it stands, it's a pickup of about 22 yards, and we'll see what it's going to be a sideline warning on Hawaii, so the run will stand.
Well, I'm not sure what Hawaii's defense was doing there. Off the right side, they brought a corner blitz, rolled everybody over top, and just to the wide side of the field, there were no defenders. There wasn't a corner. There wasn't a safety. There was nobody coming off the edge, and Michigan had the perfect play call on.
And the Hawaii native, Roman Wilson, checks in, playing against 13 of his high school teammates from the St. Louis school in Honolulu. McCarthy back to pass, and he's got Roman Wilson wide open deep, and he's got it inside the 5. Touchdown, Michigan. Roman Wilson, a lightning bolt from J.J. McCarthy, and Michigan leads it 6-0, 42 yards on the touchdown.
I think we're going to see quite a bit of this. When you have a big run by Blake Corum and you're sitting on the 40-yard line, 1st and 10, you got to believe you're going to take a shot. They did, and what a beautiful pass. Could have let him just a little bit more, I guess, if we're going to be very critical, but he was wide open.
He was 5 yards clear of the nearest defender. 2 plays, 72 yards in 36 seconds, and Michigan leads it 6-0. Jake Moody on for the extra point out of the hold of Brad Robbins. Snap is good. Hold is down, kick is up and good. So Michigan leads at 7-0 with 12:48 to go here in the first quarter from Ann Arbor. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan Athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The wait is over. Also, waiting as we know it is over. Because with good internet from WOW, everything is done in a flash. Streaming never stops. Online multiplayer games are buttery smooth. And video conferencing is like being in the same room with everyone. With speeds up to 1.2 gig, waiting is a thing of the past. Get WOW with plans starting at just $9.99 a month. Plus, learn how to get up to $300 on us at wowway.com. Wow, good internet. Limited to new customers with auto-pay and paperless billing. Offer subject to change. Terms apply.
Get on your feet and make some noise for the upcoming lineup of live entertainment at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Watch eclectic multi-instrumentalist Brian Culbertson work his magic on September 24th. Enjoy the soul-stirring sounds of megastar Brian McKnight on October 7th. And don't miss legendary frontman Aaron Lewis as his Frayed at Both Ends acoustic tour makes a stop at Motor City for 2 shows on November 4th and 7th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Michigan on top from here at the Big House. Doug Carson, John Jansen. How would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com and find out how. That's syncmygame.com. So, quick strike for Michigan. J.J. McCarthy said this week he expected a big game from Roman Wilson. Obviously, when you have a kid from Hawaii and you're playing Hawaii, if you get a chance to showcase him, sure, why not?
Yeah.
And Roman Wilson, second play from scrimmage, 42 yards over the top, touchdown Michigan.
Yeah, it's set up perfectly by that first run. Was it 24 yards by Blake Corum with a perfect play call, getting the defense to line up where you want them to, bringing a blitz off the edge. You get Blake Corum out in space, and then you hit him deep to Roman Wilson. You couldn't start the game off offensively any better than that.
So the Wolverines, Jake Moody will kick off as Michigan leads it 7-0 here in what is a stunningly raucous Big House, man. We thought after an hour delay it might be a little bit subdued, but no sir. Jake Moody kicks deep, and this one, fair catch, is made and will come out to the 25-yard line. And that's where Hawaii will take over. Let's go down.
Not often. Oh, you're going to go down. Let's go down to Jason.
Well, it's pretty live down here on the sideline, fellas. I want to talk about that last play to Roman Wilson. They're known for playing cover 1 and cover 0. They had a free safety that was vacated the middle, stepped on his toe, post route, down the field for a touchdown. Perfect route, perfect pass, great play for the Michigan Wolverines.
Michigan on top, 7-0. Thank you, Jason. And the defense takes the field for the Wolverines, facing Joey Yellen from a shotgun with 3 wideouts. The big tight end is in there, Jordan Murray. He might be their best offensive weapon. And Dedrick Parson split to the left of Yellen, and they hand it off to Parson. He tries to bounce it outside, and there's not much running room, and it's Mikey Samer still coming up and dragging him down. Forward progress got him back to the line of scrimmage. It'll be 2nd and 10 now for Hawaii.
Mikey Samerston was lined up over the slot and did a great job of fighting off the receiver, who was number 8. I know you've been waiting to say this name, Makayo Atamalala.
Tamitoi Mokio Atamalala.
That's exactly what I said. Thank you.
He's lined up in the slot right now. Dior Scott is in the game. He from Last Chance U fame plays for this Hawaii team, and it's Yellen from the shotgun. 2nd and 10 now for Hawaii. Wolverines showing blitz. Yellen back to pass. Gonna fire. Look for his receiver on the near sideline. That's Jalen Walthall, but he airmails it over his head and out of bounds, and it'll be 3rd down for Hawaii.
Real good coverage by Jamon Green on the receiver. And here's what I'm liking about this defense against 2 now air raid offenses. The secondary has been very patient. They haven't gambled on trying to create interceptions, allowing big plays. Both weeks, other than the 1 touchdown last week against Will Johnson, they've been very patient waiting for their opportunities.
3 receivers split to the left for Yellen, looking at a 3rd and 10 from his own 25-yard line against the Michigan defense, which is crowding the line of scrimmage. Yellen's got it. Here comes a blitz. Back to pass. Crossing pattern. It's caught and dragged down right there with a short gain is the receiver Jordan Murray. That's the tight end we just mentioned. And he gains 2. It's going to be 4th down. Hawaii will be forced to punt.
R.J. Moten came up from the safety position and did a really nice job. Last week, they struggled with those crossing routes. And when I talked to Jesse Minter, hey, one of the things you want to do better this week, we need to do better on the crossing routes. There's a great example. Got in his hip pocket. Yeah, the pass was complete, but he's right there to make the tackle.
Matthew Shipley averages 39.5 yards per punt for his career. Standing on his own 11-yard line, he'll roll to the right and hit a line drive towards A.J. Henning. He'll take a high bounce, and Henning will tell everybody to scatter on out of there, and Hawaii will down it at about the 39-yard line, and that's where Michigan will take over, and we got a late flag.
Probably another sideline warning.
It might be. 35-yard punt there from Shipley.
Some very sensitive officials out there.
Well, you know, this is we're the get-back coaches tonight.
Yeah. Oh, Oh, I thought they were tossing the football. I thought we got another one.
Oh, we await this call.
Interference. Michigan, 15-yard penalty. It will remain first down.
Wait a second. How'd they get a warning and we get interference?
Jim Harbaugh wants an explanation. He's standing talking to the side judge. What happened to the warning?
Well, so here's probably what happened. On the Hawaii sideline, the official was not in contact with a player or a coach or somebody. They got a warning because it was too close. Michigan sideline, and I didn't get a chance to see if it happened, probably was contacted by an official and player, coach, whoever on the sideline.
Wolverines will take over on their own 23 when we continue 7-0 Michigan. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan will answer the mantra for Lloyd Carr with one more win.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3-and-outs into three of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. Headquartered in Brighton, we also have offices in Clarkston, Northville, and very soon, we're opening a new office on West Stadium Boulevard in Ann Arbor, just down the street from the Big House. Visit us at FoguthFinancial.com. That's F-O-G-U-T-H Financial.com to find out more. As a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, we can't wait to see you in Ann Arbor. Go Blue!
Coach John Jansen back at the Big House. Michigan will take over on their own 23-yard line, 1st and 10, leading 7-0 here with 11:11 to go first quarter. J.J. McCarthy hands it off to Blake Corum, running left. He's got the corner and up the sideline, steps out of bounds as he crosses the 30, out at the 31-yard line. Gain of 8. It'll be 2nd and 2 now for Michigan.
Just like we saw last week on a touchdown by Blake Corum, Olu Oluwatimi is out on the left side, pulling from that center position. The ability of him to get outside after snapping the ball he's really showcasing his mobility and his speed.
From the shotgun, J.J. McCarthy with Corum split to his left. Ronnie Bell to the near side. Up top, we've got Cornelius Johnson, Roman Wilson in the slot. McCarthy back to pass, looking, crossing route. He's got Ronnie Bell, 30, 40, 50, 45. Spun down at the 40 in Hawaii territory. Ronnie Bell on the crossing route, and J.J. McCarthy hit him. And the Wolverines are threatening again. Jonah Panoki with the tackle.
Well, everybody loves it when Ronnie Bell catches a pass. We know what the struggles he had last year, but just does a great job of running underneath coverage, starting on the left, running across the formation, and a really nice on-the-mark pass by J.J. McCarthy. Very accurate so far.
Correction, it was the other number one, Penny Pavihi on the tackle for Hawaii from the Rainbow Warriors 38-yard line. Shotgun handoff. Nope, check that. McCarthy kept it, now fires in the flat to Eric All, and he's across the 30, puts his head down and drives a defender backwards as he's knocked out of bounds, Eric All. And close to a first down. Did he get it? He did. They moved the sticks.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm watching for JJ today is, you mentioned that ball handling skills. Does a running back keep it? Does JJ keeping it? The decisions on that, and then to be able to throw the ball out of it accurately to Eric All. Great process so far.
Well, he fooled me. Gain of 10. McCarthy hands it off. Blake Corum, big hole. At the 15, makes a move down to the 12-yard line where he's tripped up, and Really good job by the right side of that offensive line. And, this isn't good. Trevor Keegan holding his arm immediately signals to the sideline and comes running off the field. Wolverines starting left guard.
Yep. Giovanni El Hadi, who was the first one in the game last week, is back in the game at left guard.
Trevor Keegan, one of the better offensive linemen for this Michigan team. El Hadi is now in. In motion is Ronnie Bell from the 12-yard line. Check that 13, 1st and 10. Handoff, Blake Corum makes a man miss in the hole to the 5, tripped up, and he's down at the 3-yard line. Another big gainer, and that's going to set up a 1st and goal for Michigan from the Hawaii 3-yard line. It's 7-0 Michigan, 8:47 to go here in the first quarter, clock running.
If I could have had a criticism of Blake Corum last year is that he just tried to do too much with the ball, tried to make too many fakes. So far today and this year, what we saw from last week, it is foot in the ground and making one cut, getting north and south. And it's been to his benefit to be able to do that.
1st and goal from the 3. J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun. Luke Schoonmaker comes in motion. McCarthy hands it off to Corum, running right, and not a ton of room, but he's battling forward and gets down to about the 1-yard line, where it'll be 2nd and goal for Michigan. Leading 7-0 already, 8:09 to go first quarter.
Trying to get right in behind Zach Zinter, Trente Jones, two guys that they're really hoping work well together up front. That right side we've seen already. On the left side, a couple of guys in and out. Ryan Hayes is back for that offensive line this week. But they want to get that pair on the right side fired up with some good double teams. Don't be surprised to see them run the exact same play right behind those two here.
And the Wolverines go with the jumbo package, and there's some confusion. As an extra offensive lineman, Jeff Percy checked in. We saw Joel Honigford.
Michigan, the first of the half. Will be 30 seconds.
Matthew Hibner check in, but they broke the huddle. There was 10 on the play clock, and the Wolverines looked around and decided that they wanted to talk this one over. Let's go down to the field and Jason Avant. Jason?
Hey, Trevor Keegan hurt his left arm, what it appears to be, like he was holding his left forearm. He's being taken to the 10 at this time. He was just grimacing on the sideline as we speak right now.
All right. Well, we hope he's okay.
Yeah. We're going to see a lot of guys today as this game goes on. We wouldn't see much more of Trevor Keegan.
I didn't like the way his arm was hanging as he came off the field, but they say this offensive line's a deep group. After the timeout, the Wolverines looking at a 2nd and goal from the 1-yard line. It's J.J. McCarthy handing it off to Blake Corum, and he dives into the blue for a Michigan touchdown. Blake Corum from 1 yard out goes over the top, and Michigan leads it 13-0.
A lot of work for Blake Corum early in this game, keeping the ball on the ground, getting behind that offensive line, and quite honestly, a lot of people will say, hey, I'm not sure what type of confidence you can build up against a team that has been so decimated with transfers and changes in the coaching positions against like Hawaii has had, but there is confidence that is built up front.
Extra point, the snap by William Wagner, the hold from Brad Robbins, and the kick from Jake Moody is up and good, and Michigan now leads it 14-0. 7:36 to go, first quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Rates are on the rise, but with Rocket, you get an advantage. You can lock your rate for 90 days while you search for a home. If rates drop within 3 years of buying your home, you'll get exclusive savings from Rocket Mortgage to refinance to a new lower rate. We'll help you lock it and drop it so you can buy today. That's the Rocket Advantage. Call 8337-ROCKET or go to therocketadvantage.com.
Must lock purchase rate between 7/19/22 and 9/30/22. Call 1-8337-ROCKET for coverage fees, terms, and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Hey Michigan fans, StubHub is the easiest way to buy and sell Wolverine tickets for almost 20 years. Whether you're looking for a single seat at the 50 or a section for your whole squad, StubHub has the best selection of tickets for any budget. Use Virtual View to find your perfect spot. Score a great deal with a price alert and get your tickets delivered instantly. It's the best way into Michigan Stadium. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Michigan Athletics. StubHub, be there.
Need plastic? Alro Plastics has been a one-stop source for cut-to-size plastic since 1987. Our inventory includes sheet, rod, tube, grating, and plate. We will cut and ship many orders the same day. Alro provides value-added processing to meet the most demanding fabrication requirements. Whether your business is large or small, Alro Plastics will provide you with competitive pricing, technical support, and superior service. Learn more at alro.com/plastics.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Michigan, Hawaii. Let's return to the big house. Here again, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
14-0 Michigan on top after a 7-play, 77-yard drive that took 3 minutes and 35 seconds. And Michigan leading here early with 7:36 to go in the first quarter. Myers, the presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and a proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. So, John Jansen, good quick start for Michigan as we expected. Probably the only drawback right now is the injury to Trevor Keegan.
Trevor Keegan and the timeout that they had to spend because they were trying to do something different this week. Extra linemen in, you got to report, you got to do all these different things, and weren't able to get the play off. I know we're talking about minuscule things, but those are the types of things in a game like this that you should be getting right because there's not a lot of pressure that you're facing.
So Jake Moody is ready to go, and he puts his right foot into it. And the kick is deep, and that one will go out of the back of the end zone, and Hawaii will take over on the 25-yard line. Well, they tried to get the ball last series to Jordan Murray. He's their big tight end who can run. He was all Missouri Valley Conference at Missouri State, where he played for 4 years. 6'5", 240. For the Michigan defense for the first time today, we will see Mason Graham, the true freshman, and Rashawn Benny has checked in for the Michigan defense. Also Michael Barrett in on the second level.
Yeah, Jordan Murray is a really good player, and quite honestly on offense, clearly their best player and their best weapon. Michigan takes him away. I'm not sure what Hawaii has.
Yellen's got the shotgun snap. Back to fire. Goes down the sideline looking for his receiver, Jalen Walthall, and he's incomplete as he overthrew. In coverage down there, Jamon Green again. Boy, do they love the improvement Jamon Green has made.
I was just going to say that. You look for little things in coverage. Jamon Green has had a tough couple of years playing man coverage, and there does a great job of keeping his focus on the receiver, keeping his body position, and at the last minute looking back for the ball, not getting lost in that.
Najee Bryant checks into the backfield for Hawaii. Yellen from a shotgun snap, back to pass, looking wide receiver screen, and it's incomplete as he was looking again for Walthall. And the Wolverines blew it up as again Jamon Green was right there and kind of causing the distraction, and Walthall didn't secure it. Yabi Anoma checks in for the first time tonight.
Well, one play, one sack last week. We'll see what happens on his first third down attempt.
Probably doesn't even know half the playbook yet, but it's third and long. It's go get the quarterback, right?
The playbook on defense is all written in crayon, and it's a big football, and underneath it, it says, go get it.
Says an offensive lineman. Shotgun snap for Yellen, back to pass, fires far side, he's got his receiver, and he makes a man miss, and he's going to get a first down. And out to the 39-yard line. Good move there by Jonah Pinoque as DJ Turner in coverage let him get away and get the first down.
Well, it's fine that DJ Turner allowed him to catch the ball, but he just took a bad angle. He took a sideline angle instead of the inside hip of that receiver. So when he spins, he's got the field. If he has to spin out, you can use that sideline as an extra defender.
6:58 to go. Michigan on top 14-0 here at the Big House. Hawaii with the football on their own 38-yard line. 1st and 10. Yellen back to pass. Fires. And his pass is short and broken up. I think we're going to get a pass. PBU there for Jamon Green as he was looking for Walthall again. The freshman wide receiver comes into play tonight with 8 catches and 114 yards.
Well, to capitalize on what I was saying about that long pass that Jamon Green did a good job of not looking back at the ball too early. Same thing there. He's not keying on the quarterback or watching the quarterback's eyes. He's keying as a receiver, and his reaction right now of when to come back and when to make a play has been much better than we've seen in previous years.
Yellen from a shotgun. He's got 3 receivers split right, 1 split left. And it's a handoff to the running back, Najee Bryant, who is met by a host of Wolverine tacklers. A short gain. Rayshon Benny leading the way, and they're going to say no gain, setting up a 3rd and 10.
Yeah, it was a long time before they blew that whistle. I thought for sure we were going to get an earlier one as they were wrestling around. Rayshon Benny was there, but there was a mob of Wolverines, and just nice pursuit to the football right now.
Yabianoba back in on a 3rd and long. 3rd and 10 from Hawaii from their own 38. Michigan leading 14-0, 6:08 to go. 1st quarter, clock running. Yellen from a shotgun, back to pass, heavy pass rush. He's going to fire it deep and overthrows everybody. Incomplete as he was looking for Dior Scott out there. And coverage was R.J. Moulton. And the Rainbow Warriors will be forced once again to punt.
Mikey Sammer still in coverage, and kind of always curious when a guy changes sides of the ball going from offense to defense, how they're going to handle things. And Mikey Samuelsdale has done a great job in the defensive secondary throughout 2 weeks.
Standing on his own 23-yard line is Matthew Shipley. A.J. Henning back on his own 21. Shipley puts his foot into it, and this one looks like it'll be returnable. Henning's got it at the 21, makes one man miss. Now up the middle of the field, cuts to the outside, far sideline, 50. A.J. Henning cuts back, gets a block, dives forward to the 41, where he's tripped up there as A.J. Henning, with an explosive punt return for Michigan, sets him up, sets the Wolverines up in Hawaii territory.
Well, A.J. Henning's got great awareness on this return as he starts off to the left, and here's the even better thing. There's a couple of really nice blocks, but they're all grazing blocks because they do a good job of not hitting anybody in the back.
40-yard punt, 37-yard return, 5:44 to go, 1st quarter, 14-0 Michigan. Let's throw it to the update desk for a check of the scoreboard with Rob Joyce.
Yeah, thank you very much, Doug. 2 other games going on right now in the Big Ten, and both a little surprising. They're at the half in Lincoln. Nebraska is tied with Georgia Southern, 28-28. Mind you, this is a Georgia Southern team that went just 3-9 a season ago, tied with Nebraska at the half. The other game, 2nd quarter in Bloomington, Indiana trails FCS school Idaho 7-0, and the Vandals are inside IU territory. So both teams in action at the moment are struggling. Everything else in the Big Ten is a final. Number 19, Wisconsin lost at home to Washington State 17-14. Maryland took care of Charlotte 56-21 on the road. Ohio State blasted Arkansas State 45-12. Minnesota handled its FCS opponent Western Illinois 62-10. Duke defeated Northwestern 31-23. Northwestern had a late fumble at the goal line in the final seconds. Penn State took care of Ohio 46-10. Michigan State shut out Akron 52-0. Iowa lost to Iowa State 10-7. Hawkeyes struggled offensively again. Illinois a 24-3 victory over Virginia. Purdue blanked Indiana State 56-0. And Rutgers took care of Wagner 66-7. Score in our game is Michigan 14, Hawaii 0. This Big Ten update brought to you by Abso Pure Water, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Doug, John.
You heard that score out of Lincoln, John?
I did, and boy, Scott Frost. Offensively, they seem to have things going again, but defensively, they can't stop anybody. 28-28, all with Georgia Southern, a team that won 3 games last year. It breaks my heart.
Meanwhile, Indiana trailing Idaho.
The Vandals, what a great mascot.
They made Washington State sweat last week, only lost by 7.
And Washington State, as we're finding out, not a bad team. Beat Wisconsin in Madison.
I think we're finding out Idaho's not a bad team. No. All right, Michigan takes over. J.J. McCarthy under center from the 43-yard line of the Rainbow Warriors. McCarthy bootleg right, fires Scott Schoonmaker, who's inside the 40, knocked out of bounds at the 37-yard line. Gain of 6 for J.J. McCarthy to Luke Schoonmaker.
A very deep tight end group. We've already seen a pass caught by Eric All. Now we're getting Luke Schoonmaker in on the in the play chart. I think you're going to see, just like we had last week, a number of players get great experience at that tight end position because it's so deep.
Wolverines on top 14-0. 5:15 to go first quarter. Clock running. J.J. McCarthy, quarterback keeper, running right. He's got a man out in front of him. That's Eric All. Gives him a block, and J.J. McCarthy has the first down inside the 25. Steps out of bounds at the 21-yard line, and there's the dimension he brings to the game.
Yeah, he's so good and smooth. And sometimes when Jim Harbaugh talks about, hey, he can go 40 yards and guys aren't even near him, he's one of those players that as he's running and as he's moving there to the right, great block by Eric All, by the way, you can't really tell how fast he's going because it's so smooth.
J.J. McCarthy breaks the huddle. Wolverines in a tight formation. Donovan Edwards into the game for the first time. He's the lone setback. Roman Wilson, the lone wide receiver, split to the right. Under center, J.J. McCarthy. On 1st and 10, little flip reverse to Roman Wilson. He's got a block. He's got a ton of room. He's got a lane. Roman Wilson to the end zone. Touchdown. Roman Wilson, his second score of the game, and Michigan leads it 20-0 with 4:23 to go here in the first quarter.
As you mentioned, hey, when you got one player from the state of Hawaii, you're going to play against Hawaii, you might as well feature him. We've seen a long touchdown pass to him. Was it 21 yards? No, 21 yards on the rush, 42 on the touchdown pass. Hey, give him the ball as much as possible.
13 players from his high school are on the Hawaii sideline. He is the lone Hawaii native on the Michigan roster, as one might expect. And
Yes.
Jake Moody, extra point is good. 4 plays, 43 yards in 1:21, and Michigan leads it 21-0 with 4:23 to go here in the first quarter. Let's go down to the field and Jason Avant. Jason?
Trevor Keegan came out of the tent. He came out saying that he was available to play. However, he didn't go back in the game that last series, and I seen him give a dap to El Hadi. So it doesn't look like he's going to return this game.
All right, thank you very much. And that's good news that he says he can come back. One of Michigan's better offensive linemen. So Roman Wilson, apparently a lot of text messages exchanged back and forth to the island.
I'm sure so. I mean, especially if you got 13 high school teammates on the other sideline. You're going to want to see some of those guys when they come to the stateside, but you also want to show off in front of your buddies.
Well, let me ask you a question, and there's a relevance to this question. Do you own any Crocs?
Do I own any Crocs? I used to.
Well, that is Roman Wilson's calling card in the building. He shows up wearing Crocs every day, different colors.
Oh, different colors? Yeah. Oh, everybody's got their own style.
His kick will be returned. It's Chucky Hines for Hawaii, getting it out to about the 25-yard line where he is tackled. And trying to see who made the tackle there for Michigan. I believe it was Joe Taylor. Yep, mismatched Crocs. His parents are Michigan natives. Mom, a track star in the Upper Peninsula. And Roman Wilson, he got that speed.
Yes, he did. We've seen it in a number of different ways, and we've seen him showed off in a number of different stadiums, but I did not know about the mismatched Crocs.
It's a fashion statement. Speaking of fashion statement, I like your Hawaiian shirt, John.
Thank you. This was a Christmas present.
On the 25-yard line, handoff up the middle. It's Parson for the Rainbow Warriors. Gain of about 2 before he's banged to the turf.
Well, they're going to keep
Jenkins
testing
tackled.
the inside of Michigan's defensive line, and I'm not sure why, because they haven't had anything there. We've heard about Mozzie Smith, Rayshawn Benny, now it's Chris Jenkins. I mean, there's just nothing to be had in there.
2nd down and 7 for Hawaii. Yellen from the shotgun. Parson continues as the running back, split to his left. Two receivers split to each side. Yellen has the snap, back to pass, fires quickly near side. He's got his receiver, and knocked down is the tight end, Jordan Murray. McCarthy Page with the tackle for Michigan, but it's enough for the first down. Move the chains for the Rainbow Warriors out to the Michigan 41-yard line.
Well, when you line Jordan Murray up with his size at 6'5", 250 pounds, he's a mismatch nightmare for anybody on Michigan's secondary. Just runs a really nice route.
Shotgun for Yellen, back to pass, pump fake, now fires out of bounds, misses his receiver out of the backfield, Najee Bryant-Lule, and check that, it was Parsons. It'll be 2nd and 10 with 3:06 to go, and Michigan on top, 21-0 first quarter.
Well, they're trying to get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible right now. You mentioned it last week, they had 5 interceptions, 4 of them by Braden Shager, who is not currently playing, but Joey Yellen had one, and they just want quick decisions from their quarterbacks and not allow the pass rush of Michigan to get home.
From the shotgun, Yellen's got it. Hands it off to Parson. In the backfield, he is met and dragged down. It's going to be a TFL for Braden McGregor as he blew into the Hawaii backfield.
Well, sometimes you got to leave a guy unblocked. They chose Braden McGregor on that play, and what a great reaction. Almost overran the player, but great reaction of being able to stick out an arm and grab a hold.
It's a bad choice.
Yes, bad choice.
3rd and 12 now for Hawaii. 2:35 to go first quarter. 3 receivers split left, 1 split right. We see Will Johnson, the 5-star true freshman, into the game for the first time on this 3rd and long for Hawaii. Yellen from a shotgun's got it, back to pass. Here comes the pass rush. He'll fire, and it's, through the hands of R.J. Moten, incomplete, but I think R.J. would tell you that should have been his 2nd career interception.
Yeah, that one was tied on a bow and put underneath the Christmas tree, and it looks like he almost stumbled as he jumped for it. Didn't get quite enough air under his feet, but boy, that one would have been a pick 6 as well.
He came to Michigan intending to play both football and baseball. He's a center fielder.
Yeah, well.
Error.
Yeah, error, yes.
From the
misjudgment.
38-yard line, Hawaii will punt on 4th and long. Shipley's kick is going to land in front of A.J. Henning, take a big bounce, and A.J. slips, and this one's going to roll inside the Michigan 10 and down to the 6-yard line. It'll be down right there by Hawaii. Turf still a little slippery after the hour rain delay.
Yeah. And
it was a lightning delay. It wasn't a rain delay.
Yeah, and we did get some heavy rains in that lightning delay, but this is an opportunity for Michigan to work on different aspects of their game. We've seen them get in the red zone. We've seen explosive plays. We've seen reverses. Now we're going to get a chance to see them backed up in their own territory, coming out of their own end zone.
And you know what else we see? Trevor Keegan back into the game. So good. That is good news. Yeah. All right, pistol formation. Donovan Edwards in behind J.J. McCarthy. 1 wide receiver split out to the right. Looks like Andrell Anthony. Wolverines heavy set with 3 tight ends from their own 6-yard line, leading 21-0. 2:08 to go first quarter. Handoff to Edwards running left, and nothing there. Met at the line of scrimmage, dropped for no gain.
No, they're trying to test out a few things. I'm curious. They run to that double tight end side and just allow too much penetration. Keep an eye on Trevor Keegan. I know he's back in the game, but sometimes, if you got a bump or a bruise or might something be going on with his left hand, maybe he's not wanting to use it quite as much as he initially would.
Minute 36 to go first quarter, 21-0 Michigan. 2nd and 10 from their own 6-yard line. From the shotgun, J.J. McCarthy back to pass, looking, slant pattern, and Ronnie Bell dropped it. Ooh, he had a lot of running room too. And he gets up and taps his chest, as that one's on him.
Well, the thing about this throw is
a little behind him.
Well, it's a little bit behind him, but J.J. knew where the linebacker was. If he leads him, that's probably an interception. So the awareness of J.J., hey, I'm going to have to throw it a little bit behind Ronnie Bell so it's not picked off, or I'm going to have to hold on to it longer than I really want to.
I'm going to give Penei Pavihi I think he might have got his hand on that, the linebacker that
could have.
Even if he touches it a little, it can change the football a little bit. And so we get a whistle, and what do we got? Timeout, Jim Harbaugh, with 1:27 to go here.
Timeout.
And 3rd and 10.
Michigan, the second of the half. It'll be 30.
All right, so we'll keep it here with Michigan on top, 21-0, and 1:27 to go. So how do these games get on the schedule? If you look at the way Michigan is scheduled this year, John, Colorado State came in last weekend. Their athletic director, a Michigan All-American swimmer, worked in the athletic department, Joe Parker. This week, Wolverines taking on Hawaii. Their athletic director at Hawaii, David Matlin, a 1987 graduate of the University of Michigan. And then next week, Michigan hosting UConn.
Do we have a connection to UConn?
Ward Manuel, of course, the athletic director came from UConn.
Yep.
Now, UCLA was originally on this schedule, but the way they had it set up, it would have been leaving Michigan with just 6 home games next year, and they didn't want to do that, and that series got canceled. They tried to change it, but they couldn't. So we get Colorado State, Hawaii, and UConn. Crossing pattern. Ronnie Bell makes a man miss. Can he get the first down? No, he can't, because he fumbled, and the ball's on the ground, and Wolverines will recover, but not a good series of downs there. That'll go in the books as a gain of 2. As McCarthy hit Ronnie Bell on a crossing pattern, as he tried to make a man miss to fight forward for the first down, the ball got knocked out. And Wolverines recovered, so it'll be a 4th down and 8.
Well, Ronnie Bell did recover, and you know what? Hey, good move on the first to make the first defender miss, but you got to protect the football, especially when you are backed up on your own side of the field. And this is what I'm talking about. A situation that they have to work on. They're backed up. What do you do to get yourself a first down and get yourself out so your punter is not punting from the own end zone?
Well, Brad Robbins is kicked. Dior Scott standing at his own 48-yard line, signals for a fair catch, and he makes it. With 31 seconds to go here in the first quarter, and Michigan on top 21-0. Let's go down to the field and Jason Avant. Jason?
Eric Gall is in the tent as we speak right now. We're trying to figure out what injury it is, but he's in the tent right now. Hopefully it's not serious.
All right, thank you, Jason. And Michigan's got a ton of depth at tight end, but certainly he is the best.
Well, and, you know, Captain, you want him out there as much as possible, but it'll be interesting to see what it is. I never saw him limp off. But Michigan's offense is going to have to improve upon that backed-up offense. Now we'll get a chance to see what Michigan's D does at midfield.
Following the 44-yard punt, Hawaii from their own 48. Yellen hands it off to his running back, and that is the number 22, Najee Bryant-Lule, the 3rd-string running back, and he has a short gain. Chris Jenkins, they're going to actually mark him at the line of scrimmage for no gain, so 2nd down and 10 now for Hawaii, with the clock running inside of 10 seconds to go here in the quarter, and Hawaii is going to let it run out.
Well, here's what I loved about that play. Mason Graham, that ball was run right at him. He did a great job of exploding into the guard, getting a lockout, shedding the blocker, and actually making the play. Chris Jenkins obviously comes in and gets the credit for it, but that play was stopped by Mason Graham.
Wolverines lead at 21-0 at the end of a quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The winningest program in college football. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Introducing the 2023 Ford F-150. Place an order for a 2023 F-150 lease and receive $1,000 bonus cash. Plus, you can lock in your deal right now. And if at the time of delivery, the deal gets better, you get the better deal. Returning AZ Plan lessees can order a 2023 F-150 and lease it for $299 a month for 24 months with $4,509 due at signing. Take delivery in fall 2022. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 renewal, $500 retail order RCL, and $500 retail order bonus cash. Take new retail delivery from dealer stock by October 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lock in this $299 F-150 lease payment today. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Michigan football is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Doug Karsch, John Jansen back at the big house. It's 21-0. Michigan on top. We do have a score from Lincoln, Nebraska. Georgia Southern 35, Nebraska 28.
How long do you think Scott Frost lasts if they lose to Georgia Southern?
Well, apparently in the wording of his contract, there's a date in October that if it's after that date that they decide to make a change, it would save the university quite a bit of money.
Oh, after that?
After that date.
Oh. I guess
October 1st, it's like Brian Bush says it's October 1st.
TikTok.
So I'd say October 2nd. First quarter stats, Michigan 8 first downs to 2 for Hawaii. Wolverines 97 yards rushing. Hawaii had 4 yards rushing. 91 through the air for Michigan, 28 for the Rainbow Warriors. Wolverines 188 total yards to 32. And Hawaii's got the ball at their own 48-yard line, looking at a 2nd and 10. Yellen, play action, fires, far sideline out there for the Wolverines. 2 defenders, Makari Page goes up and knocks it away as he went for the interception. DJ Turner in coverage as well, as Hawaii took a shot, but Page was right there in position to make the interception, but it looked like he got hit by actually DJ Turner in coverage.
Yeah, Makari Page does a great job coming over to help out DJ Turner, but when you're throwing the ball deep, you've got to know where that free safety is, and if he is anywhere on that half of the field, you can't put so much loft under the ball.
3rd and 10 for the Rainbow Warriors, who go 5 wide for quarterback Joey Yellen, the junior out of Mission Viejo, California, and he's back to pass against a heavy rush. Gets it away quickly, and it's incomplete, looking for Murray. And right there to help break it up was Makari Page for the 2nd consecutive play. Back-to-back pass breakups.
Well, Jim Harbaugh, I know he loves the development of Makari Page and the fact that, you know, there is a mismatch between Jordan Murray and anybody else in the secondary. Makari Page does a great job of positioning himself, but more importantly, timing that hit so that wasn't pass interference.
He's come a long way. They've been impressed with his progress, and he gets back-to-back PBUs. So Matthew Shipley will punt it. A.J. Henning standing deep. Punt to the far sideline, and A.J.'s going to let it bounce and then field it inside the 10 to keep it from rolling any closer to the goal line, and he'll be wrangled down at the 10-yard line, and that's where the Wolverines will take over. They lead at 21-0 here, 14:40 to go, 2nd quarter. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Lee Brice, October 8th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Tickets start at $44, on sale now at the box offices or online at etix.com. Kicking it country style with Lee Brice. Saturday night, October 8th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. All the hits all night long with Lee Brice.
How are you the ultimate Michigan fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up there? What about some chamomile tea? Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Wolverines fan. Just go to WolverineCards.com.
When you call on your local Ruud dealer for service, rest assured that our technicians are adhering to all health and safety protocols when they work in your home. Trust the experts at Ruud, keeping your home and family safe and comfortable for more than 100 years. We service all makes and models, and we meet or exceed all home air quality inspection standards. Find your local experts at Ruud.com and schedule an analysis to be sure your system can keep you cool and healthy. That's RUUD.com. Rely on Ruud.
John Jansen here, inviting you to check out the podcast home of Michigan Athletics, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. MGO Blue Podcast is the home of 3 different episodes. In the Trenches focuses on all things Michigan football. Defend the Block highlights both basketball programs here in Ann Arbor, and Conquering Heroes features interviews with players and coaches from all over Wolverines programs. Search MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcasts. MGO Blue Podcast, subscribe today, and go Blue. The second quarter is presented by Lexus, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Let's head back to Michigan Stadium for more of the Wolverines matchup with Hawaii.
Well, John, during that TV timeout, the hero of the game was honored. And on September 10th, 1922, our hero was born. That was Clem Spurkowski, World War II veteran, today celebrating his 100th birthday.
I love seeing those jerseys with the number 100 on them.
And before the Wolverines can snap the ball from their own 10-yard line, we get a timeout taken by Hawaii. Michigan leads at 21-0 with 14:40 to go.
Hawaii, the first of the half.
And
30 seconds and wait.
Fans don't like that.
Well,
They've waited long enough for this game. They don't want to wait any longer.
Right. But here's what we need to see from Michigan. We need to see movement down here. If they're going to run the football, and they went heavy last time, the 3 tight ends, they ran to the 2 tight end side with the wing. They didn't get any yardage. You've got to be able to gain yards and get out of, 10, 15 yards outside of your end zone, so we don't see what we had last time, and that's Brad Robbins catching the ball and punting the ball in his own end zone.
So following the quick timeout, the Wolverines take the field. Blake Corum behind J.J. McCarthy in a pistol formation. Cornelius Johnson split wide right. Ronnie Bell in the slot. Split wide left is Luke Schoonmaker, who comes in motion, and they hand it off to Corum up the middle, and there's not a ton of room there. He dances around and does all he can. Gets about 2, and it'll be second down. Isaiah Tufunga led tacklers for Hawaii. Second down and 8 now from their own 12-yard line. Clock running, 14:18 to go here, second quarter, 21-0 Michigan. Wolverines with a tight formation. Roman Wilson checks back in. From the shotgun, J.J. McCarthy has the snap, back to pass. Fires over the middle. He's got his man, Ronnie Bell. He's got this one across the 25, and he's wrangled down there by a pair of Rainbow Warrior tacklers, and a first down, move the chains 15 yards to Ronnie Bell.
Well, and there's a few moments that I think Ronnie Bell, especially in these first 3 games, needs to experience and know that he's going to be okay. That was a tackle that was made. It was low. It was on his knee. He's spinning and twisting around. All of those things, knowing that he's going to pop up healthy, gets a first down, gains confidence in him as a player, but also in that leg.
Handoff up the middle. Blake Corum hesitate and scoots through a hole out to the 33-yard line. Gain of 6. Nice patience there. Noah Kamano on the tackle for Hawaii. Blake Corum with a nice little run there.
Well, and what they did was they brought Max Bredesen in between the tight end and tackle through to get that linebacker, and he just gets just enough on him to push him past Blake Corum. That's a unique path to get to the linebacker.
Again, tight formation. Blake Corum flanked to J.J. McCarthy's right from the shotgun. McCarthy, play action, back to pass, looking deep. He fires out there. He's got a man. It's Cornelius Johnson, and he's got it. At the 15-yard line, dragged down at the 13. J.J. McCarthy connects on the deep ball to Cornelius Johnson, and the Wolverines knocking on the door once again.
Well, the accuracy of J.J. McCarthy is on full display. I mean, being able to throw the ball and lead your receiver across the field so that he hits him in stride, that's really fun to watch.
55 yards on the hookup with Cornelius Johnson, and the Wolverines have it. 1st and 10 from the Hawaii 13-yard line. Donovan Edwards checks in to the Michigan backfield. Andrell Anthony split wide right. And McCarthy play action, fires, end zone, touchdown. Crossing pattern, Ronnie Bell. And the Wolverines lead it 27-0 early second quarter. That was the fastball.
That was the fastball, yes. So we saw a touch on that long pass to Cornelius Johnson from J.J. McCarthy. We saw a fastball. The one thing that we've seen throughout the entirety of today, and this has nothing to do with the opponent, is the accuracy of J.J. McCarthy.
5 plays, 90 yards, 2 minutes and 35 seconds. And they're going to stop. I will not be surprised here if Mike Pay, the safety, gets looked at for targeting. It actually might be Mutanji Thompson on that catch by Ronnie Bell. As we look at the replay, I believe it was Mutanji Thompson who put it looked to me like his shoulder into Ronnie Bell, but they're going to take a look at this one for targeting.
Well, when you look at it from the sideline view, it looks like helmet-to-helmet contact, but when you look at it from the end zone view, it looks like shoulder-to-helmet contact. I'm not a big fan of the targeting rule to begin with. And
it's so tough for defenders.
This one, it just, hey, there's a lot of moving parts.
Do you know how many targetings are called, how often they're called? It's about once every just over 4 games. They get called, but the ones that get enforced, it's about one every 4 games, roughly. And that number has been creeping down. So the game is changing. Defenders are adjusting. But I still think it's a very difficult thing to do.
Well, it's difficult to do in real time. But when you do get a chance to slow it down, and that's where the confusion can sometimes be. When you slow it down, it looks like the intent
After
is...
review, there's no foul for targeting.
Good
Number
call.
25 still remain in the game.
Replay review brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better by Barbasol. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a moving target, right? So if you're targeting and the receiver adjusts in the air.
Well, the receiver adjusts in the air, but Ronnie Bell was already in contact with another player. So you've got 2 moving parts.
Jake Moody on for the extra point. 12:05 to go here, second quarter, and Michigan leads at 27-0. And high snap. Robbins handles it easily, puts it down, and Moody puts it through. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. $28-0 Michigan on top. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $65,000 with $50,000 or less in assets, and tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
43 Big Ten championships, 11 national titles. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
O'Reilly. Improve fuel mileage mileage with Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts. A clean fuel system can increase your vehicle's performance and gas mileage. Get Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner starting at $9.99 and earn 10 times O Rewards points on your purchase. Get the most out of every gallon. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop O'ReillyAuto.com today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
That 13-yard touchdown pass from J.J. McCarthy to Ronnie Bell. Wolverine touchdown brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Statistics. Total offense, Michigan 278 yards. Hawaii 32 as the Wolverines lead at 28-0 with 12:05 to go here in the second quarter. And, John, the Wolverines doing what they were expected to do, and Jim Harbaugh was hoping to get into the depth chart and get some guys some experience.
Well, I'm hoping that they will be able to get more guys on the field, get more experience. But going back to that last drive, 2 drives ago, I mentioned it. They were backed up, had to punt, didn't get a first down. That one, they obviously were able to get some chunk yardage plays, get out from underneath the shadow of their own goalposts. And I'm really enjoying watching J.J. McCarthy throw the ball.
I got to tell you, I am very impressed with the fans. This place is almost completely full. After an hour delay against an opponent that is likely to be overwhelmed, the fans turned out tonight. As Moody puts his foot into it, fair catch signal for by Jalen Purdue standing in his own end zone, and Hawaii will take over at the 25-yard line.
Yeah, the fans, I mean, there's maybe a few seats open above where the students are, but I think the students section has swelled a couple of sections over, so it's been fun to watch them.
Second quarter is presented by Lexus. Lexus, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Well, we mentioned chance to get down on the depth chart here a little bit. We see Will Jansen back out there. The true freshman corner, George Rooks, has checked into the game for the first time for the Michigan defense. And it's going to be Joey Yellen from the shotgun snap, hands it off to his running back, running left, and he's going to be met in the backfield. It's Jalen Harrell fighting off a blocker and making a tackle at the same time. No gain, as Jalen Harrell, a phenomenal individual play.
Well, I mentioned early on that, last week when Colorado State was able to gain yardage, they did it on the edge. They're continuing to try and attack, but it's a more read option attack. They're not finding anything in the middle of the line of scrimmage, so they're bouncing things out. And Jalen Harrell did a great job of fending off a block, holding his edge, and not allowing the running back to get to the sideline.
He was named the Wolverine Defensive Player of the Week for his performance a week ago. Yellen back to pass from the shotgun, fires far sideline, and DJ Turner brings the hammer right as the ball is caught. And a short gain for Hawaii. James Phillips, the little water bug, a gain of 4. But he paid a price.
Well, he paid a price, and they are starting to get more pressure up front. The ball's coming out quick. It's going to be hard to get pressure on or hits on the quarterback. But this defensive line is starting to win one-on-one matchups quickly.
3rd down and 6 for Hawaii. Yabi Yanova in once again for the Michigan defense. Yellen from a shotgun with 3 wideouts. Back to pass. Looking. Can't find anybody, and he's sacked. Mike Morris on the sack that will force another Hawaii punt.
That was just good coverage. You can tell, as I mentioned, they want to get the ball out of their hands quick. They don't want Yellen to be holding onto the ball. Stepped up in the pocket and just absolutely nowhere to go with the ball.
I think that's the first time he didn't get the snap and fire it right away.
Yeah. And as Michigan continues to win those matchups up front, it's gonna be quicker and quicker that he needs to get rid of the ball.
A.J. Henning standing on his own 39-yard line. Wolverines leading at 28-0. Clock inside of 10 minutes here in the first half. Shipley gets the punt away just barely. Henning will come up and make a fair catch on his own 42-yard line. And that's where the Wolverines will take over. Leading this one 28-0, 9:49 to go here, 35-yard punt and no return. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time we go together. Let's go see something new together. Let's go capture moments together. Let's go experience something unexpected together. Wherever you go, enjoy a cleaner running engine with Citgo's top-tier Tri-Clean gasoline. Citgo. Let's go together.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long, in the stands or on the go, with AbsoPure natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with AbsoPure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4ABSOPURE to learn more.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Roman Wilson has a pair of touchdowns, the second one on a 21-yard reverse. That Wolverine touchdown was brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 28-0 Michigan on top here. 9:49 to go second quarter. And, John, I want to wish a young man a happy birthday.
Who's that?
Your son, Teddy. It is coming up next weekend, correct?
Yeah, next Friday.
And he is going to have a birthday party here at the Big House Saturday. And the question is he going to the UConn game?
There's a good chance he at least sees part of the game.
Okay.
Yes. But yeah, he will be, the birthday party is the tailgate.
J.J. McCarthy, shotgun, handoff, running right. Donovan Edwards, big hole. 45-40 down the sideline, and he steps out of bounds at the 39-yard line of Hawaii. Donovan Edwards with a big gainer into Hawaii territory. And the Wolverines continue to churn out big chunks of yardage. A 36-yard gain for Donovan Edwards.
Does a really good job of getting behind Luke Schoonmaker and patience, as we've talked about with Blake Corum. And then when he breaks through the line of scrimmage, of getting outside, knowing that his wide receiver, Andrew Anthony, is there, and then delivering a blow as he gets to the sideline.
5 wide split for J.J. McCarthy, 1st and 10 from the Hawaii 39. McCarthy goes down the sideline, looking for Edwards, and he's up, and he's got it at the 1-yard line. Donovan Edwards out of the backfield, a spectacular catch. And the Wolverines knock it on the door after that 33-yard strike.
There are so many different ways you can use Donovan Edwards. Here they just line him up in the slot. He runs just a little go route. Does a great job of getting behind the corner.
And he will be rewarded as he's handed the football and into the end zone through the scrum for a Michigan touchdown. Donovan Edwards, a 1-yard touchdown run. And the Wolverines' lead increases to 34-0.
Well, we've seen drives featuring Blake Corum. We've seen drives featuring Roman Wilson, Ronnie Bell. Now this was the Donovan Edwards drive.
Let me tell you something. Matt Weiss, the passing game coordinator and co-offensive coordinator, told me, John, that Donovan Edwards could be a wide receiver at the Division I level. And that catch was an example of why they believe that. 3 plays, 60 yards, a minute 11. And Michigan waiting the Jake Moody extra point, which is up and good, leads it 35-0.
Well, you can feature him in so many different ways. You line him up in the backfield. You line him up as a wing, slot, wide receiver. He can literally do it all, and being able to be simply a running back, sure, you could use him as that. Simply a wide receiver, sure, you could use him as that. But you have the opportunity to be so creative in using the weapon that is Donovan Edwards.
That 1-yard touchdown run was brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 35-0, Michigan on top, 8:38 to go here, second quarter. Let's go down to the field and Jason Avant. Jason?
Quick Eric Hall update. He's out of the tent. It's an undisclosed injury. I'm told that he's available to go for the rest of the game. And also, Jack's birthday is on Friday. My son Jackson's birthday is on Friday as well, John.
Oh, all right. We can celebrate together.
There we go.
Are you bringing Jackson next week?
Not next week, but the following for Maryland homecoming.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
I like the idea of a birthday party in the blue lot.
Oh, yeah. It's always a party in the blue lot.
Jake Moody's kick, fair catch, signaled for by Purdue, and the ball will come out to the 25-yard line as Jalen Purdue decides not to bring that one out of his own end zone. So Hawaii takes over from the 25-yard line. And for the first time tonight, we'll see Derek Moore, the true freshman defensive end, checking in for the Michigan defense. And the Wolverines holding a 35-0 lead.
A couple of guys I'm excited to see on this defense. Derek Moore, as you mentioned, first opportunity to see him. TJ Guy, I'm looking forward to seeing him more this week. We've already seen Mason Graham, Rashawn Benny. I mean, this is an opportunity to see the next level of star, but also key contributors this year.
From the shotgun, Yellen hands it off, running left. It's Najee Bryant-Lule, no running room there, and he is dropped for a loss of a yard, setting up a second down. Junior Colson led the way for the Michigan tacklers.
Junior Colson, and again, the edge was set by Taylor Upshaw. They're doing a great job of fighting off blocks. They're still in contact, but they're getting extension with their arms, allowing them to shed the block at the right moment and make a play on the running back.
Yellen from the shotgun, standing on his own 20-yard line, looking at a 2nd and 11. Has the snap. Zone read, hands it off up the middle to Dedrick Parson, and there's very little running room. He's across the 25 out to the 26, and again, Junior Colson on the tackle for that Michigan defense.
Junior Colson and Kenneth Grant in there at the defensive tackle position, taking on 2 blockers. Great job splitting a double team and using that, was it 340 pounds that he is? Finally got some beef in there.
I think he's up to 360.
Oh, man.
Well, he is a true freshman.
Yes, we'll lean that up just a little bit between now and this time next year.
4 wide for Hawaii. Looking at a 3rd and 8. Yellen from the shotgun. Has the snap, back to pass, heavy pressure, fires it out to his running back out of the backfield. It's Parson, and he'll get to the line of scrimmage and maybe another yard before the Wolverines swarm to the football, setting up a 4th down.
The secondary right now is doing a great job of keying their receivers, but also keying the helmets of the offensive line. As soon as they pop up, and Hawaii is really giving it away. Helmets pop up, they allow the rush, they're trying to get out to cover a screen, and Michigan's secondary is swarming to the ball.
A.J. Henning standing on his own 34-yard line, awaiting Matthew Shipley's punt. Shipley's got the snap, and it's a low-line drive to Henning, who fields it, headed towards the sideline, stays in bounds, makes a move, and will get knocked out of bounds, as his momentum really killed any chance at a return, as he was going too east-west and not enough north-south. But Michigan will take over on the 35-yard line following the 38-yard punt and the 1-yard return. 110,000, 12 fans in attendance tonight for this one. Michigan and Hawaii, the Wolverines lead it 35-0. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Over 100 years ago, Pioneer State Mutual Insurance Company started with the simple idea to help our neighbors. That attitude shaped who we are and drives how we do business today. Our employees and independent insurance agents are Michiganders just like you. We know the state and your insurance needs. Insurance can be confusing, but with Pioneer State Mutual, it doesn't have to be, because you're buying our promise to put you first. Visit psmic.com and give one of our 230-plus agents a call. Pioneer State Mutual. insuring Michigan since 1908.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
He can't any stop, and it is Michigan's ball game. Look at those Wolverines.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
The Michigan volleyball season is in full swing. Don't miss your chance to experience Michigan taking on some of the top teams in the nation at Chrysler Center this fall. The Maize and Blue will host rivals Ohio State and Michigan State, along with reigning national champion Wisconsin. The Chrysler Series ticket pack offers a great way to package all of the Chrysler volleyball games into one. To purchase or for more information, visit mgoblue.com. That's mgoblue.com.
Are you a Wolverine for life? Do you have the guts to get recruited to a team that will beat Ohio State? When you choose to become an organ, blood, or bone marrow donor, you're choosing to help save a life and to be someone's hero. Join us Sunday, October 9th, and be a hero at the Big House by donating blood or registering as an organ or bone marrow donor at Michigan Stadium. Sign up now at wolverinesforlife.org and help us beat Ohio State in the annual battle for life-saving donations. Visit wolverinesforlife.org and register today.
Doug Karsch, John Jansen back at the Big House. Michigan on top, 35-0 with 6:22 to go here in the second quarter. This second quarter presented by Lexus. Lexus, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. All right, John, time for your trivia question this week. Timmy Chang played professional football in the NFL for 3 teams, Arizona, Detroit, and Philadelphia.
He's a Lion.
Yep, he played in the CFL for 2 teams, Hamilton and Winnipeg. Do you know the nickname of the Hamilton CFL team?
Is that the Tiger Cats?
Correct. Do you know the nickname of the Winnipeg CFL team?
Well, the only thing that enters my mind is the Winnipeg Jets, but I know that's not it. Winnipeg. You got me on this one.
You want to keep thinking?
The Argonauts?
That's Toronto.
Toronto, yeah.
There's 2 teams in that league named the Rough Riders, but Winnipeg is not one of them. They are the Blue Bombers.
The Blue Bombers.
Yep.
There you go.
All right, Wolverines taking over on their own 34-yard line, and Cade McNamara is in at quarterback. Gets some applause, and he fires over the middle to Ronnie Bell, puts his head down and nice forward to the 43-yard line, and knocked backwards and finally dragged down. Do they give him the forward progress? They do, a gain of 9.
I'm going to throw a quick stat at you right here, see if you know if you can do the math. Before that play, Michigan had run 23 plays, 337 yards. How much have they averaged per play?
23 plays, 337. That's like 15,
close.
13 yards a play?
Not even close. 14.7.
Cade McNamara under center, looks to the sideline. Tight formation for the Wolverines. One receiver, Andrell Anthony, split right. Ronnie Bell, split left. Blake Corum, the lone running back in the backfield under center. McNamara hands it off to Corum running right, and he's got a seam across the 50 into Hawaii territory to the 40, down to the 36-yard line. Big gain for Blake Corum as the Wolverines move the football into Hawaii territory after that 21-yard carry by Blake Corum.
This time it was Trevor Keegan and Luke Schoonmaker. Luke Schoonmaker is done a heck of a job in these first 2 games, kind of filling in. Eric All didn't play a whole lot last week because of his, Houston, his son was being born. Now we're not sure what's going on. He's in the medical tent, but
no, he's back on the field right now.
Luke Schoonmaker has done a great job blocking.
Shotgun for Cade McNamara. Back to pass. Here comes the rush. Steps up, fires, has Blake Corum, and he's hit immediately. Quick short gainer to Corum as McNamara was under heavy pressure. Gain of 2. And now we see C.J. Stokes check into the game for Michigan. I mean, McNamara got about all he could out of that. He was
under pressure,
yeah.
And great job of delivering the football under pressure accurately to Blake Corum.
Looked like Jonah Kahahawai Welch had McNamara in his crosshairs. 2nd down and 8. Back to pass is McNamara. Looking, fires. C.J. Stokes, far sideline, dropped. Freshman running back, perhaps a freshman mistake. And they'll set up a 3rd down and 8.
Well, you don't quite often find yourself wide open or at least as wide open as C.J. Stokes was on that one, and I think he really just took his eyes off and was looking at the defender and looking at the end zone, making a move before he actually caught the ball.
Mateo Sole applying the pressure to Cade McNamara, who's looking at a 3rd and 8 from the Hawaii 35-yard line. Michigan on top 35-0, 4:12 to go here, second quarter. McNamara back to pass, looking, heavy duress, and he's going to get sacked. Cade McNamara again, not a ton of time, although a little bit more of that play than previous snaps.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because Zach Zinter, the right guard, who is a very reliable blocker, got off balance, overset the defensive tackle, succumbed to an inside slap, and when that happens and you don't have any balance, you can't make up, and it just got beat too quick for Cade McNamara to really do anything. And it's unfortunate because Cade's, everybody's going to be judging everything that Cade does. A drop pass and a sack that was, really no opportunity for him to get rid of the ball.
Timeout. Hawaii.
That was Blessman Ta'ala on the sack of Cade McNamara as Hawaii will take a timeout. So I'll continue the Timmy Chang trivia. I'm sure you're thrilled.
This is fun.
He also played in NFL Europe.
Oh, boy. The Rhine Fire?
What was the team that he played for?
The Rhine Fire.
That is correct. Yes. Look at you. Really?
Yeah. Bring it on.
You remember that? Or is that the only team you know?
Let's not go any further. I believe, so I know the Rhine Fire because I believe one of my former quarterbacks, Brad Jansen, was a former NFL Europe guy coming out of Florida State before he went to Minnesota, and then obviously Washington, then to Tampa Bay, obviously where he won his Super Bowl. I believe, I have to go back and look, but he was a member of the Rhine Fire.
Well done.
You're welcome.
Dior Scott standing on his own 10-yard line as Brad Robbins deep to punt for Michigan. It's a good coffin corner time for the Michigan punter, and he hits one very high inside the 10, and it bounces out of bounds inside the 10-yard line. Hawaii will take over on the 9. Well, that's how you do it.
Brad Robbins, I mean, the special teams for Michigan have been special for a couple of years under Jay Harbaugh, who's the special teams coordinator. But when you have players like Brad Robbins and Jake Moody, there's a lot of things you can do. And being able to pin an offense inside the 10 is just an unbelievable asset and weapon to have in your pocket.
So Hawaii will take over on the 9-yard line. Cam Good, the transfer defensive tackle out of UCF, who had 2 tackles last week, checks in the middle of that Michigan defensive line. Joey Yellen, the transfer quarterback out of Pitt, in a shotgun. For Hawaii, they trail at 35-0 with 3:18 to go here first half. Inside handoff. That's Najee Bryant Lule, and he makes a man miss and gets out to the 15-yard line, gain of 6. R.J. Moten on the tackle for Michigan.
I've been talking about this Michigan secondary a lot. Makari Page, what they're doing is they are cheating those safeties over to the 2 wide receiver side, and Mikey Samerstill was lined up on the slot, and he is allowed to gamble on the inside, and when he sees run, that's how they're adding an extra guy into the box, and Makari Page just picks up the wide receiver.
Clock running, 2:37 to go here in the half. Michigan on top, 35-0. Joey Yellen from a shotgun looking at a 2nd and 4. Back to pass, looking far side, fires, and incomplete. DJ Turner in coverage, stride for stride. Jonah Pinoke, the intended receiver, incomplete. 3rd and 4 for Hawaii.
And I don't know if quarterback and receiver were on the same page, but Pinoke never looked back. It just seemed like the quarterback, Yellen, was thinking he was going to, hook up and run a hook route, and Yellen thought he was, hey, I'm going deep.
Wolverines trying to get the ball back here, late first half, leading 35-0 with 2:28 to go, clock stop. 3rd down and 4 for Hawaii. Yellen from a shotgun. Michigan showing blitz. Hawaii picks it up. Yellen's going to have to throw it away, however, as nobody was open, and eventually the dam broke. And as under duress, he got rid of it, and it'll be a 4th down for Hawaii. Michael Barrett, the man in there, providing the pressure for the Michigan defense.
Michael Barrett doing a great job of just weaving his way and kind of basically bouncing off of blockers to get to the quarterback, putting the pressure on him. And like you mentioned, Yellen just had nowhere to go with the ball and decided instead of taking the hit, he's going to throw it out of bounds.
Matthew Shipley on the punt for Hawaii, standing on his own goal line. A.J. Henning back on his own 43-yard line. Shipley, low line drive. Henning, he's got this one. It's returnable. From the 49, he's going to run towards his sideline, but dropped for a loss of 2 yards as he's brought down there by Sonny Samatua for the Rainbow Warriors, and we get a whistle here, but let's go down to the sideline for an injury update and our Jason Avant. Jason?
Yes, I have an injury update with Donovan Edwards. He went into the tent briefly. He came out limping and looks like his right leg. I'll give you guys more news a little bit later. Thank you.
All right, there it is. Thank you, Jason. 2:14 to go here, and J.J. McCarthy back in at quarterback for Michigan. C.J. Stokes, the freshman, split to his right. Wolverines with 4 wideouts. Handoff, Stokes, he's got a hole, bounces it outside. Stiff arm, 40, 35. Splits a pair of defenders and is dragged down at the 30-yard line. C.J. Stokes, the South Carolina native, with the 22-yard run. Matangi Thompson, the tackler for Hawaii.
Ryan Hayes did an outstanding job of getting really good position on that defensive end. Looked like he was backside, was able to wall off a couple of defenders, and it was a gaping hole for C.J. Stokes to run through.
Minute 41 to go in the half. 35-0 Michigan. Clock running. It's C.J. Stokes running right. Cuts back upfield and dives forward inside the 25 down to the 23-yard line. A gain of 8 for C.J. Stokes.
Well, we've had the Blake Corum drive. We've had the Donovan Edwards drive. Now this is the C.J. Stokes drive.
Minute 19 to go. Clock running. J.J. McCarthy back to pass, fires, has Ronnie Bell at the 17-yard line, bounds. The chain at 13 to go, clock stop.
Nice job by Ronnie Bell, knowing that, hey, they only needed 2 yards to get a first down. He ran that at 4, knowing that hey, if I get hit right away, I've got the first down no matter what.
Wolverines from the 17-yard line. Shotgun for J.J. McCarthy. C.J. Stokes remains in the game to his right. Ronnie Bell split right. Roman Wilson and Cornelius Jansen split left. Back to pass is J.J. McCarthy. Looking, fires into the end zone. Corner, caught, touchdown. Cornelius Jansen as J.J. McCarthy stepped up in the pocket and let a laser beam go to his wide receiver, Cornelius Jansen, who brought it in, far sideline, got his feet in bounds, touchdown Michigan, 41-0.
Wow. It's that ability for JJ to move around in the pocket, create some extra time. He had plenty of room to run, and I think last year probably takes off running. This year throws exactly what you said, a laser beam to Cornelius Jansen, arm strength, accuracy, extending plays. I really am enjoying watching JJ play this game.
41-0, Michigan on top as Jake Moody's on for the extra point. The kick is up and the kick is good. 4 plays, 53 yards, and a 17-yard touchdown pass from J.J. McCarthy to Cornelius Jansen gives the Wolverines a 42-0 lead. That Wolverine touchdown was brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Wow, what a throw.
And, you know, as we see it again, it was a laser beam, but it had just enough height to get over a linebacker, and, you know, who with outstretched arm didn't touch the ball, and then drop right into Cornelius Jansen, who was approaching the sideline for enough room for him to get his feet in bounds.
J.J. McCarthy against this Hawaii defense, 11 of 12, 229 yards, 3 touchdowns.
it's been an impressive performance. I thought we might see him run a little bit more than we have. Obviously, they haven't needed to, but I would like to see some of the read options and see some of the decision-making that for J.J. McCarthy.
Jake Moody's kick is fielded at the 5-yard line. Fair caught by Jalen Purdue. And Hawaii will take over at the 25-yard line with 1:06 to go, first half, and Michigan on top 42-0. Let's go down to the field and our Jason Avant. Jason?
Oh, what a great pass and extending the play by J.J. McCarthy. From the receiver standpoint, it's hard to keep your time, so you have to go into scramble drill mode. And I believe C.J. did a great job by extending the play with the quarterback. You have to play with the quarterback like McCarthy. So I was just excited for C.J. to make that play. Great way to extend the play.
Hey, Jason, what are the general rules? All right, he is not play side. When a receiver knows a quarterback is scrambling, away from the play, what are the receivers supposed to do?
So if he sees him away from the play, he wants to go back down his stem or out, right? So whatever direction the quarterback is going, you want to go in that direction. So when he stepped up to his left, he went toward the sideline and made that play.
There you go, Jason. Thank you very much. Handoff inside Dedrick Parson. Gain of 7 for Hawaii. 44 seconds to go here, first half, clock running. And it looks like the Rainbow Warriors will just lick their wounds, regroup in the locker room, trailing 42-0 here. Joey Yellen barks some commands at his offensive line. 10 on the play clock, 26 to go in the half. Yellen, inside handoff to Parson. Cuts it back against the grain, battles forward, and he's got yardage for a first down, but there's a flag on the play with 17 seconds to go here in the first half. I think this one's coming back.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a hold on Austin Hopp, their right tackle.
During the run, holding, during the run, holding, offense, number 7. 10-yard penalty, second down.
This is a veteran offensive line for Hawaii. They up front go senior, 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 and senior.
Yeah. And that was actually Jordan Murray, front side, who kind of got caught just play side and had his hands initially in good position. And then Braden McGregor tried to spin out, and when he did, just didn't let go.
Well, following the penalty, clock running, 3, 2, 1. Hawaii gets the snap off, running right, Dedrick Parson. And the Wolverines will drag him down after a gain of 2. Braden McGregor with the tackle there, and that brings the first half to an end. Michigan leading Hawaii 42-0. Last week, the Wolverine offense against Colorado State had 440 total yards. This week in the first half against Hawaii, 410 yards. We expected that this might happen, but Wolverines executing at a high rate of proficiency with J.J. McCarthy at the helm.
They are, and, Cade, if that's what we're going to see in terms of, Cade coming in and providing something for the offense, he didn't get the protection, he had a drop pass. There were some plays there that could have been made. It wasn't Cade's fault, but when J.J. was in there, we saw everything that we kind of hoped we would in terms of the dynamic style of play from the cornerback position, extending plays and making really good throws, being able to be accurate down the field to Cornelius Jansen, to Roman Wilson. And here's what I liked about J.J., his ability to get to the line of scrimmage, and we see him making arm motions, we see him making calls to control the offense and make sure that everybody's lined up where they're supposed to be, directing things. That's more what I'm looking at in terms of getting the play gone and getting things right as opposed to the result of it.
42-0, Michigan on top. Our halftime coming up. We'll join up once again with Brian Bush. Jack Miller is here. We'll get his thoughts on half number 1 as the Wolverines lead this one in Ann Arbor. It's going to be a late night. After an hour rain delay, the latest kickoff in Michigan history, 9 o'clock. 42-0, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason.
Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Subscribe to the official podcast home of Michigan Athletics and Go Blue Podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Get on your feet and make some noise for the upcoming lineup of live entertainment at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Watch eclectic multi-instrumentalist Brian Culbertson work his magic on September 24th. Enjoy the soul-stirring sounds of megastar Brian McKnight on October 7th. And don't miss legendary frontman Aaron Lewis as his Frayed at Both Ends acoustic tour makes a stop at Motor City for 2 shows on November 4th and 7th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Let's be frank, your home, vehicles, and business are a lot like sports. The unexpected can happen at any time. Insurance may be the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. It's the first thing on ours every day. You can depend on Emil Rummel Agency and Michigan-based Frankenmuth Insurance to be on your team. Visit Emil Rummel Agency today at www.rummelinsurance.com.
Let's break down the first half. Welcome to the Lexus Halftime Show. Lexus, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
Halftime for the Big House, all Michigan, 42-0 the score against Hawaii. Let's recap it, get right to the highlights. Game was delayed by an hour because of weather, and, well, that's about as much resistance as Michigan faced on either side of the ball in that first half. Defense opened the game with a 3-and-out 2 plays later, 7-zip.
McCarthy back to pass, and he's got Roman Wilson wide open deep, and he's got it inside the 5. Touchdown, Michigan. Roman Wilson, a lightning bolt from J.J. McCarthy, and Michigan leads it 6-0, 42 yards on the touchdown.
Second straight week, Roman Wilson opens the scoring from long distance. 2 plays, 66 yards, just like that. It's 7-0 less than 2 minutes in. Never got much better for the Rainbow Warriors. Another 3-and-out, followed by Michigan marching. Didn't take 2 plays to score. Only took 7 this time, capped by a Blake Corum 1-yard plunge. Halfway through the first quarter, 14-0 Wolverines. Michigan outgaining Hawaii 143-5. Still more to come, though. Stop, nice punt return, then back to the Hawaiian for 6 more.
Under center, J.J. McCarthy. On 1st and 10, little flip reverse to Roman Wilson. He's got a block. He's got a ton of room. He's got a lane. Roman Wilson to the end zone. Touchdown. Roman Wilson, his second score of the game, and Michigan leads it 20-0 with 4:23 to go here in the first quarter.
The Honolulu native touched the ball twice in the first half. That rushing score and the receiving score you just heard. End of 1, it's 21-0 Wolverines. First bit of resistance came late in that frame when the offense got pinned deep, had to punt. Early second quarter, same start from its own 10-yard line, but a different result. 54 yards, J.J. McCarthy to Cornelius Jansen puts Michigan inside the red zone. Very next play, Pater.
1st and 10 from the Hawaii 13-yard line. Donovan Edwards checks in to the Michigan backfield. Andrell Anthony split wide right. And action fires, end zone, touchdown. Crossing pattern, Ronnie Bell. And the Wolverines lead it 27-0 early second quarter.
A 5-play, 90-yard drive to make it 28-0, getting a bit repetitive at this point. No, another Hawaii punt. This time Michigan needs 60 yards. They do it in 3 plays, highlighted by a long reception, then a 1-yard plunge, both from Donovan Edwards. 35-0 Michigan. Not done yet, though, late in the half, under 2 minutes till halftime. J.J. McCarthy goes through the air once more.
Ronnie Bell split right, Roman Wilson and Cornelius Jansen split left. Back to pass is J.J. McCarthy looking, fires into the end zone, corner, caught, touchdown. Cornelius Jansen as J.J. McCarthy stepped up in the pocket and let a laser beam go to his wide receiver, Cornelius Jansen, who brought it in, far sideline, got his feet in bounds, touchdown Michigan, 41-0.
McCarthy, 11 of 12 passing, 229, 3 touchdowns in the first half. Michigan outgains Hawaii 410-47. and it's all Wolverines at the break, 42-zip. Take a timeout. Run through what else is going on around the Big Ten and top 25 after this. Lexus Halftime Show continues. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3-and-outs into three of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Donovan Edwards throwing deep down the sideline. He's got a receiver wide open. It's a house call for Michigan.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. We know that when you're hurt, hiring a law firm with the most experience can mean the difference between getting everything you deserve or walking away empty-handed. We're Michigan's most experienced personal injury law firm. Our lawyers have over 600 years of collective experience. 600 years. And that matters because more experience means more money and more wins for our clients. Our experience pays. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
It's a fact. Some vehicles just work harder than others. That's why Dorman offers not one, not two, but 3 lines of chassis parts designed specifically for your situation. From control arms to bushings, from sway bars to tie rods, Dorman chassis parts are high performance, corrosion resistant, and guaranteed to provide long service life. That's Dorman chassis parts. Available at your neighborhood Auto Value Auto Parts stores. Thanks again for shopping locally. Auto Value, where service is the difference. We get it.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
Halftime, Michigan leads Hawaii 42-0. Taking a look around the rest of the Big Ten, only 2 other games still going on. Both doozies will start in Lincoln. Nebraska trails Georgia Southern 38-35. 9:03 to go in the fourth. Nebraska just took over at its own 2-yard line. And Indiana is losing through 3 quarters to FCS opponent Idaho. It is 10-7 Vandals. End of the third in Bloomington. Everything else is the final. We'll quickly run through them. Number 19, Wisconsin falls at home to Washington State 17-14. Iowa's offense struggling again. 10-7 losers today to Iowa State. Number 3, Ohio State, no issues with Arkansas State, 45-12. Illinois, a controlling 24-3 home win over Virginia. Northwestern fumbled at the goal line under 20 seconds left, lost to Duke 31-23. Penn State defeated Ohio 46-10. Maryland, no issues with Charlotte on the road, win big 56-21. Michigan State, a 52-0 shutout over Akron. Meanwhile, Minnesota, Purdue, and Rutgers all pounded their FCS opposition by 50-plus points. That's it for the day in the Big Ten. Time now to look nationally at the top 25, brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance. Notable games in progress. One ranked-on-ranked matchup. BYU leads Baylor 3-0 midway through the first in Provo. A couple of notable finals from earlier today. Number 1, Alabama edges Texas with a late field goal, 20-19. Appalachian State goes to Texas A&M, upsets to the 6th-ranked Aggie, 17-14. And Notre Dame 0-2. The number 8 Irish fall at home to Marshall, 26-21. That top 25 scoreboard brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, a Michigan tradition since 1908. 30 minutes complete in our game. Michigan 42, Hawaii nothing. Brian, Jason, and Jack break down the first half when we return as you listen to the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Imagine this, a day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement, and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. A day that is unmistakably yours, at the place that is undeniably spectacular. Whether you're winning big, dining lavishly, or relaxing oh so comfortably, it's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
More Wolverines football is a minute away.
Over the left side and into the end zone for a Michigan touchdown.
This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. Headquartered in Brighton, we also have offices in Clarkston, Northville, and very soon we're opening a new office on West Stadium Boulevard in Ann Arbor, just down the street from the Big House. Visit us at FoguthFinancial.com. That's F-O-G-U-T-H Financial.com to find out more. As a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, we can't wait to see you in Ann Arbor. Go Blue!
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
All Wolverines here tonight at the Big House. Halftime, Michigan 42, Hawaii nothing. Welcome back into the Lexus Halftime Show. Brian Bush back with you. Jack Miller's alongside. Jason Avant's down on the sideline. And let's start with the quarterback effort so far. J.J. McCarthy, 11 of 12, 229 yards and 3 touchdowns. Jason, what have you seen from J.J., your impressions of what statistically is a brilliant first half?
I'm thoroughly impressed with JJ as of right now. He's made some unbelievable throws. I know it's Hawaii, but the deep pass to Cornelius Jansen in stride, I thought he was late, but I have a noodle arm, so I thought it was too late. But he has a cannon, and he made it up in 0 seconds, and it's just amazing to see. The sideline is really responding to him in the game as well. So it's looking really good for JJ at this moment. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to, at this point, say that, he didn't live up to the standard everyone was hoping for. I mean, Jason, you made notice of it on the sideline, his ability to kind of galvanize everybody. Everyone's having fun. He's all smiles, but business, but serious, taking care of business out there. And then what we're seeing, how explosive he can be. It takes the offense to another level when he can run, extend plays, make plays downfield, throw balls that, quite frankly, NFL quarterbacks are trying to do. Have the touch to get it over the top of people, but enough strength on it to get in front of a cornerback or a linebacker pursuing on the wide receiver. It lives up to the expectation, I think, that we all hoped out of JJ, which is he does, in fact, elevate this offense. And so far, so good. Great decision-making, great poise back there. John made mention of it right before halftime. Getting checks in place, making sure everyone's on the same page, commanding that offense in a way that makes you feel really comfortable if he's the guy going forward.
Yeah. Hey, Jack, he has elite arm talent, and that's the thing that you have to say. We saw a variety of different passes. He had touch. He had a fastball to Ronnie Bell for the touchdown. He had the deep ball. There was a lot that he showed in that first half, so I was thoroughly impressed.
Yeah, you could tell the refinement. We didn't see a whole lot of throws from him last season when he came in as a change of pace quarterback for Cade McNamara, but different types of throws, Jason, to your point, have been on point. Last week, the discrepancy, the difference for Michigan offensively, they had 5 scoring drives, but only 2 were for touchdowns against Colorado State. Here, 6 scoring drives in 8 tries, all touchdowns. Now, defensively, Jason, how about this? Hawaii has had 31 plays. 12 have gained positive yards. 19 0 or negative yards. It just looks like men versus boys down there.
Yeah, they're being manhandled up front, and once you're being manhandled up front, you can do anything on the back end, and they've been creative on the back end as well. There's a time in the first quarter where they brought out 7 corners, or 7 DBs, when quarters coverage on the third down 2 times in a row. So Michigan's able to do whatever they want because they're able to dominate the line of scrimmage, and Jack can speak to that because that's his field. But up front, the guys are getting after it. They can't move them back, and it's looking bad for Hawaii.
Well, the good news is we're starting to see how much that depth is paying off. We're seeing a lot of guys rotating through that front 7, so guys are fresh. They're coming in at full speed. Being down on the sidelines with Jason in the first half there, you can tell the defensive coach is trying to get guys reps, get different guys in there, sometimes to the dismay of the starters, but that's a good problem to have, right? There's a lot of guys getting action down there, and there does not seem to be a drop-off. Everyone's getting in on the action down there. Everyone's performing at a high level. coverage has been sticky. The defensive line's been stout, letting the linebackers run around when it comes to the run game and dropping the pass game. It's firing on all cylinders right now. Can they keep that going? Are they mentally tough enough to lock in for a late night, a second half of football where you're up big already? We'll find out.
Hey, Jack, I was thoroughly impressed by McCarthy Page in this first half. So I'm looking forward to seeing him later on in the season. But he's been physical. He's been at the line of scrimmage a lot. They brought him down in the back to play linebacker. It's been great.
No doubt. Our halftime adjustment is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. For me, the adjustment's simple, guys. Get further than 85 players deep like they did last week. And Jason, real quick, you know that fires up that sideline when some of the guys who aren't expected to play a whole lot can get into games like this.
There's no better feeling than getting a big lead so you can get some guys that practice hard each and every week, preparing you for these games and getting them an opportunity to play. So everyone out here is going to play extremely hard this next half in order to get the guys in that deserve it.
Jack, do we get to 100?
100 points or 100 players in the game?
Yes.
Both, yes. I think that might be in the cards tonight. To Jason's point, though, it's exciting for the vets on the team, the starters, the guys who are in there, to get to reward some of the guys, the younger guys who put in the time. They might be doing scout team throughout the week and getting beat up on during training camp early in the year. To be able to get reps, get out there, that's exciting. That really, energizes a sideline and a team and just helps you build confidence as the season goes on and gel together as an entire unit.
Today's halftime adjustment brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. We'll get Jason to give us coach's comments after this timeout, and Jack will be back in our post-game show. That was the Lexus halftime show. 42-0 Michigan leads Hawaii. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
And we pause for a word over this, the very maize and blue Michigan Football Network.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing the 2023 Ford Explorer. Place an order for a 2023 Explorer lease and receive $1,000 bonus cash. Plus, you can lock in your deal right now. And if at the time of delivery, the deal gets better, you get the better deal. Returning AZ Plan lessees can order a 2023 Explorer and lease it for $299 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Take delivery in fall 2022. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 renewal and $1,000 retail order bonus cash. Take new retail delivery from dealer stock by October 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lock in this $299 lease payment on the 2023 Ford Explorer today. Think Ford first.
We're live for today's Michigan-Hawaii game under the lights at the Big House. Here again, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
Just about set to get the second half underway. Before we continue, let's go down to the field and hear what Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh had to say to his team in the halftime locker room. Jason Avant has that report.
Coach Harbaugh had a few things to say to the team. There's no drop-off. Same intensity as first half. Go out and do the same thing as we started. For the offense, backups, you're expected to perform and execute at a high level. No drop-off. Maintain the high standards that we set before the season. And finally, defense. We play the game no matter who's in the game. Great effort, and don't let them score. Those were the halftime comments by our coach.
All right, thank you very much, Jason. And the Wolverines will send Isaiah Gash and Joe Taylor back to return this opening kick of the second half. Before we get to that, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. the kickoff is deep to the end zone. Isaiah Gash in the back of the end zone. He's going to bring it out from 8 yards deep, and he's hit, tries to spin off a tackler there at the 10-yard line and gets out to the 12. A aggressive decision by Isaiah Gash.
Aggressive decision, and hey, you want to see good decisions made. Hey, you love the fact that he wants to make a play, wants to make something happen to increase his opportunity, but part of making something happen is making the right choice, and I don't think coaches are going to be too happy about him bringing it out.
Now we see Cade McNamara at quarterback for Michigan, and many of the backup offensive linemen in. Raheem Anderson is checked in, Jeff Percy is checked in, and C.J. Stokes in a pistol formation directly behind McNamara, who has the snap and hands it off to Stokes running left, and he's trying to get outside, but he is dragged down just as he gets to the 15-yard line. A gain of 3 for the freshman, C.J. Stokes.
Well, it's nice to be able to see him get outside. I like to see him, instead of hopping around, I know he's trying to avoid hands at his feet, but at some point, hey, you've got to be, and actually he just jump over a defender. You need to be able to turn the corner and get north and south.
2nd and 7, Cade McNamara under center, Stokes the lone setback. And play action, McNamara on the waggle, rolling out, fires underneath, and he's got Hibner, his tight end, who's dragged down at the 20-yard line. Gain of 4 on the play. Let's go down to Jason Avant on the field. Jason?
As you can see, gentlemen, none of the starters that started the game are in there now. It doesn't look like they're going to be going back out for the rest of the night.
With Michigan up 42-0 in the second half just underway, a chance to get some guys down on the depth chart, some snaps. 3rd and 3 for Cade McNamara and the Michigan offense from their own 20-yard line. 3 receivers bunched to the left. Now one of them comes in motion, that's Max Bredesen, and they hand it off up the middle to C.J. Stokes, and there is no running room as he ran into a brick wall. And the Wolverines, Tavier Dunlap, not C.J. Stokes. Looks like the Wolverines will be forced to punt on their first possession of the second half. Jonah Kahaiwe Welsh on the tackle, John.
Yeah. Well, and, we're seeing some guys that we didn't even get a chance to see last week. Connor Jones is in there and getting their feet wet a little bit. And they got to get comfortable with the right footwork, with the snap count, with the environment. I expect when they come out on their next possession to see a much more cohesive offensive line.
Dior Scott standing on his own 25-yard line, awaiting Brad Robbins' punt. And Robbins puts his right foot into it and hits a nuke.
Wow.
And a fair catch is signaled for and made by Dior Scott on the 29-yard line. 50-yard punt that kind of got to eye level in front of us here in the press box.
It did, and you know what? One of the things that sometimes you'll have some punters who have great hang time. Other times it's distance and they kind of outkick their coverage. When you can combine both on a 50-yard punt, that's impressive from Brad Robbins.
So the Wolverines getting down on the depth chart a little bit on the defensive side as well. So we see Jalen Perry is in the Michigan secondary. 3 true freshmen on the field: Derek Moore, Mason Graham, and Will Jansen. Caden Colasar in at safety, amongst others, as Joey Yellen continues at quarterback for Hawaii, and he's back to pass on 1st and 10, and he fires down the near sideline, overthrows his intended receiver, Jalen Waffle, out of bounds. And coverage there was Will Johnson.
Well, just like Jamon Green, when we saw him earlier, Will Johnson does a great job with his eyes of being very disciplined, guarding his receiver down the field, and when the receiver goes up for the ball, that's when he makes his move to try and look around. Doesn't even find the ball, but does a great job of defending the receiver, so it was impossible for him to make the catch.
Another true freshman on the field, Jimmy Roller, the young linebacker. 2nd and 10 for Hawaii from their own 29-yard line. Yellen in a shotgun. Looks to hand it off and does to Dedrick Parson, who gets across the 35 out to the 37-yard line. And it looks like we got a banged up Wolverine, and that might be Jalen Perry. He's on the ground. Mason Graham with the tackle. Gain of 7. And with the injury, we're going to get a timeout. Michigan on top 42-0, 12:33 to go, 3rd quarter. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
In life, it's all about timing, and now is the perfect time to get more and spend less. So say hello to WOW Mobile, powered by Reach. Get extra reliable coverage on the nation's largest and fastest 5G network. Unlimited talk and text and no contracts. Best of all, mobile plans start as low as $15 a month when bundled with WOW Internet. It's time to switch and save. Visit Wowway.com/mobile today. Wow. Available to WOW Internet customers. Subject to change. Mobile services provided by Reach Mobile. Reach Mobile terms apply.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Buck Harsh, John Jansen back at the big house with Michigan on top of Hawaii, 42-0, 12:33 to go third quarter. Michigan football is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Well, John Jansen, Hawaii comes in here as a wounded program after the Todd Graham era ended. Quite a bit of controversy, but they have their stadium, Aloha Stadium, was condemned. It is going to be destroyed, and they are hoping to build a new one in the next 4 years on the same site. So they're going to take their $1.9 million check that they get for this trip to Ann Arbor and
put it towards that.
Put it into the coffers. Yeah. Right now they are playing in the smallest stadium in the country, a temporary stadium on campus that seats about 9,000. So they went from the smallest stadium in the country to tonight playing in the biggest stadium in the country, over 110,000. Were in attendance, although some of them have started to file out here early third quarter. 3rd and 3 from Hawaii on their own 37-yard line. Yellen from the shotgun with 3 wideouts split, and Dedrick Parsons flanked to his right. Yellen back to pass, and his pass is broken up by Mason Graham, the freshman defensive tackle. The Wolverines ran that defensive series with 5 true freshmen on the field.
Yeah, a lot of young players getting an opportunity, and Mason Graham he's just running a loop. He's not even trying to put pressure on the quarterback because they're getting the ball out of the hands so quickly, and does a great job of getting in the passing lane, getting his hands up and batting the ball down. A lot of awareness from Mason Graham as a young player.
Jake Thaw is deep for Michigan to return this punt, standing on his own 21-yard line, as Jordan Shipley stays in the game to punt here for Hawaii. And we get a whistle.
Delay a game.
What is it? Delay a game.
Kicking team. 5-yard penalty.
Well, if nothing else, I believe, is that the second penalty on Hawaii? That's second. So that's, I believe that's 10 less than Alabama had in the first half of their game against Texas. So they only committed 1 in the first half tonight. So 9 less in the half. They've got that going for them, John.
Yeah, I mean, they've been disciplined, at least in terms of that. But, yeah, it's uncharacteristic of an Alabama team earlier today to have so many penalties and allow a team.
Passes?
You know, I think they really believed that they were going to walk in and just walk over Texas. And Texas is a very proud program.
Yeah.
You got to be very careful when you have that mindset.
Bama winning on a late field goal. All right, following the delay of game, Jake Thaw standing on his own 21. Did Michigan decline the penalty?
They did.
Okay. Oh, they got a timeout before the penalty. That's what it was. All right, Shipley puts his right foot into it, and Jake Thaw is going to let it bounce at the 20 and field it at the 13. Makes the first man miss. Now he's up the seam. And he breaks outside. Jake Thaw with a flag on the field goes across the 30 and is dragged down at the 33-yard line by James Phillips. And we'll see what the flag is.
Yeah, I think it's most likely a block in the back.
I don't think the sideline cares right now. They are mobbing Jake Thaw.
Yeah.
44-yard punt, 15-yard return before this penalty gets marched off.
Well, they did a good job of getting to the open field, breaking some tackles, but probably illegally assisted.
During the return, block in the back, return team number 89. Half the distance from the spot of the foul, first down, media, timeout.
Carter Seltzer on the penalty there, and the ball will get backed up. Looks like to the Michigan 18-yard line. Wolverines leading at 42-0, 11:59 to go, third quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Fires toward the end zone. Touchdown! Mario Manningham calling on the post, and Michigan will win.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the popular Chevy Equinox. Equinox is the perfect compact SUV. Its sporty style is versatile and spacious. Its safety features surround you with security. And with technology like an available built-in Wi-Fi hotspot, Chevy Equinox keeps you connected wherever you go. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
Doug Karst, John Jansen back at the big house with Michigan on top, 42-0, 11:59 to go, third quarter. Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics with its headquarters in Brighton and offices in Clarkston and Northville, and a new one opening soon in Ann Arbor. Learn more at FoguthFinancial.com. Wolverines take over on their own 18-yard line as Cade McNamara in at quarterback here in the second half. C.J. Stokes split to his right. Chuck that Tavier Dunlap, and Cade's going to get sacked. He's getting in the backfield for Hawaii. I believe that was John Tuitopo.
Yeah, Cade's not getting much protection, and it is, unfortunately, different guy, same result. But I had mentioned earlier, Connor Jones in there at right guard fell for the same thing that Zach Zinter did earlier. Bad balance, slap inside.
Loss of 7. Michigan now backed up on their own 6-yard line. As McNamara from the shotgun has C.J. Stokes flanked to his left. It brings Colston Loveland in motion, and they're going to hand it off to Stokes running right. And he gets outside to the 10. Big collision there as he's knocked out of bounds. After a short gain, Verdell Edwards out of Plano, Texas, the tackler for Hawaii, and it'll be 3rd and 13 for Michigan.
C.J. Stokes is showing really good awareness in the backfield of what he needs to do to try and get get some yardage, not getting a whole lot of blocking up front on the inside, so he bounces it to the outside where there's some green grass.
McNamara back to pass on 3rd and 13, looking over the middle, and he's got Colston Loveland underneath, and Colston Loveland out to the 20-yard line where he's tripped up by Pene Pavihi. And Pavihi kind of looks like he hurt his right arm, makes his way off the field. But the Wolverines are looking at a 4th and 4, and
smartly
be
decide
forced
to
to punt. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Colston Loveland was all-conference, John, in the Sawtooth Central Idaho Conference.
Hotbed.
That's a real thing.
Hotbed of talent coming out of there.
Dior Scott standing on his own 26-yard line. And deep to punt, Brad Robbins standing on his own 5. And he hits a tall punt that Scott's going to come up to the 40 and tell everyone to back off, and it's going to be downed at the 46-yard line by Carter Seltzer down there for Michigan. A little pushing and shoving. And that's where Hawaii will take over, actually at the 48-yard line. 32-yard punt from Brad Robbins.
And this is where, this is a time where you know that some of the Hawaii players are going to become very frustrated. They haven't been able to do much on either side of the ball. And they're human beings. They don't want to be embarrassed. And right now, nothing is going their way. They start pushing and shoving, which is understandable. And you want to see the young players of Michigan continue to hold their composure.
So Hawaii taking over, 1st and 10 from their own 46-yard line. 9:41 to go, 3rd quarter. Michigan on top, 42-0. As Joey Yellen, the Pittsburgh transfer, in at quarterback from a shotgun. Takes the snap and fires quickly out route to the far sideline and ridden out of bounds. German Green, Jamad's brother, on coverage out there. Pass complete to Hawaii's getting down in the depth chart a little bit.
And this is where, you know, one of the keys for Jim Harbaugh coming out of halftime was don't let Hawaii in the end zone. And there's going to be a lot of young players learning on the run on the field today, and they still want to make sure that they don't let that goose egg go.
Chucky Hines for Hawaii, gain of 5 there. Inside handoff to the running back for Hawaii. That is Najee Bryant Lule. And gains 4, setting up a 3rd and short for Hawaii. With 8:53 to go, 3rd quarter, Michigan on top, 42-0.
Well, I really like Michael Pollard. He delivered a blow there. That was a running back with a full head of steam, and Michael Pollard said, you're not getting the first down right now. Lowered his shoulder, good form on the tackle, good drive, and prevented Parson from getting the first down.
Wolverines with 6 true freshmen on the field defensively here on 3rd and 1. Hawaii from the Michigan 45 hands it off, and it's Bryant Lule up the middle for the first down across the Michigan 40 down to the 39-yard line. Micah Pollard on the tackle for Michigan. First down for Hawaii from the Michigan 39-yard line. This is their deepest penetration of the day.
But this is an opportunity for some of those young guys up front to play with some techniques. And I guarantee you, Mike Elston, as I know a former teammate of mine, is encouraging those guys to try some new things, to see what works, what doesn't work, and gain some confidence in some new things.
Dedrick Parsons hit in the backfield by George Rooks. TJ Guy is there. Mason Graham finishes him off. Parsons with a run up the middle for no gain. Great penetration there from the Michigan defense. And Hawaii's looking at a 2nd and 10. 7:28 to go. Here, 3rd quarter. Michigan on top, 42-0.
George Brooks doing a great. You mentioned that penetration. He took the guard on, head on, shed the block, and was able to go laterally and make a nice play on the running back.
Yellen with 3 receivers, split wide right side. Back to pass, fires over there, and the ball is caught as Chucky Hines is ridden out of bounds by German Green for a gain of 6. And it'll be a third down and medium for Hawaii here with 6:54 to go in the third quarter.
Probably a little more cushion than German Green should be given some of these wide receivers. In fact, all of the wide receivers. He's quick enough. He's fast enough. He just needs to be confident enough in his reaction that when he has to go deep, he can turn his hips and cover a receiver, but he's also in position to prevent those easy 5-yard passes.
And Amarion Walker, the wide receiver, is checked in to play corner here on 3rd and 4. He's wearing jersey number 1. And Hawaii's going to run it up the middle, and they're going to get the first down with Bryant Lule across the 30-yard line down to the 26. Check that. It was Dedrick Parson, the transfer from Howard. First down for Hawaii. And they've got it to the Michigan 26-yard line.
Jim Harbaugh loves testing guys to see, hey, where they fit best, and he loves those guys that can play both ways. We've seen him do it with Mike Sanderstill.
Quick pass, Chucky Hines, far sideline, ridden out of bounds by Will Johnson after a short gain. 3 yards. Chucky Hines has 3 catches on this drive.
Well, Will Johnson, I think, is going to become a special player. Obviously a big-time recruit in this most recent recruiting class, and I really enjoy how much he has learned, early enrollee through spring ball till now.
2nd and 7 for Hawaii from the Michigan 23-yard line. Yellen looking over the middle, and he's got his receiver on a slant pattern inside the 15 down to the 12. There's your water bug, James Phillips. First down for Hawaii inside the Michigan 15-yard line. Phillips, their leading receiver, came into this game with 10 catches, but for just 55 yards.
Yeah. Well, this is an opportunity for these young players. They've given up enough yardage to make a stand. You're obviously within field goal range.
Joey Velasquez and Jaden Hood are in for Michigan, and now another quick pass from Yellen on a slant in front of Caden Colasar was dropped. And that one was again intended for James Phillips. 2nd down and 10.
And Caden Colasar was going for the big hit. I think if he had kept his head up, he might have been able to get an interception. It would have been a hell of a grab as it bounced around a little bit, but he did have it in his hands at one point.
2nd and 10 for Hawaii from the Michigan 13-yard line. This is the 10th play of this drive. Yellen with Dedrick Pearson split to his right. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Yellen has the snap. Quick pass, far side. He's got his receiver inside the Michigan 10 and down to the 9-yard line. That was Jonah Pinoque on the catch. Gain of 4 for Hawaii on 2nd down. 4:31 to go third quarter. Michigan on top, 42-0.
Really good coverage by Will Johnson. Right in his hip. Trying to knock the ball out as it's delivered.
Wolverines substitute in Derek Moore and Kenneth Grant and George Rooks on this 3rd and 6 for Hawaii from the Michigan 9-yard line. Yellen with 3 receivers split to the left. Back to pass, looking that direction. Here comes the pass rush. Now he's forced out of the pocket to the right, fires to the back of the end zone, and is it caught? No, it's incomplete. German Green there in coverage, as that ball was intended for Jordan Murray, the big tight end. And that's going to bring on Matthew Shipley to try a short field goal to get Hawaii on the board. Well, Coach Harbaugh wanted to get guys in the game, and he's doing that.
He certainly is, and Jordan Murray he's a big target coming across there. And German Green did a really good job of staying in his hip and making that just a really hard catch for him to make.
Shipley's 26-yard field, check that, 36-yard field goal is up and good. Was right originally. 26-yard field goal. So, following the field goal from Jordan Shipley, Michigan leads it 42-3 with 3:51 to go here in quarter number 3. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Need metal? Alro Metals Outlet makes buying metals and plastics fast and simple. Our retail stores are open to the public to walk in and shop. Alro Metals Outlet customers include machine shops, job shops, contractors, welders, hobbyists, artists, and do-it-yourselfers. We offer saw cutting and shearing while you wait. Michigan locations include Ann Arbor, Livonia, Troy, Warren, Jackson, Lansing, and Kalamazoo. Visit us today or learn more at alro.com.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Hey, Michigan fans! StubHub is the easiest way to buy and sell Wolverine tickets for almost 20 years. Whether you're looking for a single seat at the 50 or a section for your whole squad, StubHub has the best selection of tickets for any budget. Use Virtual View to find your perfect spot, score a great deal with a price alert, and get your tickets delivered instantly. It's the best way into Michigan Stadium. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Michigan Athletics. StubHub, be there.
The rainstorms here in the Midwest can sometimes be harsh, so make sure you're prepared with a brand new set of Bosch Perfect View wiper blades from Auto Value, where Perfect View wiper blades are on sale for just $8.99 each. And don't forget the windshield washer solution. Rain-X All-Season Windshield Washer Solution is only $5.59 at your neighborhood Auto Value auto parts stores. And thank you again for keeping it local. Auto Value, where service is the difference. We get it.
Let's head back to Michigan Stadium for more of the Wolverines matchup with Hawaii. Here's Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
42-3, Michigan on top with 3:51 to go here in the third quarter. Hey, we want to say a happy 45th anniversary to Mrs. Phone Bob. Phone Bob has worked up here forever. He was in charge of the phones back in the day, and he continues to work in the press box. And he gave us a note to wish his wife a happy 45th anniversary. So happy 45th anniversary to Phone Bob and Mrs. Phone Bob, a.k.a. Debbie.
Congratulations, 45 years. That's not an easy thing to do.
We have a score from Lincoln, Nebraska. Georgia Southern leading Nebraska 42-38 with 10 seconds left. Now 1 second left. And Georgia Southern, check that, it's 45-42. But Nebraska's in Georgia Southern territory, so they might be looking at a game-tying field goal. We'll keep you updated on that one as Shipley's kick is into the end zone and down there. And Michigan will take over from the 25-yard line. Iman Dennis was a special teams player of the week last week for his work in punt coverage. Took the knee, and Michigan will take over from the 25-yard line. So, John, college football's crazy.
Oh, my goodness. Today was unbelievable. When you just look at what's going on in the Big Ten, obviously, you know, we have no idea what's going on in Nebraska and whether, you know, Scott Frost is ever going to get it right or not. Indications are that he's not. Indiana taking care of business against Idaho today. Same with Ohio State, Michigan State. But Wisconsin dropping a game to Washington State. I didn't really see that one coming. And Graham Mertz, their quarterback, came in as the highest-rated quarterback that they've ever had and just has not materialized. Remember the first game that he had? He was on fire against Illinois. And since then, he really just hasn't developed as a passer or the leader of that offense.
Other games, Marshall goes into South Bend and beats Notre Dame 26-21. And people that watch that game say that the better team won.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what goes on. I mean, they started the season off ranked as the number 5 team in the country. And Marcus Freeman, their new head coach, a lot of really good publicity in the offseason. Recruiting class, players wanted them. They made that decision, and so far things haven't turned out. But there always is an adjustment period. I have a hard time in terms of expectations for a new head coach, especially for such a young coach at a big-time program.
And App State goes to College Station and beats Texas A&M and N and I and L 17-14. All that money put into a recruiting class, and Jimbo Fisher losing at home 17-14 to App State.
I wonder if the collectives are wondering about their return on investment. Doesn't seem to be paying off so far.
Wild day in college football. Michigan leading here 42-3 with 3:51 to go in quarter number 3, and Cade McNamara will continue at quarterback. C.J. Stokes in the backfield with him, 2 tight ends, Max Bredesen and Matthew Hibner. 3 wideouts for Michigan as handoff to Stokes running right, and no running room as he is spun and thrown to the ground. As for the Wolverines, a gain of 1, and it's Tui Topo on the tackle.
Well, and I think they're a little frustrated with the protection of Cade Cunningham and the options given him, so the starting offensive line is back in the game. Olu at center, Zinter at guard, Trente Jones.
Tavier Dunlap checks in for Michigan in the backfield as McNamara is back to pass, looking and throws down the near sideline. It's going to be intercepted. Cade McNamara's pass for Andrel Anthony underthrown, and it's picked off by Hawaii's Verdell Edwards on his own 45-yard line.
No pressure on Cade McNamara. It was just a ball that was underthrown, and quite honestly, it was really good coverage by the Hawaii secondary, and just not much for Andrel Anthony to do. So they brought the number 1 offensive line in. Protection was good. Cade had a number of opportunities or options to throw the ball to, and that just probably wasn't the best one.
So Hawaii will take over on their 45-yard line, trailing 42-3 with 3:11 to go here in quarter number 3 as Joey Yellen from the shotgun for the Rainbow Warriors hands it off to his running back, Jordan Jansen, the freshman out of Dallas, and he's got some running room, and he's drilled as he gets into Michigan territory down to the 40-yard line. And I believe it was Keon Sabb that came up and made the big hit.
Yeah, and Derek Moore, young defensive end edge rusher, ended up getting hooked by the tackle and the wing, allowing an edge there on the field to get that play rolling downhill.
Gain of 16 from the Michigan 39-yard line. Yellen in a shotgun. Back to pass. Looking, here comes a blitz. He gets it off just before he's hit, and he overthrows his intended receiver down the near sideline. Went for a big gainer there. Jimmy Rolder in coverage there on the running back. Tylen Hines out of the Hawaii backfield.
Well, they brought Keon Sabb off of the edge, and he did a really nice job of setting the offensive line up, thinking that he's going to rush outside, came inside the defensive end, and got a hit on the quarterback.
We got a Hawaii injury is on the ground as Micah Vanterpool, a senior guard, one of their better players on that Hawaii offensive line, and he is in some pain. All right, John, time for some more Hawaii Rainbow trivia.
Can't wait.
Can you name the 4 schools that they have trophy games against?
Well, okay, so let me work through this while they work on the Rainbow Warrior, because this is a team. Now, do they play these teams every single year?
I believe so.
All right, so I'm going to guess Nevada.
Okay.
Colorado State.
Okay.
Let's see, who else would they? Utah State.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to throw in their final game of the year, because that's usually a trophy game. Smart. With San Jose State. How many did I get?
You got 1.
I got San Jose State.
San Jose State, you got it.
Well done.
Nice
All right,
job.
pick the other 4 now, and you got the rest of them.
Wyoming,
Wyoming, yep.
Air Force, and they play UNLV in a game that's called the Island Showdown. And I'm not quite sure why it's the Island Showdown, but the trophy looks like a bronze pineapple.
Well, UNLV, if you're ever flying over Vegas, looks like it's an island in the middle of nowhere.
Well, this is true.
So maybe that's your island in the desert.
Perhaps.
I'm making this up as I go.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's obvious or not.
All right, 2nd and 10. Vanderpool limps off the field in Hawaii with Yellen in a shotgun and 4 wideouts, 3 split to his left, is back to pass. Fires on a slant, and it's through the hands of his intended receiver, Tamitoa Mokio Atamalala. Incomplete.
Well done.
I've been waiting all night.
Yes, the opportunity presents itself mid-third quarter, and the opportunity for his first interception, Will Johnson, it went right through his hands.
After it went through Mokio Atamalala's hands.
Yes, you just want to keep saying his name.
I sure do. He checks out of the game, unfortunately. 3rd and 10 now for Hawaii from the Michigan 39-yard line. Yellen back to pass. Fires deep into Michigan territory and incomplete inside the 5-yard line. And I suppose the intended receiver was Jalen Walthall, but he missed him by a good 10 yards.
Yeah, I think there was, again, we've seen a few miscommunications. And with the new offense, with so many new players and inexperienced players, that's going to happen. And it's almost kind of playing out as we expected, that Hawaii would be very inept offensively. The one thing that they have solved is their turnover issue. They had 6 of them last week.
42-3, Michigan on top. Shipley punting to Jake Thaw. And Shipley's punt will bounce at the 4. Check up there. Little backspin. Yeah. And it's down at the 9-yard line. And that's where Michigan's offense will take over following a 31-yard punt. 42-3, Michigan on top with 2:12 to go here, 3rd quarter. And we'll see if Jim Harbaugh continues with that first-team offensive line. No, he puts the second team. And here comes Davis Warren for his first action. The walk-on from Los Angeles missed his junior year with an injury, missed his senior year because of COVID. And they think they've got a Division I walk-on quarterback that they snuck in. Mm-hmm. And he will take his first snap as a Michigan quarterback and turn and hand it to C.J. Stokes, who's got a whole running left and is upended as he gets across the 15-yard line. Well-blocked play there. Gain of 6 for C.J. Stokes. Other guys making their first appearance, Tyler Morris. Amarian Walker now back in jersey number 4 after wearing number 1 and playing defense. Darius Clemens, the freshman out of Portland, who chose Michigan over Alabama, Notre Dame, and Oregon. They have high expectations for him. He checks in as well. And it's going to be Warren running to his left, and he's got a first down across the 20 and out across the 25-yard line. Move the chains. Davis Warren with a gain of 13 yards.
Well, our first introduction to Davis Warren was the spring game, and I think both of us came away from that game thinking, yeah, maybe that Jim Harbaugh actually did sneak one away because he played extremely well. It'd be nice to see him air it out just a little bit to see what he could do down the field as well.
Minute 12 to go here, 3rd quarter. Michigan on top, 42-3. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Michigan from their own 26-yard line. Turns, hands it off to C.J. Stokes, running left, hesitates, gets outside, and is knocked out of bounds at the 30-yard line. And clock running, inside a minute to go here, 3rd quarter. Gain of 3 there for C.J. Stokes.
C.J. Stokes does a really good job when he's forced with contact. We've seen him in the middle of the line of scrimmage, lower his pads, gain some yards, and then when he gets to near the sideline, not just running out of bounds, but trying to stiff arm some defensive backs.
From the 29-yard line, Davis Warren from the shotgun, back to pass, looking down the field, fires over the middle, and it's caught. Max Bredesen across the 50 to the 40, down the far sideline, 30, 20, can't beat the last man as he's tripped up inside the 15-yard line. Max Bredesen with a big gainer. Hugh Nelson on the tackle, 57 yards.
Davis Warren does a great job of leading Max Bredesen in between two defenders, a tight window to throw that ball. And I tell you what, if he's off on any level, that's an interception. Does a great job of threading the needle, and Max Bredesen with some really quality yards after the catch.
And that is the final play of quarter number 3. A 57-yard play on a pass to Max Bredesen. And boy, is he getting mobbed by his teammates as he comes to the sidelines. The brother of Michigan great Ben Bredesen, outstanding 4-year starter at guard for the Wolverines. So, Wolverines will have it 1st and 10 at the 15-yard line when we continue. 42-3 Michigan on top. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Barbasol comes out thick and rich and doesn't break down. That's why Barbasol is America's #1 shaving cream. Close shave, America. Close shave, Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Michigan men's soccer is hosting nationally ranked Maryland this coming Friday night, September the 16th at 6:30. Not only is it a marquee matchup, but it's Ted Lasso night. The first 500 fans in attendance will receive a Michigan Believe medal sign. The Wolverines need your help to create the best atmosphere in college soccer. Tickets start at just $6, so head to mgoblue.com/tickets to secure yours today. That's mgoblue.com/tickets. Michigan and Maryland in men's soccer, plus Ted Lasso night on Friday, September 16th.
O'Reilly. See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus receive double O Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Doug Harsh, John Jansen back at the Big House with Michigan on top of Hawaii, 42-3. And the Wolverines knocking on the door at the 15-yard line after the 57-yard pass from Davis Warren to Max Bredesen. And the fans that remain here cheering on this Michigan offense, hoping to add to this big lead. C.J. Stokes in the backfield next to Davis Warren. He brings Tyler Morris in motion. Handoff to Stokes, running left. He's got blockers ahead of him. Good cutback up the field. Dives to the end zone. Touchdown, C.J. Stokes. 15 yards. And Michigan's lead is increased to 48-3.
That was a great run by C.J. Stokes. Set up his blockers, let him get out in front of them, and then cut right behind him, and there was a terrific running lane. That was great vision by C.J. Stokes.
Put his hand on the hip of a pulling offensive guard. That completes a 5-play drive for 91 yards, over 2 minutes and 18 seconds. And Rhett Anderson on to kick the extra point. It's up and it's good, and Michigan's lead now 49-3. And that 15-yard touchdown run by C.J. Stokes is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Through 3 quarters, Michigan 19 first downs to Hawaii 6. The Wolverines 191 yards rushing. The Rainbow Warriors with 54. 311 through the air to 61 for Hawaii. And Michigan has 502 yards in total offense to Hawaii's 115.
Well, I thought Davis Warren did a really good job of commanding the offense. Wanted to see him, as I mentioned earlier, I wanted to see him be able to throw the ball downfield, and did with great accuracy to Max Bredesen. I'm really impressed with him at the quarterback position.
John, I'm looking down with the binoculars because I'm looking for the ghost player. They told us before the game that they are concerned about some double numbers, so they had jersey number 38 that could be worn by several different players. We might check into this game on special teams, but I do not see number 38 just yet. But when we do see him, he apparently is a player to be named later. And it's Tommy Doman now in on the kickoff, and he booms it out of the back of the end zone. So Hawaii will take over at the 25-yard line. 1st and 10 with 14:54 to go in this ball game, and Michigan leading 49-3. Let's go down to the field and our Jason Yvonne. Hi, Jason.
Davis Warren's throw to Max Bredesen was on time and accurate. When you're on time and you're accurate, it always leads to yards after the catch. So it was a great play by him, and you saw him scamper down the sideline, Max, with a great play because of the accuracy of the throw. The accuracy and timing leads to big plays.
Keyshawn Harris in for the Michigan defense. Joey Yellen continuing at quarterback now for Hawaii, and he hands it off to his running back running right, and that's the freshman Tylan Hines out of Mount Pleasant, Texas, and he is ridden out of bounds after a short game. And it was Keyshawn Harris who gets credited with the tackle.
Yeah. Mason Graham still battling inside there, extending that play and pushing it out to the defensive backs. And a good job of the linebackers and the secondary pursuing to the football.
2nd and 8 now for Hawaii from their own 27-yard line. Yellen has the snap, hands it off to Harris, running to his right, cuts it upfield across the 30, Hines rather, gain of 4, and it's Micah Pollard on the tackle. As Michigan has now played 85 players in this game, John.
Yeah.
9 making their debuts.
Cody Jones came off the corner there on a corner blitz and had an opportunity to make a play in the backfield and just took a too far upfield angle and wasn't able to make the play. I bet if he does that again, he corrects that angle that he took.
3rd and 2 for Hawaii. Handoff to Hines, looking for the first down. Did he get it? A pile of Wolverines, and it looks like he got it. Just barely. Tylan Hines moves the chains, and with 13:23 to go and Michigan up 49-3, Hawaii's got themselves a first down.
Ball is now on the 36-yard line.
Well, we also see Julius Welshkoff in there, who is an unbelievable athlete and is getting an opportunity now to see if he can take that, what he's been able to do in the weight room, what he's been able to do on the training field, to the line of scrimmage, and see if he can get some some production out of it.
Handoff running left for Hawaii is Jordan Jansen, another one of those freshman backs, and not a lot of room, and he is dragged down by TJ Guy for no gain. Keon Sabb checking in for Michigan, replacing Caden Colasar at one of the safety spots. We also see Quentin Johnson playing back there for the Michigan defense.
One of the things that Mike Elson has been emphasizing from all of the players up front, even if they're outside linebackers, is getting extension on those guys that are blocking them to make sure that they don't let them into their numbers, into their pads to get a hold and run them out. And TJ Guy did a good job there of getting the defender off of him, or the blocker off of him.
Yellen's pass splits a pair of his receivers and falls harmlessly incomplete as the Wolverines are forced to 3rd and 10 here from the Hawaii 36-yard line. Derek Moore checking back in. Omarion Walker, who's played both ways tonight and keeps having to switch jerseys. He's wearing number 1 now, in for the Michigan defense. Playing in a corner spot. I'll be honest, it looks like he's lined up well into the neutral zone. 3rd and 10 for Hawaii. Yellen from a shotgun. back to pass, looking under pressure, and he's going to be dragged down and sacked. Ray Sean Benny. It is first career sack, but we got a flag on the play.
It's going to be holding on Amarion Walker. Too much contact, more than 5 yards.
Defense number 1. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot, automatic first down.
It's an automatic first down for Hawaii. I think there was John before that ball was snapped, because it looked to me like Amarion Walker and the receiver, Jonah Pinoque, were going at it a little bit.
Well, and Amarion needs to know, hey, you can be aggressive at the line of scrimmage, which he was, and that was outstanding. You can't let that receiver get a free release. But once he gets to your side and you're 5 yards down the field, you've got to let go, and then it's all about speed and technique at that point, and the technique can't be continuing to contact the receiver.
Bunch receiver formation to the left. Handoff running right is Hines, and he's got a hole into Michigan territory. 50, 40, 30, 20, inside the 5, touchdown. Tylen Hines, the freshman, goes 54 yards, and Hawaii, their first touchdown of the game. Well,
just a couple of guys out of position. When you look at it, and it all starts up front. Kenneth Grant got double teamed on the inside, and then Pollard, the linebacker, young linebacker, took a poor angle to make a play, had to cover a large space. There was a big hole, and Pollard just too much space for him to cover at that point.
Shipley's extra point is up and good, and Hawaii has cut the Michigan lead to 39 points. Michigan 49, Hawaii 10, 11:27 to go here, fourth quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
What does it mean for you when University of Michigan Health was once again named the best hospital in Michigan by U.S. News & World Report? Or when they're recognized as the only Michigan hospital awarded straight A's for safety 10 years running? It means you can count on experts in every specialty, all in one place, working tirelessly to unlock a Michigan answer for you, U of M Health. One of only 8 hospitals in the nation to receive healthcare's top designations. Learn more at uofmhealth.org.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long, in the stands or on the go, with AbsoPure natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with AbsoPure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4ABSOPURE to learn more.
Before you get in, get going. Get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. We suggest a Cooper tire. After all, Cooper engineers its tires not just for performance, but real-life performance. Cooper tires. Go with the Coopers. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires and get a $50 gift card to the M-Den, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics, during the Buy 4 and Score event this fall. Visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper Tire retailers for more information.
John Jansen here, inviting you to check out the podcast home of Michigan Athletics, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. MGO Blue Podcast is the home of 3 different episodes. In the Trenches focuses on all things Michigan football. Defend the Block highlights both basketball programs here in Ann Arbor, and Conquering Heroes features interviews with players and coaches from all over Wolverines programs. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcasts. MGO Blue Podcasts, subscribe today, and go blue.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen back at the Big House, Michigan leading Hawaii 49-10, 11:27 to go in the ball game. It's time to spotlight today's best in the game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. And what was the best you saw tonight, John Jansen?
There's a number of guys that have played well, but I think you got to talk about J.J. McCarthy and his first start, being able to hit Cornelius Johnson down the middle of the field deep. His accuracy down there. Cornelius Johnson with the, escaping the pocket, extending the play, and then throwing it over top of the linebacker and dropping it into Cornelius Johnson right on the sideline. He just has shown that extra element that we've kind of all wondered, is he still that, is he the mobile quarterback? Is he the guy with the strong arm? Could he be accurate? And he's proven all of those things tonight.
Shipley's kick goes out of bounds, and it'll be placed at the 35-yard line. When we continue, 11:27 to go in the ball game. Michigan on top of Hawaii, 49-10. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Introducing the 2023 Ford F-150. Place an order for a 2023 F-150 lease and receive $1,000 bonus cash. Plus, you can lock in your deal right now. And if at the time of delivery, the deal gets better, you get the better deal. Returning AZ Plan lessees can order a 2023 F-150 and lease it for $299 a month for 24 months with $4,509 due at signing. Take delivery in fall 2022. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 renewal, $500 retail order RCL, and $500 retail order bonus cash. Take new retail delivery from dealer stock by October 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lock in this $299 F-150 lease payment today. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Doug Karsch, John Jansen back at the Big House. Michigan leading Hawaii 49-10 with 11:27 to go in the ball game. Wolverines will take over on their own 35-yard line. Yep, we're still going after an hour delay and the latest kickoff in Michigan football history. So we kick this one off at 9 p.m. Eastern, which was what, noon Hawaii time?
Just about, yeah. They're enjoying well, at least they're watching football out there. I don't think they're probably enjoying it.
We had a lightning delay. The sun was out, and we had a rainbow, which seemed appropriate with the Rainbow Warriors here.
Well, and it
didn't help.
The latest start, it's also, the first time since 1962 that Michigan has played a game without running out and touching the banner. Kind of unfortunate.
Yep, they had to go through warm-ups and then just started the game after the delay disrupted the pregame warm-ups. So the Wolverines continue with Davis Warren at quarterback from the 35-yard line, and he's back to pass. Looking down the field, he's going to fire one deep. He's got a Marion Walker out there, and it's underthrown and incomplete. And as Walker goes up and tries to bring it down, but good coverage down there by Hawaii.
Yeah, good coverage, and I think if Davis Warren could have that one back, he'd throw that one about a second earlier. Marion Walker, one of the faster receivers, just pretty much outran the arm of Davis Warren.
2nd and 10. Colston Loveland in the game, the freshman tight end. Tyler Morris as well, the freshman wide receiver. And a handoff is to Tavier Dunlap, who turns up to the 40-yard line, dragging a tackler with him before he's dropped there. Gain of 5 for Tavi Dunlap.
Well, it's nice to be able to see them take some shots downfield, even at this time of the game, but it does put them in a hole. Starting at 2nd and 10 after an incomplete pass. Now looking at 3rd and 5, we'll see what Davis Warren can do here to convert this first down.
Isaiah Gash checks into the ball game, and he's flanked to Davis Warren's right. 3rd and 5 for Michigan here. 10:44 to go in the ball game. Wolverines up 49-10. Warren back to pass, fires, slant cut. It is Tyler Morris with his first career catch. He's got first down yardage out near the 50-yard line. Move the chains. And this is a kid who missed most of his senior year with a knee injury and back and healthy and is now in the record books.
And a nice route. Did a good job of breaking the route off right in front of the linebackers who were dropping and right at first down yardage.
We see Peyton O'Leary check in and playing the slot receiver split to the left of Davis Warren. Handoff up the middle, Isaiah Gash, he's got some running room. And across the 45 down to the 44-yard line into Hawaii territory with 10 minutes to go in this one, and Michigan up 49-10. Gain of 7 for Isaiah Gash.
It's nice to see some push from some of the young fellas up front. Gadice is in there. You've got a lot of guys that are getting some quality reps here in the fourth quarter.
Wolverines with 3 freshman wide receivers all on the field. And Davis Warren in a shotgun on 2nd and 3. Turns and hands it to Isaiah Gash, and he scoots through a hole and is met by a host of Hawaii tacklers right at the marker. And they're saying enough for a first down, so move the chains again.
Well, and Davis Warren got up to the line of scrimmage, didn't like what he saw with the play called, and neither did at the sideline, so they called a different play. He was able to move, running back into the right position. Defense showed what they were going to do in terms of a blitz, and off they go to pick up a first down.
Wolverines at the Hawaii 41-yard line. Davis Warren in a shotgun with Tommy Dunlap flanked to his right, the lone running back. Now Warren comes up and changes the play, and they shift into a pistol formation. Davis Warren has it, turns, hands it to Dunlap, running right. Puts his hand on the hip of one of his lead blockers before he's driven to the ground after a short gain. It was Noah Kamana with the tackle for Hawaii there. 3-yard gain for Tommy Dunlap.
Matthew Hibner doing a good job coming off the ball, but lost leverage at the very end, allowing his defender to come make the play. But still a nice pickup of about 4 yards.
Clock running, 8:15 to go. Michigan on top, 49-10. Davis Warren back to pass, looking for a receiver. Now he's going to fire it over the middle and overthrows his receiver. Tyler Morris. Under heavy duress was Warren there.
Yeah, and honestly, I think he's probably at this point just trying to throw the ball away as he's starting to fall down. Saw Morris coming across the formation and just wanted to throw it in the area of a receiver, but clearly throwing the ball away.
Like it was Blessman to Allah in the backfield pressuring Davis Warren. 3rd and 7 now. Turns, hands it off to Isaiah Gash. Huge hole, first down yardage, 20, outside, 10, 5. Isaiah Gash rolling into the end zone. Touchdown, Michigan, 38 yards. First career touchdown for Isaiah Gash. And the Wolverines lead it 55-10. How about that?
Mike Hart, I think, has done a tremendous job of coaching up these running backs. And we're not seeing them just break through the line of scrimmage. We're seeing them break through the line of scrimmage and then recognize where the defense is, adjusting, getting out to the numbers, out to the sideline, and extending runs a lot further than we've seen Michigan running backs do in some time.
Tommy Doman, he's got just a howitzer of a leg. Extra point is up and good. And Michigan's lead increases to 56-10 here at the Big House with 7:59 to go in the ball game. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to bring the big game to your backyard. With battery power, made by Steel. Steel battery blowers start at just $139.99, and battery chainsaws start at $299.99. Find yours at over 10,000 local dealers. Visit SteelDealers.com. Real Steel. Find yours. All prices BS SRP.
Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. Headquartered in Brighton, we also have offices in Clarkston, Northville, and very soon, we're opening a new office on West Stadium Boulevard in Ann Arbor, just down the street from the Big House. Visit us at FoguthFinancial.com. That's FOGUTH Financial.com to find out more. As a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, we can't wait to see you in Ann Arbor. Go Blue!
The wait is over.
Also, waiting as we know it is over. Because with good internet from WOW, everything is done in a flash. Streaming never stops. Online multiplayer games are buttery smooth. And video conferencing is like being in the same room with everyone. With speeds up to 1.2 gig, waiting is a thing of the past. Get WOW with plans starting at just $9.99 a month. Plus, learn how to get up to $300 on us at wowway.com. Wow, good internet. Wow. Limited to new customers with auto-pay and paperless billing. Offer subject to change. Terms apply.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
You're locked into a non-conference clash at Michigan Stadium as the Wolverines host Hawaii. Here again, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
7:59 to go in the ball game, and Michigan on top, 56-10. Wolverines will kick off, and it's Tommy Doman who puts his foot into it, and Jalen Purdue will signal for a fair catch and make it 7 yards deep in the end zone. Let's go down to the sideline. Well, first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. All right, let's check in with our Jason Avant. Jason?
For this to be an obvious blowout, the sideline is going crazy over the Isaiah Gash touchdown. Mike Hart, first one to greet him. Everyone's excited. We know these guys are working really hard in practice for the team, and for them to get an opportunity tonight, it's truly great, and everyone's excited for them.
Deuce Spurlock is a player that's getting an opportunity for the first time in his Michigan career as he checks in at linebacker. Yellen takes the shotgun snap and hands it off to his running back, Jordan Johnson, running to his left. Gain of 2. A host of Wolverine tacklers led by Cam Good.
For the young players, hey, you get a chance every day in practice to put something on film for the coaches to look at, and that's kind of all taken with a grain of salt. And in the season, young players rarely get this opportunity. They're going to take every chance they can right now to put something on film the coaches could look at and say, hey, this guy, maybe he needs a more of a look.
Yellen back to pass, and his pass is batted down by Deuce Spurlock. Incomplete. 3rd and 8.
Like you mentioned, hey, Deuce, a first opportunity to get in the game, goes in there. Hey, he's in on the mix on that first stop. Now he bats the ball down, trying to get catch the eye of the coaches.
That 37-yard touchdown run by Isaiah Gash was brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 7:22 to go in the ballgame. Michigan on top, 56-10. 3rd and 8 for Hawaii from their own 27-yard line. Back to pass is Yellen, looking, fires down a seam. He's got his receiver, and he's got the first down out near midfield. Move the chains for Hawaii. A heck of a throw there.
Heck of a throw, and I think a blown coverage. Tight end gets free like that. Chances are there's a linebacker that's supposed to be running with them. Cade McNamara comes over and is not expecting to be the only one in the area.
It was Grayson Morgan on the catch. 1st and 10 for Hawaii on their own 48-yard line. 6:49 to go, clock running. Yellen, shotgun snap, hands it off to Hines up the middle and into the scrum where a bunch of Wolverines push him back. Gain of 2. Leading the way, Joey Velasquez. He's made a name for himself on special teams over the last couple of years. Big fumble recovery up at Wisconsin last year.
Yeah.
And also on the baseball field.
I was going to say, yeah. He's a two-sport athlete as well.
2nd and 8 now for Hawaii. 6:19 to go. Michigan on top, 56-10. Yellen from a shotgun with a bunch. 3 receivers bunched to the left. Running up the middle with Hines. Spins out of a tackle before he's dragged down. Gain of 5. Deuce Spurlock with the tackle for Michigan. He's making an impact in his first playing time. 3rd and 3 now.
Coaches are going to be looking at a lot of things when they watch this film. They're going to be not just obviously where the ball goes, but what's the discipline when they're running the read option of your defensive end, of your linebackers. Where are their eyes going?
3rd and 3, Yellen in a shotgun from the Michigan 45-yard line. Hands it off to Hines, running left, and he's met right at the first down marker. Are they going to give him the yardage? They are. Move the chains. Jordan Jansen, not Hines, and it's Spurlock again on the tackle. First down for Hawaii.
Well, he's racking up some numbers on the stat sheet here.
Hines?
No, Spurlock.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good for him. They love their freshman linebackers. Not only Spurlock, but Jimmy Rolder.
It's a very deep and talented group. I mean, Junior Colson, he's only a sophomore. And then you got this next group of freshmen coming in. It's going to be a couple of good years for that linebacker room.
Yellen fires, caught. It's Phillips, and he's got first down yardage inside the 25 down to the 21. And Cody Jones on the tackle there for Michigan. Gain of 18 to his leading receiver, the junior college transfer out of San Jacinto College. Do you know their nickname?
Spiders? I don't know. You trying to use that one?
It might be. I don't know.
Let's go with it.
It was the Richmond Tigers from the Australian Rules Football League last week.
What was the Spider one?
Oh, I said what was the name of the Richmond team in Aussie Rules, and you said Spiders because
because of the Richmond. Yeah, there we go.
1st and 10 from the Michigan 22-yard line. It's Yellen back to pass. Fires, got a receiver going down the seam, but he underthrew him. In coverage there for Michigan was German Green. He slipped and fell.
Yeah.
Pass incomplete. 4:08 to go in the ball game, and Michigan on top, 56-10.
Yeah, that if ball is accurate, that would have been a touchdown simply because German Green fell down. Can't do that. And he's tapping his chest. We all know.
Hawaii looking at a 2nd and 10 from the Michigan 22-yard line. Joey Yellen's gone the whole way at quarterback for Hawaii. From a shotgun, pistol formation, turns and hands the ball to his running back, Jordan Jackson. He tries to get outside, and he is dragged down by a couple of Wolverines. Jordan Johnson, that is. Short gain there. And it's Caden Colasar and Jaden Hood on the tackle for Michigan.
Yeah, Cade Colasar is, they love, and we talked about it earlier, Makari Page, whether it was R.J. Morton, Rod Moore last week, they love bringing their safeties up in run support because they're physical style of players.
10th play of the drive for Hawaii, 3rd and 7 from the Michigan 19-yard line, back to pass. Yellen's got his receiver. It's the back out of the backfield. Hines makes a man miss inside the 10. Knocked out of bounds at the 6-yard line. Jordan Johnson again, And Jaden Hood on the tackle there for Michigan at the 7-yard line. And another first down with 3:08 to go, and Michigan on top, 56-10.
Well, Joey Yellen, their quarterback, is getting a little more comfortable in the pocket because there's no pressure coming. They're running some games up front. That time they were both tackle and stunts, and they're just happening too far on the line of scrimmage. They're not getting penetration before they run those stunts.
Hines back in at running back from a pistol formation, takes the handoff up the middle inside the 5 down to about the 4-yard line on 1st and goal. Kenneth Grant in on the tackle there for Michigan.
I think we're getting some young players that aren't in as good a shape as you would like them to be. They're learning what it means to play big-time college football on a long drive. We're starting to get some guys standing up, which is one of the things that'll happen. As soon as you're tired, whether you're O-line, D-line, that's the first thing that happens is your pad level becomes very suspect.
2nd and goal from the 4-yard line, and Jim Harbaugh is going to use a timeout. With 2:05 to go in the ball game, and Michigan on top, 56-10. He saw something he didn't like.
Yeah, and whatever it is, it's the wrong personnel for what they're seeing on offense. we haven't seen a whole lot of timeouts in these first two games with so many young players going in and out. Really the only one that we've seen is earlier in the game, and that's when they tried to go heavy with the first group. Extra linemen in, didn't like how things were lining up, or they had the wrong guys in.
Wolverines leading at 56-10 with 2:05 to go. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
When you call on your local Ruud dealer for service, rest assured that our technicians are adhering to all health and safety protocols when they work in your home. Trust the experts at Ruud, keeping your home and family safe and comfortable for more than 100 years. We service all makes and models, and we meet or exceed all home air quality inspection standards. Find your local experts at Ruud.com and schedule an analysis to be sure your system can keep you cool and healthy. That's RUUD.com. Rely on Ruud.
Imagine this, winning big at Soaring Eagle, where the fun is twice as nice during the $75,000 Double the Prize giveaway. Every Friday in September, you could win up to $10,000 cash and up to $5,000 in premium play. Drawings are every hour, 7 to 11 p.m. The Double the Prize giveaway, only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Karst John Jansen back at the Big House. Michigan on top, 56-10, 2:05 to go in the ball game. And John, we now have been updated that 90 players have played in this game for Michigan. The all-time record, 106, set last year against Northern Illinois.
Well, Coach Harbaugh loves getting young players in, and he loves guys that walk on. And the effort that they put in at practice, had a lot of teammates that over the course of 4 to 5 years, they show up to practice every day. They work hard, and in moments like this, they certainly deserve an opportunity to go out and show what they've been practicing and how hard they've been working.
Let's preview the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meijer. Michigan taking on UConn next Saturday at 12. And after the delay in the way this game is dragging on, we might transition straight into next week's pregame show. But Wolverines will be heavy favorites again. That preview of the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Second and goal from the 4-yard line for Hawaii. Handoff up the middle. It's the running back, Hines, powering forward down to the 2-yard line. And that's going to set up a third and goal now. Najee Bryant Lule, correction on the carry. Derek Moore, the tackle for Michigan. Third and goal. And this defensive staff wants to see these young kids get the stop. 1:34 to go. Third and goal from the 2, 56-10, Michigan on top, and Hawaii, for the first time tonight, will take a snap from under center. Joey Yellen turns and hands it to his running back, who throws a pass.
Yeah.
Tries to get it to the tight end, Jordan Murray. That was a handoff up the middle.
Jump pass.
I'm going to have to watch a replay.
Well, he hands it off, and they're hoping that everybody bites on the run fake, and then as soon as he gets to the line of scrimmage, he's supposed to throw it, but the tight end wasn't looking.
That was one of the strangest plays I've ever seen.
I believe, didn't we see Michigan do that with Hassan Haskins?
Throw a pass?
Do that a couple of years ago against Michigan State, or did Michigan State do it against Michigan?
That was just a sweep. That was, if I recall, that was just a sweep, and he
Timeout.
tried to throw it to Carter Seltzer.
That's the second charge. It'll be 30 seconds in length.
And we get a timeout with 1:20 to go. And Hawaii looking at a 4th and 2 from the Michigan 2-yard line.
Again, we talk about different things that you can't simulate in practice. Game speed is always going to be different than it is at practice, even if you're scrimmaging in practice. This is an opportunity for these young players. We talked about it earlier in regards to, hey, your backed up offense coming out. Wasn't successful the first time. All of a sudden, hey, next time JJ takes them all the way down, they get a nice touchdown out of it. This is an opportunity for young guys. Hey, it's 4th and 2. We need a goal line stand. What are you going to do? Who's going to make the play and catch the eye of the coaches? And you can't simulate goal line stands. And most coaches really don't want to simulate the goal line stand because of the risk of injury in practice.
Well, 3 true freshmen will have their hands down in the middle of that Hawaii offensive line with Derek Moore and Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham. And Hawaii comes out and goes 5 wide on 4th and 2. Yellen back to pass, fires, and it's batted away. Incomplete. Jadon Hood gets the PBU in the end zone, and the Wolverine defense holds. With 1:16 to go, and the Wolverines will take over on the 2-yard line, leading 56-10.
Well, nice coverage by a linebacker, getting out there, covering a running back. I mean, that's getting on your horse and getting over there. Now we'll see what Michigan decides to do. It's really hard to go victory formation when you're on the 2-yard line. They're going to have to punch this one out a little bit before they go to the victory formation.
Davis Warren with the running back, Danny Hughes, who takes a handoff up the middle and puts his head down and plows out to about the 6-yard line. With 1:09 to go, and the Wolverines leading 56-10. Hughes gets the carry, checks out. We'll have to see who's replacing him. It's Leon Franklin out of Southfield, Michigan, in at running back. And there's some confusion as the Wolverines are trying some mass substitutions, but now they sort it out. 43 seconds to go. 2nd and 6. Davis Warren in a shotgun. Takes the snap, inside handoff, Leon Franklin into the back of his blockers, nowhere to go, and he's knocked down there with 29 seconds to go. No gain. And it looks like Michigan's going to let the clock tick out on this one. So, John, mission accomplished.
Yep.
And the big story going into this game was the quarterback situation, and J.J. McCarthy looked pretty darn good. And let's go down to the field where our Jason Avant is caught up with Cornelius Jansen, who had a touchdown catch today. Jason?
Yep, I'm here with Cornelius Jansen. Cornelius, tell me about the long touchdown play that you had where you scrambled in the pocket where McCarthy scrambled in the pocket and you made the play.
That was just some backyard football type of thing with JJ. I mean, obviously I had my route, but then once I saw him scrambling, and find open space, and then it was good by JJ because we were both on the same page and we were able to connect there in the back of the end zone.
That's awesome. Also, you had a long play on a post route. What did you see on that play for the post route?
We said on the post route, that was a play we've been practicing like all week, and it was just great to see that translate from the practice field over to game day. With me and JJ, we were working on the timing, and that was something we'd been really watching film on. And it's just one of those things where you only get one shot at it, and I'm glad we were able to capitalize.
You guys came out ready to play tonight. It's a hard game to prepare for, seeing that Hawaii had some really bad losses. What was your mental preparation like this week, knowing that you guys will be playing an inferior opponent?
That's a good question. I mean, mentally, you just got to think it's just another opportunity to put tape, especially at the stadium. And then also, you know, another thing about the mental preparation was the fact that it was crazy. It's my first time ever playing like a rain delay or lightning delay. I don't even know what it was. I was sitting in the locker room for like an hour trying to like figure out what to do. So I was trying to stay composed, keep my composure. And I think all of us did a good job, and our coaching staff did a good job of keeping us mentally locked in despite the rain delays, despite the opponent, just focusing on ourselves and executing.
All right, the last question I have is that you're in a really talented room. What is it like being in that room, and how are you guys pushing each other to get to the next level?
That's another good question because there's always competition in the receiver room between each other. And we're always, but the thing about that is we're also all rooting for each other. And with the team's success, becomes like all the individual recognition too. So we're just trying to keep it going with the other receivers and be unselfish.
Well, you did a great job tonight. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Go Blue.
Go Blue.
There he is, Cornelius Johnson with our Jason Avant down on the field. The Wolverines get the win tonight over Hawaii, 56-10. J.J. McCarthy, 11 of 12 for 229 yards and 3 touchdowns. Blake Corum, 9 carries, 88 yards and a touchdown. Ronnie Bell, 6 catches for 74 yards and a touchdown, leading the way for the Wolverines, who get the W tonight. We'll continue our post-game coverage, including our conversation with Jim Harbaugh. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to